two compositions set to Jhaptal and Drut Teen Tal. So Rag Ahir Lalat.
Wow, what a heartwarming performance by the twin brothers. And thank you so much for welcoming the day with the melody. Now, I request Vasudhara Bhupati to felicitate Ustad Shafique Khan.
I also request MS Asha Devi to felicitate Ustad Rafique Khan. I also request to felicitate the great tabla artist Hemant Joshi. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಿಬರಲ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯುಮ್ಯಾನಿಟೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 3ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯ 2ನೇ ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ದಿನ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊರತುಪಡಿಸಿ ಇನ್ನಿತರ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅವುಗಳ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ನೋಟ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಮಥನ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಇದೇ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಮಥನ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50 ಮೈ ನೋವೆಲ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಡ್ರೀಮ್ ದಟ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಟ್ರೂ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50 ಫೆಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಯೆಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ ಟುಡೇ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50 ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಮರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50 ಮೈ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ತಮಿಳ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50 ತೆಲುಗು ಭಾಷೆಯ ನ್ಯೂ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ತೆಲುಗು ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50 ಲಿಟ್ರರಿ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಸಿಸಮ್ ಟುಡೇ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ಮಥನ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಕ್ಷರ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡುವುದಾದರೆ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಥಿಯೇಟರ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಸೆಷನ್. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50 ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲಾಗ್ ಇನ್ ತಮಿಳ್. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50 ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ದಲಿತ ದನಿಯ ನೆನಪು, ಪಂಚಮ ದಲಿತ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎ ಮೆಮೊರಬಲ್ ಜರ್ನಿ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50 ಲಿಟರರಿ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಸಿಸಮ್ ಇನ್ ತೆಲುಗು ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50 ಬೆಂಗಾಳಿ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಅಂದರೆ ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026ರ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೆಂಗಾಳಿಯ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಳಿ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಇನ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50 ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ರೂಪಾಂತರ ಮೇಘ ಸಂದೇಶದಿಂದ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾವರೆಗೆ ದ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೇಘದೂತ ಟು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸೆಷನ್ 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50 ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆಯೇ ಅಂಗಳ. 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಡೇಟಾ ಪ್ರಪಂಚವೆಂಬ ಮಾಯಾಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯರು, ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಇಲ್ಯೂಸರಿ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50 ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ ನಾಳಿನ ನೋಟ, ಥಿಯೇಟರ್ ಎನ್ವಿಷನಿಂಗ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50 ಹೊರಳು ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ತೇದಾರಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ದಿ ಟ್ವಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟರ್ನ್ಸ್. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50 ಸೃಜನಶೀಲ ಬದುಕಿನ ಬೆರಗು, ದ ವಂಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50 ತೆರೆಗೂ ನೊರೆ ಬಂತು, ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮರೆಯಲಾಗದ ಕೃತಿಗಳು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50 ಕತೆ ಹುಟ್ಟುವ ಹೊತ್ತು, ದ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಇಸ್ ಬಾರ್ನ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು, ತಮ್ಮ ಕುತೂಹಲವನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ನಿಮ್ಮಿಷ್ಟವಾದಂತಹ ಲೇಖಕರನ್ನು, ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅದು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ. ಈ ದಿನ ಅಂದರೆ 2ನೇ ದಿನ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಅರುಣವ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ, ದರ್ಶನ್ ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ, ಬೆನ್ಯಮಿನ್ ನಾಗತಿಹಳ್ಳಿ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್, ಸುನೇತ್ರ ಪಂಡಿತ್, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಚಿರಿಯನ್, ಶಾಶ್ವತ್ ಗಂಗೋಪಾಧ್ಯಾಯ್, ಕೇಶವ ಗುಹಾ, ಪೆರುಮಲ್ ಮುರುಗನ್, ಕೌಶಿಕ್ ಕೂಡು ರಸ್ತೆ, TN ಸೀತಾರಾಮ್, ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಎಚಿಕ್ಕನಂ ಇವರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಬಹುದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊಸ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಅನಾವರಣ. ಇದನ್ನ ಹಲವಾರು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಅನಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ. 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:25 ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಚಿತವಾದಂತಹ ದೇವರ ಚಿತ್ತಾರ ದ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ದೇರ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಬುಕ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 11:30 11:55 ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 50 ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ಪೌಲ್ ಝಾರಿಯಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವು ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:25 ಗುಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಎ ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ ಟೆಲಿವಿಷನ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ. 12:30 12:55 ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಂಡ ಕತ್ಕಲ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:25 ತೆಲುಗು ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಚಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಚರಿತ್ರಪಾಲ್ ತೆಲುಗು ಸಂಟಕಂ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಬುಕ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 1:30 1:55 ಅಕ್ಷಿಚಿಂತಲು ಬೈ ಸುರೇಂದ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಟೂನ್ ಬುಕ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:25 ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿನ ಬ್ಯುಸಿ ವುಮೆನ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇನ್ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಬುಕ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಪೆಂಗ್ವಿನ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ ಹೌಸ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 2:30 2:55 1 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಫುಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:25 ಮೇಡ್ ಇನ್ ನೇಪಾಲ್ ಬುಕ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಬೈ ಹಾರ್ಪರ್ ಕಾಲಿನ್ಸ್ ಇವರ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ. 3:30 3:55 ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿನ ಜ್ಞಾನಭಾರಂ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:25 ಖೇಲ್ ಖೇಲ್ ಮೇ ಬೀಟಾ ಜೀವನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕಾರ್ನಾಡ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಚಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಬಯೋಗ್ರಫಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕ 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:25 ಅನಾವರಣ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4:30 4:55 ಸುಳಿ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅಂದರೆ ಸುಳಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ನಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸುಳಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 5 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 5:45 ರುದ್ರಮನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪುಸ್ತಕವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ. ಇದು 2ನೇ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನಾವರಣಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿರುವಂತಹ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಪಟ್ಟಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕ. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಾಗಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50 ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರಣವ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ವಿತ್ ಅನುಪಮಾ ಕೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50 ಟೆಲಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಚಂದ್ರಕೀರ್ತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 1:45 2 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಯಂಗ್ ವಾಯ್ಸಸ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಅರ್ನೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50 ಮತ್ತು 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50 ಪ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಶೇಪ್ಸ್ ಆಕಾರಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಆಟ ವಿತ್ ನಿಹಾರಿಕಾ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 5 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆಯ ಹೊತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಬೈ ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಬೆಂಬ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್. ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆಯ ಹೊತ್ತು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ನಾಟಕವನ್ನ ನೀವಿಂದು ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. ಇನ್ನು ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026ರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಸುಂದರವಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳು ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದುವೇ ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು ನ್ಯೂಸನ್. ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿಯ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಪಟ್ಟಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗೋದಾದರೆ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50 ನದೀಮ್ ಸನ್ನದಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಂದು ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50 ಮಲಯಾಳಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ಇವರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50 ಸವಿರಾಜ್ ಆನಂದ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50 ಯುವನ್ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಇವರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ತಮಿಳಿನ ಒಂದು ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿಯನ್ನು ತಾವು ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50 ಎಸ್ ಕಾಯಲ್ ತಮಿಳಿನ ಒಂದು ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿಯನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50 ಕವಿ ಯಕೂಬ್ ತೆಲುಗುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸೆಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50 ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬೈ ಅನಿತಾ ಅಗ್ನಿಹೋತ್ರಿ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50 ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಷನ್ ಲೈಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ವರ್ತ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ವಿಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50 ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯೂತ್ ಹೌ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಶೇಪ್ ಡಿಸೈರ್ ಮೆಸ್ಕ್ಯುಲಾನಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50 ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬೈ ಅರುಣವ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50 ಯೂತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಸಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಅಕ್ಷತಾ ಪಾಂಡವಪುರ ಇವರಿಂದ ಲೀಕ್ಔಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಲೀಕ್ಔಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಾದರೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಥಿಯೇಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋರಿಂಗ್ ಹೌ ಅ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ once it leaves a writer and enters the imagination of readers, viewers and performance. So the performance examine how stories and characters are experienced differently by each individual, engaging the senses, emotions, memories and personal perspective of the audience. By bringing the literature and theatre together, Leakout creates a unique space where storytelling become interpretation. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಆಶಯವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಅಕ್ಷತಾ ಪಾಂಡವಪುರ ಇವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಲೀಕ್ಔಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಜೆ 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನಿತರ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳು ಅಕ್ಷರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪೊಯಿಟ್ರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ, ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲರ ಸದುಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶಯ.
Directly at grassroots, even leaders like Mr. Siddharamaiah have acknowledged its role in democratizing access to civil services guidance. Insights IAS doesn't just show the path, it gives wings to ambition. It builds
ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆರೆನಿಟಿ ಉಸ್ತಾದ್ ರಫೀಕ್ ಖಾನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಉಸ್ತಾದ್ ಶಫೀಕ್ ಖಾನ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದೊಂದಿಗೆ 2ನೇ ದಿನ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ನಡೀತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ.
We now move from the language of music to the language of politics. So we are starting our first session partner PES University. The title, Power, Politics and a Making of Kingmaker.
By writer, journalist and political commentator Rasheed Kidwai, author of D.K. Shivakumar, Congress's crisis manager, Karnataka's Kingmaker, in conversation with Maya Sharma.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rasheed Kidwai and Maya Sharma on the stage.
Well, good morning to all of you here. Very happy to be here today to speak to Rasheed Kidwai on his very interesting new book on D.K. Shivakumar, who is certainly a personality we all know very well. Congratulations first.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you. It's great to be in Bangalore. It's great to be with this, with you in conversation. And before we start, I want to thank Mr. Satish and everyone who's part of this Books Brahma Lit Fest. It's a great place, great atmosphere. And thank you for hosting such a lively book festival, literature festival.
I know book festivals are pleasure for the readers and I think for writers as well. I think it's lovely to be here. I just want to start by a very first obvious question. You have indicated this is the first in a series of books, but why did you jump in with D.K. Shiv Kumar?
That's a very interesting question, Maya. I think, books and book writing and writing on politics requires a degree of interest. So here is a person, and of course, like I have indicated, I am writing on a series of political figures of India. And of course, as an author, you would also know that we need little bit of, familiarity or a domain expertise to be in that. So we just cannot write on anyone and everyone. So Mr. D.K. Shivkumar came across to us, to me and my publisher, Hachette Books, as someone who has a very pan-Indian. He's a very prominent politician from Karnataka, and his whole political base and politics has been there. But if you look closely and see his political journey, it has a very, interesting footprint that go across, the country. He gained his prominence, in national media and in the public domain. In, when Ahmed Patel was fighting his Rajya Sabha elections in 2017. More importantly, Maya, and we'll talk about, of course, we all, criticize, and we have a right to criticize politicians. But many times I have seen, and it's my own experience, that many ordinary people end up doing a lot of extraordinary things. So therefore, we just cannot judge a politician by that person's, so to say, educational qualifications or the sort of background. It is something, which is very fascinating about Indian politics, that people of all this thing, they have made a very big difference in society. So if you go anywhere in the country, Maya, and I'm just telling you, you go to Assam, you go to Varanasi, you go to Gujarat, you go to any part of the country, you will have some people who would be familiar or would be sort of personally loyal to Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. So in the Congress politics, I have done a lot of my academic work is on Congress party. I find that there are very few people. There's Sachin Pilot is there, and there are a few others. Of course, Shashi Tharoor needs no introduction, and of course the Gandhis are there. But beyond Gandhis, there are very few people in the Congress who have a pan-Indian identity. Good, bad, whatever. Criticism is there.
But
So
awareness is there.
awareness is there. So therefore, he's a state politician, but a national figure in that sense. So he was an obvious choice and a bit of a challenge for me that we'll talk in the course of conversation.
Yeah, in fact, you have preempted my second question, which was, of course, everybody here in Karnataka knows D.K. Shivkumar. From the time he was a MLA, as he grew, Deputy Chief Minister, everybody knows about him here. So you've actually preempted with your answer, but he is one of the Karnataka politicians. There have been a few, but he's one of the persons who is really known, as you said, for good. He has his detractors, but he's known around the country. You feel that he really has that all-India appeal.
Yes. So I think he's a, sort of controversies child. He has done a lot of things, and there is a degree of spontaneity. So I think in every profession, and friends, you may agree with me, if you have a, a passion, and in that sense, if you read a very different kind of account of, let's say, Shah Rukh Khan, when he was a student, when he was, struggling to be an actor, but he didn't come across from any family background. It was his passion that, got him in places, and later on, he emerged as a big person. I remember, Maya, that as a Delhiite, I used to see Shah Rukh Khan every day in the place called Bengali Market, and he would stand there. And at the time that his serial Fauji was being aired, and he would wait for people to, and there was only Doordarshan, the youngsters would not know, only Doordarshan was.
I remember those days, I worked there. Yes.
So he would say, people would walk up and shake hand. So we used to joke with him. He says, Shah Rukh, how many people you shook hand today? So he told us, he said, one day you will wait, you will wait in a queue, you will lounge for it, that, can I shake hand with Shah Rukh Khan? And that's how it happened. So I'm saying this, that kind of passion matters. So Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, from my academic research, from my personal interaction with him, from talking, he was always very passionate about, politics, and he was very focused. So I think it really helps. It's there in that book Outliers also. If you read it, that if you kind of practice something for 6 hours or 8 hours a day, there is a fair chance that you will be you'll excel in that.
It's very interesting. It's almost like a parallel with your Shahrukh story. DK Shivkumar himself was a very young MLA, would want to be in positions like when we were doing the interview, he'd like to be around, he would like to be interviewed, he would like to come on camera, he would like Shahrukh waiting to be recognized.
Precisely,
In the
and in that, you see, he built a lot of associations and recognition. I want to take you back to the to time 1990 when Virendra Patil was Chief Minister, and it was a very, I would say, very painful, somewhat sordid, regrettable, would also say, that kind of episode of Indian politics when a ailing Chief Minister was sacked, and then there was a crisis because Rajiv Gandhi at that time was leader of opposition, and there was VP Singh was Chief Minister, Prime Minister, and his nominee was Governor. Now Mr. Virendra Patil refused to hold a CLP meeting for a new leader to be elected,
Yes.
and there was some kind of constitutional deadlock, and that's where Rajiv Gandhi came, and he didn't know, because as a young politician, he didn't know, he got a taste of Karnataka politics, which you have covered many a times subsequently. So he was in a big mess, and there DK Shivkumar, who was a very young person, NSUI Youth Congress person, he used to take him around, and Rajiv Gandhi would call him Gowda. So would not even call him, DK or Shivkumar or anything like that. And in that, he kind of brokered this thing. He gave advice that, why don't you talk to Bangarappa? And he took Bangarappa to Virendra Patil's house, and it's kind of adjustment, and earned ministerial berth in Bangarappa ministry. So
At a very young age.
Very young age. So that tells you, how the political mind. Again, I would ask you, many of you, read and see and analyze, so to say, the Congress, which is the second largest political party in India. Well, obviously, they don't have, leaders like DK Shivkumar. If they have 5-6, Shivkumars in all over the, various states, I think the Congress would do much better than what it is doing. Because you would need to have an applied side of politics. I mean, excuse me for saying that, but that's what I meant. So Rahul Gandhi
The practicality
practicing.
of it.
So Rahul Gandhi can never get into, that's a subject, debatable thing I'm saying, but he cannot get into that kind of, crafty and applied sort of politics the way Mr. Shivkumar can.
Applied politics, I like that term. Now, this book of yours, it's not a formal, authorized, official biography. How much access did you have to DK Shivkumar himself? How much access were you able to get?
Yeah, so Maya, it's a very pertinent question, and I think many people who are sitting here and the readers would have this. First of all, there are 2 points I want to make, very quick points. One is that books are, the authorized biographies are very kind of sanitized version of what the leader or politician wants to say. So independent account is always, and the books are not written for the politician. They are written for the general audience. They are written for, me and you, so that we get to know. Maya, I always felt in our country, we have an acute shortage of, so to say, independent account. All independent accounts are subjective. Okay. Somebody can criticize me of being, little more sympathetic and all. I'm open to that criticism. But I want to make a broader point because you have raised this. See, we need to know more about our political figures in a critical way. Look, Maya, when we go to buy any consumer durable, whether it's a washing machine or television, fridge, mobile, we do a lot of market research. We want to see whether it's front loading or top loading, what kind of, energy saver it has and all. When it comes to politics and, in democracy, voting is very important.
Yes.
Because you vote for somebody in state or in municipal election, they are there for 5 years. And of course in the federal national election. So here we don't do any market research. We don't see the, the pros and cons of various leaders. We get just swayed by our, the caste, religious and various other emotions. So therefore, I think we need to have informed choice. And that is very important. So in my modest way, that's my endeavor to write. Now, when you write about a politician, first thing they look is how favorable are you? And of course, you have raised a very interesting issue about access. So sometimes access is given, sometimes access is not given, sometimes it is partial access, sometimes it is very perfunctory access that you get. But I think generally, and I don't want to bring Mr. D.K. Shivkumar in it, generally the political class in India is very stingy about sharing, what I call it, matters of privacy,
Very
whether
selective.
it is, whether they are educational qualifications or data or their family, all these things. And there is a apprehension that, anything negative may hamper their this. If you look at the West, there are dime a dozen books are written about, politicians. So you get to know a lot more.
Okay.
And of course, it's a very shifting narrative also, because things keep changing. When I was writing this book, I had thought that book will come out in October, November. Then the publisher jumps in and says, oh, he's become chief minister. So you want to hurry it up. So that, there's a shifting narrative. And tomorrow, he may get some other, post position. Tomorrow I'm saying, there is 2028, 2029, all kind of very interesting things are there. But that's in the realm of politics.
A big challenge, I would think, writing a book like this about a living politician. Access is important because you obviously want to speak to the subject, to come to your own conclusions, to get to know him better. How do you balance the need for access with the need for objectivity or even criticism?
I think that's a very, I think if people who are here, who are interested in writing, I think, and Maya herself has written, see, the writing part is, I would say, the easiest part of, writing a book. Actually, it is your research, that kind of, the research questions that you have, that kind of material you have. Material means not only just written material, data, document, but the kind of ecosystem that person has, both friends, followers, and adversaries. Sometimes the adversaries are also very good, critics. So there is a lot of work is required. I mean, when we say research, generally we look at the academic research. In this kind of book, academic research is just, I would say, 20% of it.
Okay.
80% is actually some kind of, field work. And what are the things? So, for instance, no book would tell you what are the, so to say, ideological dilemmas of the Congress, and where Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, who's a very, so to say, practicing Hindu, what role does he, what does he bring to the table? So all kind of, and of course our own reporting experience also helps, because we know, how politicians act and behave. So I think a lot of it is at mental level. And beyond. So once you have these 5-6 things, and everything will not be readily available. The book, I mean, I can criticize my own book, and Maya has read it, and you please feel to bring out the weakness of it, because no book is perfect. I have written, friends, many of you may not know, I have written, that was my first book in 2002. I have written Sonia Gandhi's biography, unauthorized independent account. Now she is writing her own book. So, but then I just want to quote a Times of India editorial that was there. It had something to do with me, but it had written the right to lie. So everybody, so if somebody is writing an autobiographical account, that does not mean that there is, kind of all truth and accuracy is there. If you read Mr. L.K. Advani's autobiography, I can point 4-5, so to say, factual inaccuracies.
Okay.
So it happens. So while autobiographies are very important, I'm not trying to run down autobiography, but autobiographies also depends upon that person's, conscience, what he or she wants to present and how they want to present. That doesn't mean it's a gospel truth. I mean, I'm saying something which is slightly, deep and debatable, but that's how it is.
Because when you're writing about yourself, you may want to present a better picture, or it may even be unconscious that you don't realize your own flaws in many ways.
And Maya, allow me to say something. I'll tell you something, it's very simple actually. When I faced I have written a book, Maya, it's called Leaders, Politicians, Citizens. It's about people who are no longer in this world. So it's like a collection of obituaries, but it's not, obituary. It's much like I fancy myself, I'm not a historian, so I'm a storyteller. So I try to tell, stories of, people's life, like people like Phulan Devi, people like Chandra Swami, all kind of characters are there if you glance through that book. So, there is a judge and judgment in you. In the sense, your own conscience, you are always accountable. Are you being fair? And second thing, Maya, that you would know that we as trained journalists, she is of course schooled in NDTV, which is the highest standard of journalism, we need to be very careful. There is nothing that is libelous, defamatory, unkind, misogynic or whatever, it should not come in. So we use lot of filters. And friends, though this is not a domain of our subject of today's conversation, I want to say that, see, and that is where we differ from social media. In social media, lot of things go, unfiltered. Whereas in the mainstream media, as we say, gai guzri halat mein bhi, in the sense there is a decline, but still the newspapers and television news, we have lot of filters.
That's a very interesting point that you've raised, that filter, a kind of filter of kindness. Do you feel you applied it also to the book on DK Shiv Kumar? Do you feel that you maybe held back on some criticism because you didn't want to be mean, you didn't want to be
absolutely
hostile?
And I think this is not about Mr. Shiv Kumar. I think this is what the decency and civility we owe it to each other, because it's a very simple thing to write something that is very casual and all. Many of you would know there was a fellow who was was in personal staff of Jawaharlal Nehru, M.O. Mathai. Mathai wrote something which was very, I would say, unfair, gossipy about Indira Gandhi. And at that point of time, nobody thought of it, and that, there were very few readers of English book readers and all that. But now in the internet era, many of those things that the infamous chapter that he had himself removed called She, it keeps coming back. So you need to look at, it's not just you're being unfair, because what happens, how would history pick it? Now, I cannot explain that, what were the circumstances, whether it was a sense of hurt or he was unhappy with Indira Gandhi, and Indira Gandhi being woman, he made certain, uncharitable and I would say unsubstantial allegations against her. And nobody had thought in that time in 1950s or in 1960s that this will become, one day there will be internet, and even the books which were not published, those kind of references come out. So therefore, one needs to be very, very careful for your own sake, because if something is attributed which is wrong, I mean, to me and Maya, I mean, both of us have been reporters in a different medium. I was in print journalism, you were in television. If we have any inaccuracy, forget about what the organization, first filter was our own, and we'll be very disturbed and disappointed, and we'll apologize, and all kind of things we would do.
It's a very interesting point, like I said, that maybe you are holding back sometimes in some ways, not because of fear of the politician, a powerful politician, not because you wanted the book to be liked by a certain person or a certain party, but that, I think, old-fashioned thing of decency. It's a very interesting aspect. It's a very interesting.
Absolutely. And look at the friends, and I want to bring a broader point about our, the system of criminal justice. The number of people who are convicted is horribly wrong. Till 1960s, about 60% people who were arrested in various cases were proved guilty. The rate of conviction was 60%. Today, the rate of conviction is 16%. The rate of conviction against atrocities against Dalits and tribals is just 2-3%. So it is horrible. And that is where I want to bring, and I don't want to make a political point, but generally speaking, you see the allegations against politicians being corrupt. And I know we have a very corrupt society, and I can talk at length about it. But fact of the matter is, we have a judicial system that says that you are innocent till you are proven guilty. Now the ED's track record, by government's own admission, the Enforcement Directorate's track record is very poor. So post 2014, 150 politicians, suppose if they have been booked in the ED, charges, Enforcement Directorate, the rate of conviction is not even 2%. This is what was said in Parliament in a reply. So I am saying in that situation, it becomes very difficult for us. I remember meeting Mr. A.R. Antule, who was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra towards the fag end of his life. And he told me, he said, Rasheed, I spent 22 years as someone who was tainted because there was a case that Indira Pratishthan, that cement, and finally he was acquitted. He said, for who would return by the 22 years? And he was himself a barrister, bar at law, and he was a very educated person. So this is, friends, when we say, justice delayed is justice denied, it means something to the affected party.
It really does. Like
So
even
it's a process becomes a punishment.
process is the punishment. Even the founders of my former channel NDTV, Pranoy and Radhika Roy, had a
Absolutely.
series of cases against them, a series of CBI cases against them. At one stage, they were not allowed to leave the country, but after some years, all the cases. were
Everything you say. Same, I can give you a lot of examples. P.V. Narasimha Rao, there were so many cases against him. The moment he ceased to be Prime Minister, everything, got over. There was no talk of those cases.
Prime Minister Manmohan Singh has just been cleared in a case. as well.
Precisely, yeah. And imagine Manmohan Singh being dragged in a court of law.
How did you decide when writing this book? You did, of course, meet Shiv Kumar himself several times. Who else? You've spoken to different people. I mean, I've read the book, so I know you've spoken to different people. How did you decide who to go to talk to about this
Yeah,
man?
so there are two parts of your question. One is I see an element of mischief. So, me and you, we don't reveal our sources. So, and I think it's a second part is very valid and very pertinent as well. Actually, it's a difficult call, but you go by, it's like any story or any subject we have, there are certain elements are there. You need to talk to people who have worked with them, not only just the IAS, IPS or the big people, but sometimes even the, driver or personal attendant can, because it tells you a lot of when a person is, how do you treat your subordinates? How are you there in a political meeting? I always observe that, long time ago, I think it was in 1990s when Sonia Gandhi had just come in politics, and I had gone to a place called Hisar in Haryana, and that is where I saw, and that time they were very young. I mean, Rahul Gandhi was nowhere in politics and all, and I remember seeing that, so, there was a stage and it was very very poorly managed, and the leader of opposition in Haryana, at that time there was a lady, I'm forgetting her name, and she was standing. So I saw that Rahul Gandhi noticed, he picked a chair from below and, used that stairs, came up and offered her a chair and went back. Now, this was not for TV cameras. And I was in the print report. So I saw that, there is a degree of empathy and that kind of thing. So that you get to know about that person. And of course, we can all, this is not, when I give the instance of Rahul Gandhi, it doesn't mean that I am showcasing Rahul Gandhi. Of course, he's open to criticism and he's made a lot of political mistakes and there is a kind of struggle and all. But so the point I'm saying, if we notice these things, how politicians behave in a given situation, and then we form a kind of, pen picture of his or her.
Because yes, you have spoken to his teachers, his classmates, his friends, his family.
Yeah, family. That's very useful. Yeah.
So, because we know D.K. Shiv Kumar, the politician, we know what we see of him, what he chooses to present. But
so people give very different kind of, account of different. Many times when he or she is a successful politician, they give a very exaggerated, it's like, a demigod kind. And everybody would say, oh, how good is he? How is the... Then you realize that, so you need to, again, a filter part comes in. People I spoke to, a lot of people I spoke on phone. Now, again, there is a limitation.
Yes,
and
you can't see somebody's expression. Or
precisely. So, those kind of, challenges are there. But friends, in our sort of book publishing industry, people don't, they won't give you, like say, 10 lakh rupees to, travel and talk to people and do that. So, it's a very, you are an author, yourself. There are a lot of challenges are there. But within that constraints, we try to work out whichever we can.
Again, you may think there's an element of mischief in this question. Did you try to speak to any of his critics? Because D.K. Shiv Kumar has a lot of very serious critics. Did you try to get their points of view also?
So I think that's also very, without giving names, I can tell you. So some, critics or his political opponents were nice enough not to speak. They said, no, we don't want to say. We have our political differences, but that doesn't mean it's kind of bad mouth. This is also a side of this thing. And some people who are, of course, critical, but they said, no, look, we are, we disagree, but there is something we like about such and so, about a person. You would notice that every time you ask me a specific question, I go on generalities.
That's interesting that they didn't necessarily want to use this as an opportunity to
Precisely.
That's very
So-
interesting. They didn't want to
First, late, Sushma Swaraj, who was leader of opposition, she
Yes.
would say something very nice things. I mean, of course, off the record about Sonia Gandhi.
Yes.
So what I'm saying, friends, that political class, it's not in that sense. It's black and white. They know each other well, and they actually value one another. They may not. They on TV screens and
Yes.
on assembly and all, or in Lok Sabha, they may
Yeah.
be seen as very bitter, and that is why you see a contradiction. So there was recently there was a kind of a big wedding was there where Mr. Modi was asking, Priyanka Gandhi, how are you? Aap kaisi hain? Kind of thing. These are social courtesies, friends, and we must encourage. But I know people, there was a buzz about that, look what they do in parliament and what they're doing outside. I actually, on the contrary, I don't know, Maya, what's your stand? I'm very happy about it. That's how it should be. These are all our civilizational ethos. We are a, Shastrat kind of, thing. We always want to debate and discuss.
It is
If you-
civilized behavior.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at any dining table of any Indian middle class and all, and father, son, mother, daughter, daughter-in-law, they always have a kind of disagreement on a number, but we agree to disagree. So I'm saying this is very Indian thing to do.
That's nice. That's very interesting. Because I remember also as a young reporter, when I was covering, say, assembly or something, and you'd see people fighting, or there was a political crisis, and B.S. Yediyurappa fighting with H.D. Kumaraswamy or something. And then afterwards, you'd see them outside, and they'd be patting each other on the back and talking and smiling. And I thought, what is this? But it's like, it is, as you say, it's better that way than to carry this animosity into all areas of life. That's very interesting that nobody really wanted to come on record and be critical in the book. They didn't want to use this as an opportunity to settle some points. That's a very interesting thing. Now, having researched so much about him, having written about him, with D.K. Shivkumar having occupied your mind for a lot of time while writing this book, what would you say was his strongest defining characteristic? What struck you most about the man?
I think a lot of people say, and of course, I would also think that way, that, it is his resourcefulness, it's the kind of things that, the heft that he has, and more specifically, let's say money. So it's a contributing factor. I have a slight disagreement, Maya, and in the book I have not been able to elaborate for various reasons. Is because I think it is not, because how do you use, so if money was a criteria, and of course I must have a kind of disclaimer that I always say that whatever you say about India in terms of Indian politics, the opposite is equally true. So I can always argue that yes, money plays a very important role. But I think, money and resources, how do you use it? The judicious method of doing, and your mind and heart, you're, being very focused. So there it helps. So we all can say, oh, there is resort politics and this and that, and you have covered it firsthand, so you know it better. I would urge, my people who are present here or hearing to, read a book so that, you get a more flavor of what we are talking about. Is this, but that kind of application of mind that I was telling you, that practicality, the kind of, not bothering about, oh, it's 10 o'clock, it's my sleep time, oh, it's my tennis time, it's my, club time, those kind of, so politics, and that is where I think at another level, if you look at Mr. Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, and many of the people in the BJP, why they are so successful, because their heart and mind, there is a total alignment.
Okay.
So that is something that is rare, and that is where many people think that Shivkumar is a very effective counter to the present-day BJP, because he has the same degree of application.
He's really all in.
He's really all in it. I have said this, but I just want to take this when you talk about money and politics. You see, I'm part of a think tank in Delhi called the Observer Research Foundation, and we did a study of 2024 elections, how much money was spent. So according to Election Commission, Maya, it says some 5,700 crores or so. But in a nutshell, and it's going to stun you, the kind of figure we arrived at, and through a lot of methodology, that 1,42,000 crore rupees, staggering figure. I repeat, 1,42,000 crore rupees was spent in 2024 election. That means, friends, in simple, and we went on another I would say, breakup. What was the cost of per vote in a state? So in a state like, should I give the higher side first or the lower side? Anyway, so the lower side in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, those kind of, poor, a cost of one vote. And friends, I want to tell you something, and I was very shocked and affected. It took days for me to recover. The cost of one vote approximately is 3,000, 4,000 rupees. Now imagine one Lok Sabha constituency consists of some 15 lakh, 20 lakh, and assembly constituency consists of some 5 lakh, 6 lakh, 10 lakh votes. In Karnataka, where we are sitting today, in Telangana, which is nearby, and in Tamil Nadu, cost of one vote is 7,000 to 8,000 rupees. Now, how do you expect, democracy to thrive if that's the cost? The many people, Maya, you also affected. So I'm saying, but we had taken all those things about, a politician has to go for so many weddings, a politician has to go for so many, kind of social things, bereavements, etc. And where, you need to give a kind of something, shagun, envelope or whatever. And the entire cost of it, how do you secure a ticket? So it's a very deep, we have taken into account all the expenses, what are there in 5 years time.
It's a whole economy, a whole political economy.
Whole political economy, but still it's a staggering figure. So if, that is a kind of thing. So logically, but then you see so many people who are very, in Karnataka also there are exceptions, in Delhi, Punjab and all we have seen this rise of particularly Aam Aadmi Party. Yeah. Earlier time we have seen the left parties, the socialists, people who are with very little money, they also won. Yes. So it's not a, you have here also, you have a contest, I don't want to name them, the doctor versus someone, and so it happens. So resourcefulness also has its limitations.
It's very interesting that. You spoke about his being all in, his dedication, his focus on politics being a very defining characteristic. Was there anything, as you wrote the book, as you got to know him better, that surprised you about D.K. Shivkumar, the human being?
I think a lot of it. I think the kind of clarity of thought that he has. As a decision maker, you need to decide very fast, and I find it very heartening. And again, I'm not speaking here from a political position, but the fact of him being very kind of God-fearing person. And that is something, and I'm sure there was all kind of, pressures were there because Maya, again, on the applied side of politics, it's very easy. You look what's happening in Bengal, there's a lot of, when the political loyalties are shifted, so there is always a premise, a kind of excuses, a pretext is made. So for Mr. Shivkumar, a lot of pretext was available, and I think it was conveyed to him also. But the fact that he kind of valued a kind of political ideological loyalty and stood by it is something that is worth admiring. As I said, we are students of politics, we are not there to take sides, but at the same time, the courage of conviction is in short supply in Indian politics, and that's very disturbing. I always feel, Maya, that actually we adopted, the British model of Westminster model of parliamentary democracy. As we know, the Britain does not have a written constitution. So everything is based on conventions and, practices. What we call it in Hindi, Maryada and Parampara. Now in India, and we adopted that, but we don't have that kind of, so questions of morality become subordinate to questions of legality. So we always look for a legal cover. Whereas you see in politics and in our day-to-day life also, you see morality and propriety is something far more important than legal part of it. If I lie to you, you cannot penalize me. But then I have committed an offense against myself. Forget about you. So that is something, I want to remind you, my friends, Lalu Yadav had very famously said once, he said, I have seen hockey ground, polo ground, football ground. What is moral ground? So this aspect of our political life is something, it's very disturbing. And I don't want to say what's happening today. It happened when, see, the Ayaram, Gayaram happened in 1967. So there was a politician. So he went to a political party and went to another political party. So that's how this word was coined, Ayaram, Gayaram. So it's there, but in Britain you don't see political defections. And even if somebody defects, the voter doesn't. Here there is a ready acceptance.
That's very interesting. Now, one of the issues which Karnataka politics was full of over recent months was the chief minister, the change in chief minister. Will it change? Will it not be changed? And you have addressed that at length in your book about the pressures, what is happening behind the scenes. But you seem very certain in the book, and you've made it clear, which is interesting, that there was a definite agreement, that there would be a changeover, that was not always accepted in the state. It was not always obvious to people in the state, but you're sure it was definite.
So yes, Maya, I'm glad that you raised this point. And I think this is also, like we were talking about political defections, etc. I think this is also a very disturbing aspect of our Indian politics, that, the political parties, in this case the Congress, decides to, actually, Maya, effectively, if you look at from a political science point of view, this is actually a negation or a rejection of the entire mandate theory. Because what does, the political science tells us? That there will be, a kind of, elections, and will of the people is represented by the MLAs. The MLAs would choose a leader, and that person will become chief minister in a state, and at the national level, Lok Sabha MPs, they will elect a prime minister. Now, if a political party decides to play games as it was playing, and it's not, and Maya, actually, I'm, as a, again, student of political science, I'm glad that Mr. Shivkumar was able to expose that kind of hypocrisy or whatever was going on behind the scene. Because the same thing happened in Rajasthan, where there was a kind of tacit understanding or verbal understanding was there, that there will be, Mr. Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot will be sharing this 2.5 year model. Same thing was there in Chhattisgarh, where there were Bhupesh Baghel and T.S. Singh. Now, this is being very unfair to the voter. It's very unfair to both the leaders, and unfair to actually everybody.
Okay.
And that is where, and I think that is where it tells us that decision-making process in the Congress, in this case, Congress was very tardy. And we also see, Maya, in the national level, you've seen the choice of BJP chief ministers also many times. It is not democratic. So as I said, that we have a very corrupt political system, because the amount of money is used. We have a very problematic political system, because lack of propriety, and lack of ethics and morality in public life. And this third aspect is that our political parties are not democratic. They are internally, there is no trace of democracy. Some of the political parties like the BSP don't even have a party constitution. Some of the political parties have just copied, cut and paste. I mean, if you look at the, Jagan Mohan Reddy's party's manifesto, or Mamata Banerjee's party, it's all, cut and paste job of the Congress party. So, lot of it is there. If you look at even the, the BJP, they, if you read their kind of party constitution, it opens with that Gandhian socialism and positive secularism. So, so this is the thing, and we are day and out, we are told that what are the adverse repercussions of secularism. It's a political debate, but the fact of the matter is that all political parties constitutionally swear by it, whether they practice it or not. So I am saying this whole paradox, contradiction, and again, please don't think I'm just unnecessarily being critical, because you are all thinking people, we are there, among book and literature. So I'm saying, so our political system in some ways is very good, because the 80% people are voting, and it's survived. If you look at the not only the South Asia but the whole world, our democratic credentials are very good. But at the same time, it's good, but it's not perfect, and there are a lot of weaknesses are there.
It's sad, but I interested in the concept that democratic parties are not democratic themselves.
Not at all, yeah.
It's a sad thing, sad reality.
And you see, if Mr. Modi is considered as dictator, you see the same things are being done by his opponents. I have no hesitation in saying that. I'm saying as a journalist and a political observer.
Finally, you did mention it in passing that you had to hurry up this book because of the chief minister's election. Was there a lot of pressure to kind of get the book out there, because D.K. Shivkumar was chief minister of Karnataka now? How much pressure was there?
So there was, I think, publishers, because everybody, you see, friends, at the end of the day, books are also a commercial activity. So they would always want it to be when, there is a hype and all that. So I was under pressure to, kind of finish it fast. and so that the book comes out at the time when he's chief minister, and the books. I had slight disagreement, but then we have very little choice. But I think in subsequent editions, perhaps if the book is accepted by the readers, it's in the transition period in the sense, yeah. So we'll bring a lot more elements of it. I have mentioned that actually Mr. Shivkumar has been very patient. So there was a lot of temptation, and I don't want to say, so there was a lot of tussle was going on, and I think he gave interview to you also and to others saying that he would, he considers Mr. Siddaramaiah as a colleague, but he was his boss. So I think a lot of those 3 years period was very difficult. I covered a lot of his visits to Delhi, and many people would say that, why don't you take a position and show some kind of defiance and all. But he was very patient about that whole thing. So friends, I just want to, because the time is ending, in 2018, when Jyotiraditya Scindia wanted to become Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Rahul Gandhi, at that time he was Congress President, he had released a photo. And the photo was very interesting. So it had Kamal Nath, who subsequently became Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, and Jyotiraditya Scindia, and Rahul Gandhi standing in between. And there was a quote by Leo Tolstoy. It's saying that that time and patience are the biggest things of a warrior. So Jyotiraditya, of course, didn't get the import of what Tolstoy was saying, but D.K. Shivkumar, who was perhaps not as well read as Jyotiraditya, actually got the import of what Tolstoy meant and proved himself. So therefore, now if you look ahead, you see he is a chief minister. Of course, he has a very formidable challenges, and now he has no excuse. He has to deliver a lot of those urban problems of Bengaluru, and of course, the entire Karnataka. There is no either or kind of thing. The caste census and other things will go on, but people want to see development, infrastructure. 2028 is going to be a huge test whether the Congress comes to power or not. And then Maya, he has gone on a step ahead and saying that, in 2029, he would want to see, Rahul Gandhi as Prime Minister. And there were 28 Lok Sabha seats in 2024, if I remember correctly, Congress got only 6. So it's a very tall order. And these things are all, so you cannot just have a slogan, you need to deliver. So I'm saying the politician's life is very, very challenging when you become someone, and then it becomes bigger problems.
Thank you so much, Rasheed. That was delightful talking to you about your new book.
Thanks a lot,
And
Maya.
thank you all for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah.
Sir, since we are a shortage of time, there is no. Yes, sir.
Good morning and congratulations both author and Ms. Maya Sharma. Congratulations. Sir, I read your earlier books on Congress party and Congress leader. One is 24 Akbar Road. It was very objective. It analyzed the Congress party from Sitaram Kesari's period, I think. And the second book I read is Sonia, A Life. It was also very objective. And the third book you have covered is also belongs to Congress leader. I suggest and ask you, why don't you try to write about Mamata Banerjee M.K. Stalin, and K. Chandrasekhar Rao from Telangana. Do you have any plans?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words and a very good suggestion. Actually, yes, as Maya had herself said that, you need to have some kind of access and understanding. So if you're writing about somebody, you must know the why she had herself said and during the course of conversation. See, so am I in journalism, we are assigned some kind of area of specialization. Some people cover, say foreign office, foreign ministry, some do this home, some do, defense, some do political parties. In political parties also, sir, there is a, some kind of bifurcation is there. So people who cover, for instance, the BJP, then the people who cover, the Congress party. And covering means it's not just about, so we get to know about their history, way of thinking, policies, programs, of course the leadership, and leadership entails two kind of part, national leaders and state leaders, because many times state leaders become very important, like Mr. Modi was a state chief minister, became, Prime Minister, Mr. Devegowda was also there. So there are a lot of such things are there. So, and of course there are certain sometimes, sir, there is a linguistic limitations are also there. I have written, sir, a book called Neta Abhineta, Bollywood Star Power and Politics. So I am criticized that I did not take in account, the film stars of many southern states, like even Karnataka and Tamil Nadu and Andhra, Telangana. So, but my problem was that at that point of time of not only just of access, but also of language, because I required some kind of proficiency, which unfortunately I didn't have. So these are challenges, but they're very good thought you have given. In fact, this acts like a, how do I say, vitamin, oxygen, a boost. So it, when you praise, it motivates me to do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are heading to the next session. And thank you so much for the speakers for the insightful conversation. Before we move on to the next session, I would like to highlight Book Brahma 2025 Digital Footprints. The Literature Festival is not measured only by the footprints at the venue, but also the true reach is measured by how the conversation travel across cities, across countries, and also across screens. The Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 has truly traveled far. 2025 edition brought together literature lovers over 100 countries, and overall digital performance recorded on incredible 4.1 million views, which more than 5.2 million impressions. Our content generated not only 95,000 interactions, but also the videos alone crossed 1.1 million views. On Facebook, our content reached approximately 2.5 million views. On Instagram, we recorded more than 1 million views. On YouTube, our festival content crossed 120,000 views on generating the impressions of 7,900 hours of watch time. So what does these numbers really mean or tell us? These tell us that the books have no boundaries. They tell us that a conversation that brings us on the stage in Bengaluru can travel across the reader sitting in other part of India and other part of the world. So Book Brahma Festival, Literature Festival 2025 has just a festival that happened in one of the place. It becomes a literature conversation that travel across the globe.
Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Science presents third edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026 is proudly supported by our platinum partners, Mysore Sandal, Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited, LCA Electronic City Industries Association, LCTA Electronic City Industrial Township Authority, JSW Group, Prashant Prakash Family Foundation. Gold partners, MILHS Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, BLDE deemed to be University, CKPC Properties. Silver partners, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Pali Institute, Net Kallappa Trust. Oxycurve, Litker Karnataka State Leather Industries Development Corporation, Insights on India. Associate Partner, Turning Pages, KMF Nandini, Karnataka Milk Federation, Happiest Health, Bhavani Industries, MSIL Mysore Sales International Limited. Supported by Unboxing Bangalore, Government of Karnataka, Kannada and Cultural Department Karnataka, Department of Information and Public Relations Karnataka, Karnataka State Police.
Our next conversation that takes us to the world of fiction. The next session, the session partner Tallur Info Validation Private Limited. The title, The Art of Fiction Stories That Defines Our Times.
By Benjamin, Perumal Murugan, Imayam, and interpreter for this session is Aishwarya V, and moderator for this session is Ragendra Chennai.
This is a Book Brahma Bookworm Fiction of the Year Finalist conversation featuring. So let us welcome all the speakers on the stage.
I feel honored to be here with three of the greatest writers of Indian fiction. It's a very special day for the festival and also for Bengaluru and for all of us, millions of readers who have been following their fiction. We would like to, first of all, record our gratitude to these writers for allowing us to understand the contemporary world through narratives. There's a belief that truth can be understood only through fiction and narratives, and over the years, they have changed our perceptions, corrected our stereotypes, helped us to survive the hierarchies, the injustice, etc. that we see in an increasingly intolerant society. They have been very courageously engaged with the problems of a changing society where there are individual expectations, individual aspirations, but there are also the increasingly, pressurizing factors which may not lead to our fulfillment. They are, in my view, very important members of a very great humanist tradition of Indian literature. I welcome them here. All the three of them in interviews and some of the prefaces have always said that the goal and the purpose of fiction should be to write about things as they are and not as we want them to be. And they have also said that they do not want to take up this role of a teacher, of a rhetorician, of somebody who can only speak ideologically about changes. They feel that their commitment first and foremost is to tell us what life is. As Imayam sir has said, I write as I live, and I write about those who live with me, you see. And this is the background against which we are organizing this conversation with them. Therefore, I thank you for being with us. And straight away, we can go to the questions. And I have requested them that initially, the first two questions may have interlinked sub-questions also. You feel free to respond. All the three of you can respond. And Aishwarya is with us. She is the translator and interpreter. She will help us in translating the questions and also the responses that the writers make. So with this, let's go to the questions. The first question, and this we have framed in the context of what they have been writing. The question is, you write about ordinary people. The big shift you have made is from the elite classes, you have now started representing the subaltern classes, those classes which have never been allowed to speak for themselves. You have been writing about their intimate lives. Some of the details maybe you have always missed. Now the question is, do you think you have to only document the society as it exists, or do you also want to say something in order to change it? Because certainly I can see in all the three of you this repugnance, this anger against some of the inequalities. How would you look at it?
I can quickly interpret this question. நீங்கள் முக்கியமான பல கேள்விகளை உங்கள் புனை உலகத்தின் மூலமாக தொட்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். எளிய மக்களின் வாழ்வை உங்கள் புனைவு வந்து ஆவணப்படுத்துகிறதா, இல்லை சமூகம் தன்னைத்தானே பார்க்கும் பார்வையையே அது கேள்விக்குள்ளாக்குகிறதா?
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். ஒரு இலக்கியம் வந்து ஆவணத்தன்மை கொண்டது அல்ல அப்படிங்கிறதான் என்னுடைய பார்வை. அது ஒரு காலத்தின் கட்டாயத்தால் ஆவணமாக மாறுவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு இருக்கும். ஆனால் ஒரு கலைத்தன்மை கொண்ட ஒரு படைப்பு ரெண்டையும் தான் கொண்டு இருக்கும். அது ஒரு 50 வருஷம் 100 வருஷம் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் அது கலையாகவும் அடையாளப்படும், ஆவணமாகவும் அடையாளப்படும். கலைத்தன்மை குறைந்த படைப்புகள் அப்படின்னு இருக்கக்கூடியவை, அவை சிலது வந்து ஆவணமாக மட்டுமே பயன்படும். தமிழில் அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய சொல்லலாம். 19ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டுடைய தொடக்க காலத்தில் வந்த நிறைய நாவல்கள் இருக்குது. அந்த நாவல்கள் இன்றைக்கி இருக்கக்கூடிய வாசகர்கள் அதை படிக்க முடியுமா அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் எல்லாத்தையும் படிக்க முடியாது. மிகச்சில நாவல்களைத்தான் இன்றைக்கும் படிப்பது போல அது ஒரு கலைத்தன்மையோடு அமைந்திருக்கு. மற்ற படைப்புகளை நாம் சுத்தமாக புறக்கணிச்சிட முடியுமா அப்படின்னா அப்படி அவ்வளவு எளிதாகவும் புறக்கணிச்சிட முடியாது. ஏன்னா அது அந்த காலகட்டத்தினுடைய பதிவாகவும் இருக்குது. அதில் போகிற போக்கில் சொன்ன விஷயமோ அல்லது அவங்க கான்சியஸாக அவங்க சொன்ன விஷயமோ அதெல்லாம் வந்து ஆவணத்தன்மை கொண்டதாக இருக்குது. அது வரலாற்றுக்கு, சமூக வரலாற்றுக்கு, மொழி வரலாற்றுக்கு இதற்கெல்லாம் பயன்படக்கூடியதாகவும் இருக்கும்.
Literature is not fundamentally documentary in nature. It is sometimes forced to do that. However, a truly literary work will be both an artistic accomplishment and will have a certain element of documentation in it. If you look at a lot of the literature written in the 19th century, they have not aged very well as literary works of art. So they might not even be of interest to the common reader. However, you can't dismiss them because they do possess a lot of importance as significant works of not just literary history but as social history and a document of the times. And so it's important for us to have that historical consciousness, and so those cannot be ignored either.
வணக்கம். ஒரு எழுத்தாளனுக்கும் ஒரு சமூகவியலாளனுக்குமான வேறுபாட்டை இலக்கியத்தின் வழியாக அறிய முடியும். குறிப்பிட்ட இடத்தில், குறிப்பிட்ட காலத்தில், குறிப்பிட்ட சமூக மக்கள் எவ்வாறு வாழ்ந்தார்கள் என்பதை ஒரு விதத்தில் ஆவணப்படுத்துவதுதான் இலக்கியம் என்று நான் கருதுகிறேன். ஆவணத்திற்கும் இலக்கியத்திற்குமான வேறுபாட்டை அந்த புத்தகமே உங்களுக்கு உணர்த்தும். காலங்கடந்து திரும்ப திரும்ப மனித உணர்வுகள் பேசப்பட்டு கொண்டே இருக்கிறது. அந்த உணர்வுகள் எந்த அளவுக்கு உண்மையாகவும் நேர்மையாகவும் பிரதிபலித்திருக்கிறது என்பதும், அந்த குறிப்பிட்ட இடத்தில் குறிப்பிட்ட காலத்தில் குறிப்பிட்ட இன மக்கள் வாழ்ந்த வாழ்க்கையை ஒரு எழுத்தாளன் எவ்வாறு நேர்மையாகவும் உண்மையாகவும் சார்பற்ற தன்மையிலும் எழுதியிருக்கிறான் என்பதை பொறுத்து தான் அதனுடைய மதிப்பு உயர்கிறது, காலத்தில் வாழ்கிறது. இலக்கியம் எப்போதுமே கிளுகிளுப்புக்காக எழுதப்படுவதில்லை. அது ஒரு காலத்தின் ஆவணம் என்று சொல்வதில் நான் உண்மையிலேயே பெருமைதான் படுகிறேன். காலத்தை எழுதுவதுதான் எழுத்தாளனுடைய வேலை, சமூகத்தை எழுதுவதுதான் எழுத்தாளனுடைய வேலை, மக்களை எழுதுவதுதான் எழுத்தாளனுடைய வேலை. குறிப்பாக சமூகத்தால் கைவிடப்பட்ட, சமூகத்தால் புறக்கணிக்கப்பட்ட, சமூகத்தின் பார்வைக்கே வராத மக்களைத்தான் இலக்கியம் எழுதுகிறது. இந்த நாட்டில் எத்தனையோ கோடிக்கணக்கான மக்கள் இருக்கிறார்கள். அதில் சில மட்டுமே பணக்காரர்களாக இருக்கிறார்கள். பணக்காரர்களை பற்றி எழுதிய இலக்கியம் என்று ஒன்று கூட உலகளவில் இல்லை என்பதுதான் உண்மை. எப்போதுமே இலக்கியவாதி விளிம்பு நிலை மக்களின் மீது அக்கறை கொண்டிருக்கிறான் என்பதைத்தான் உலக இலக்கியம் இன்று வரை நிரூபித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. எளிய மனிதர்கள் மீது யாருக்கு அக்கறை இருக்கிறதோ, எளிய மனிதர்கள் மீது யாருக்கு பரிவு இருக்கிறதோ, எளிய மனிதர்கள் மீது யாருக்கு கரிசனை இருக்கிறதோ, கரிசனை உள்ளவன் தான் எழுத்தாளனாக இருக்க முடியும். மனிதன் மீது கரிசனை கொள்வதுதான் இலக்கியமாக இருக்க முடியும்.
It is from literature that we learn the difference between a writer and a sociologist. Whether a book is a literary work or only a document of its times is something the book will tell you on its own. But he says that a writer who is true to the specific time, place, situation and the people he is writing about is the true writer. And the truer the emotion that's reflected in that writing, that's the hallmark of great writing. And he says literature is never meant to titillate the audience. Instead, he says, I can proudly say it is a document of its times, especially of the people that the rest of the society ignores. So a true writer has to be sensitive to those people whom society ignores. And for that matter, there is across the world no serious literature written about the rich. The real history, real literature is always something that deals with the humble, the people overlooked by society. And he asserts that that's his mission in writing also. Thank you.
நான் தமிழ்ல இருந்து இதுக்கு ஒரு உதாரணம் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். தமிழினுடைய முதல் நாவல் 1879 வந்த பிரதாப முதலியார் சரித்திரம்னு அந்த நாவலை இன்னைக்கு படித்தோம்னா அதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அதனுடைய சோசியல் வேல்யூஸ், அதனுடைய ஆவணப்பதிவு, இந்த விஷயங்களையெல்லாம் விட்டுட்டும் ஒரு ரீடர் படிக்க முடியும். அதில் அவ்வளவு ஒரு ஃபோக்லோர் தன்மையோடு கொண்ட ஒரு கதை சொல்கிற முறை இருக்குது. இன்னைக்கு படிக்கக்கூடியவர்களுக்கும் சந்தோஷமாக படிக்கிற மாதிரியான ஒரு ரீடபிலிட்டி கொண்ட ஒரு நாவல் அது. அதே சமயம் அதில் நீங்கள் ஒரு ரிசர்ச் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு 19th century தமிழ்நாடு பற்றி ஒரு ரிசர்ச் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒருத்தருக்கும் அதில் மெட்டீரியல் உண்டு. நீங்கள் இப்போ ஒரு உதாரணம் சொல்கிறேன் பாருங்கள். ஒரு பெண் கல்வி அன்னைக்கு எப்படி இருந்தது, இன்னைக்கு எப்படி இருக்குதுன்னு நீங்கள் பார்க்கணும்னா பிரதாப முதலியார் சரித்திரம் ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு டாக்குமெண்ட். அதில் அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் 19ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் பெரிய டிபேட் நடந்தது, பெண்கள் படிக்கலாமா கூடாதா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. அதில் பிரதாப முதலியார் சரித்திரம் எழுதின வேதநாயகம் பிள்ளை பெண்கள் படிக்கலான்னு சொல்கிறாரு. ஆனால் அவர் என்னென்னா லிமிட் பண்ணுறாரு. அவர் என்ன சொல்கிறாருன்னா, பெண்கள் படிச்சுக்கலாம், எதுக்காகனா குழந்தைகளுக்கு கொஞ்சம் சொல்லித்தர்றதுக்காக படிச்சுக்கலாம். அதற்கப்புறம் நம்ம புராணங்கள் இதிகாசங்களில் வரக்கூடிய நலாயினி, தமயந்தி, இந்த மாதிரியான கற்புக்கரசிகளுடைய கதைகளை தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு அதை இவங்க கடைபிடிக்கிறதுக்காகவும் படிக்கலாம். இவ்வளவுதான் அவங்களுடைய எல்லை, இதுக்கு மேலே அவங்களுக்கு தேவையில்லை அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாரு. இப்போ இன்றைக்கி நாம் இந்த விஷயத்தை நாம் எப்படி பார்க்குறோங்கிற கேள்வி இருக்குது இல்லைங்களா? ஆக இது ஒரே ஒரு படைப்பு ஆவணமாகவும் இருக்கும், கலைத்தன்மையோடும் இருக்குங்கிறதுக்கு அந்த நாவல் நல்ல ஒரு உதாரணம்.
Very quickly, the very first novel written in Tamil in 1879 called Pratapa Mudaliyar Charitram is equally interesting as a literary work and as a social document. And he says it has a very folklorish and narrative style and has a great readability even today. And so it can just be a standalone amusing read for anyone. But at the same time, it's interesting how it documents the 19th century debates on the state of women's education. Like there were debates on people insisting that women must be given the right to education and those opposing it. And those who were in favor of it were still putting a lot of limitations on why women ought to study. So those attitudes are fascinating to learn about. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I have to be very proud to be the part of this session and part of Book Brahma. Actually, Book Brahma is a great initiative to connect all South Indian languages under the one umbrella. We do have separate languages, separate culture, and still we have something in common. We have to start to tell we are South Indians, we have South Indian common literature or culture. I always think about the Latin American literature, now we called Latin American. Before it was Peruvian literature, before it was Argentinian literature, before it was Colombian literature. They decided to be in one umbrella and go to the world as a Latin American literature. Then it will become a huge success. Like we as also, we move forward and think about the South Indian literature, and we have to travel in many ways to the world. Anyway, thank you very much. We all are regional writers. We have our own constraint to describe our literature or mind in another language, in English. It is very difficult. Still, I am trying to tell something. Anyway, literature is not at all the photocopy of life. It is the inner and emotional truth of human experience. In the book Reading Lolita in Tehran by Asar Nafisi, she tells that literature or fiction is the revelation of truth. She using the word epiphany of truth. Epiphany is a Christian theological word. It is the revelation. It is not the photocopy of life at all. It is something else. This is what she is telling. You think about the goddess. Some of you are read it maybe. It is actually, when you think about it, it might be a one column news in a newspaper. I have read so many such a news in newspaper. We found a person in desert. He was trapped there for 20 years, and he forgot his language, like that. It is all ended in one column. But while we come to the literature, it elaborated into a 240-page. It with full of emotion, with full of cries, with experience, and so many things are including in the fiction. So we cannot compare the history, or we cannot compare the news with the fiction. It is entirely different. History or news will give you the position of what happened to the incident, but the fiction writer is giving you the what felt to that incident. This is what we are trying to tell you through our books. It will awake our sense of compassion, sense of justice, or moral sense. This is why the difference between a history book or a fiction book. That's why we are writing our fiction in our own ways. Otherwise, we must see in newspapers some news or in a history book. We are inviting you to see the world in a different way. You may know the history, you may know the incidents, but we are inviting you to see the world in a different way, in a different angle, and with a different lens. Think about the Jasmine Days, one of my another novel. It is telling about the people who are living in a country as a as a second class citizen, the emotions and the issues also of that person. This is what we are hearing, or we heard such a news from around the world, but when we are living there, the experience is entirely different. The great writer Abraham Verghese, in his novel Covenant of Water, is saying that one of the character is asking to another character, why you are reading fictions? It is lot of lies. It is full of lies. The other character is telling that yes, fictions are great lies that tells the truth about how the world lives. We are telling that the truth about the world, how the world is living, how the world lives. So fiction is entirely different from the history. Fiction is entirely different from the newspaper news. Thank you.
Thank you. I was greatly delighted by a comment which Perumal Murugan had made as a preface to one of his novels, saying that he also learned a great deal from the stories he wrote. You know, this is the miracle of narratives and short stories, that the very act of creating them also in a way educates you. Continuing the discussion we have had, one point made was that it's a unique or a distinct kind of thing. You know, you can't call it a report or a documentation. It's a well-known fact. The other point that I would like to add is all the three of them are important not only for their thematic concerns, but what they have done to the craft and art of storytelling, each one of them. I don't think we can meet writers of the depth and of the aesthetic craftsmanship of Murugan or Imayam or Benjamin. That I think is important. Now, when you say that you are looking into the society, trying to talk about it, there are challenges also. The next question is about that. You know, they have been writing about those spaces which many writers may not want to enter into. For example, the caste oppression in rural societies, the violence relating to our hardening and rigid notions about caste and tradition. They have also been writing about the victimization of women. I was sharing it with one of the writers here, that a novel like Pyre, you know, and a novel like A Woman Burned, they are telling us a horrible truth that it's not just injustice to women, but it's the annihilation of women, their body and their soul. Are we leading to such a society? These are the questions that they have been taking up. Benjamin has been writing about, you know, migration, which is sometimes like indentured labor and slavery, and the unending suffering. So all these are the issues they are taking up. My question is, you know, when you take up these very challenging spaces about which there are, you know, already
பலவிதமானவை பலவிதமானவை நுட்பமாக ஆராய்கிறது. இப்போ சாதி, வகுப்பு, பாலினம், இது சம்பந்தமான ஒடுக்குமுறைகளை வந்து உங்கள் புனை உலகம் பேசுது. ஆனால் இந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனைகள், அதை பற்றி பலர் ஏற்கனவே பல கருத்துக்கள், நம்பிக்கைகள்லாம் வச்சிருக்கிற நேரத்தில் ஒரு எழுத்தாளர் இந்த பிரச்சனைகளுக்குள்ள எவ்வளவு தூரம் போகலாம், எவ்வளவு தூரம் போகிறது சரியாக இருக்கும்?
பிரச்சனைன்னு தெரிஞ்சால் அதனுடைய கடைசி எல்லை வரைக்கும் போகலாம். அதுதான் ரைட்டருடைய வேலை. பயந்துக்கிட்டு அரசியலுக்காக அல்லது வந்து சமூகத்தினுடைய தாக்குதலுக்காக பயந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறது எழுத்தாளருடைய வேலை இல்லை. சமூகத்தில் அது ஜாதியாக இருக்கலாம், மதமாக இருக்கலாம், பெண்ணிய அடக்குமுறையாக இருக்கலாம், வேறு பொருளாதார அடக்குமுறையாக இருக்கலாம். சமூகத்தில் எங்கெல்லாம் கொடூரம் இருக்கோ அதற்கு முதல் குரலாக கொடுக்குறோம் எழுத்தாளர். அதனுடைய எல்லை, கடைசி எல்லை வரைக்கும் போகக்கூடிய மனம் இருக்குது. அந்த கோபம் இந்த சமூகத்தில் இவ்வளோ அழுக்குகள் இருக்குது, சமூகத்தில் இந்த அழுக்குகள்லாம் இருக்கக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு ஒரு கோபத்தின் வெளிப்பாடாக தான் எழுத்து இருக்குது. ஆகவே ஒரு எழுத்தாளர் இந்த எல்லைக்குள்ளே தான் நிற்கணும் அல்லது இந்த எல்லைக்குள்ளே தாண்டக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கலாம் இல்லை. எல்லா எல்லைக்கும் போகக்கூடிய சுதந்திரத்தை கொடுக்கறது தான் எழுத்து.
He says you should go to the very limits of the problem. There is no such thing as limiting a writer, because wherever you sense a problem is, wherever you sense that there is oppression in society, the first voice of rebellion must come from the writer. He has to express his anger about that situation. And so writing is liberatory in nature, and it gives you the freedom to talk about these problems and go to their very limits. And it's kind of contradictory to say that the writer must have any kind of limitation at all.
இமயம் சொன்ன அதே கருத்து தான். எழுத்தாளருக்கு ஒரு எல்லை இல்லை. கருத்துரிமை நமக்கு ஒரு எழுத்தாளர் எந்த எல்லை வரைக்கும் வேணாலும் போகலாம் அப்படிங்கிறதுல எனக்கு உடன்பாடு தான். அதே சமயம் ஒரு எழுத்தாளர் ஆக்டிவிஸ்ட்டு கிடையாது. அதனால் நம்ம எழுத்துக்கு ஒரு பிரச்சனையினுடைய சாரம் எந்த அளவுக்கு எடுத்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டுமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் போதுங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய பார்வை. ஏன்னா ஒரு புனைவுங்கிறது சமூக உறவுகளை, மனித உறவுகளை, தனி மனித உறவுகளை, இல்லை தனி மனிதன் சமூகத்தோடு கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய உறவுகளை ஆராய்வது தான் ஒரு புனைவினுடைய அடிப்படை அம்சம். ஆக அதற்கு நமக்கு ஜாதியோ மதமோ பாலினமோ அது எந்த அளவுக்கு தேவையோ அந்த அளவுக்கு இருந்தால் போதுங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய பார்வை. மற்றபடி ஒரு அதில் குறிப்பாக தகவல்கள் கூட ஒரு படைப்பாளனுக்கு சும்மா ஒரு அளவான தகவல்கள் ஒரு படைப்பை எழுதுறதுக்கு போதுன்னா அதோடு நிறுத்திக்கலாம். மற்றபடி ஒரு சோசியல் ஆக்டிவிஸ்ட்டோ அல்லது ஒரு ஹிஸ்டாரியனோ அவங்க அவங்களுக்கு ஏராளமான தகவல்கள் தேவைப்படும். அவற்றையெல்லாம் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, செய்வாங்க. ஆனால் ஒரு படைப்பாளனுக்கு அவ்வளவு தேவையில்லை. ஒரு படைப்புக்கு அதுவும் இந்த உறவுகளை ஆய்வு செய்வதற்கான அளவுக்கு தகவல்கள் இருந்தால் போதும். அதுதான் ஒரு அதில் எல்லை தேவைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
He says he agrees with Imayam sir that writers must not be placed under any limitation. Their freedom of expression should not be limited by anybody. Yet it's also important to have the clarity that the writer, fiction writer especially, is not an activist. So the writer must therefore use his material selectively. He can study all of the things that are happening in society, and yet the function of fiction is to sort of analyze the relationship between the individual and the society. And this can be in the context of so many social structures like caste, religion, gender, and so on. And even then, the amount of material that the writer gathers is not, could be the same as what an activist or a sociologist might gather, but what they use in their fiction must be something that serves their artistic purpose. And so they need not document everything extensively the way an activist or sociologist might do for their purpose. Thank you.
Every person have our own limitation. I do have so many limitations of cultural limitations. I do have language limitations, so many limitations. But we have to, while you are in front of the story, while you are writing the story, you should cross the limitations, and we must go to tell the truth to the world. We should earn the courage from the writing itself, and we should be very truthful to the society. When I am writing the God Days, I was working there in Gulf countries. I can write the story in a different way, but it is not at all a truthful story. If you want to write something, it should be very truthful to the reality. So I should take some courage. From where we get that courage means I am always thinking about the past great writers who hanged, who poisoned, who killed, who stoned to tell the truth to the world. think about so many great writers, Victor Hugo exiled, Dostoevsky jailed, or Ken Saro-Wiwa hanged, Rushdie, Salman Rushdie, or Taslima Nasreen, or Perumal Murugan. They all are faced so many issues to tell the truth to the world. So I am gaining the power of to tell the truth from such writers. So I have to follow them. But at the same time, we have some political stance. While I am writing, I have my own vision, my own perspectives, my own observation, political vision. So I will implement that one in that. That's why my novels are unique. His novel is his own style, his own ways. So every person has his own perspectives, vision, and observation. So that's why my novel is different, and I am trying to put those things into that novel also, because I am not away from myself. I am also inside the novel. My thoughts are there, my visions are there. Altogether, the novel is, or the fiction will be there.
எழுத்தில் வந்து ரெண்டு வகை இருக்குது. தனி மனித வாழ்க்கைக்கு முன்னுரிமை கொடுக்கறது ஒரு வகையான எழுத்து, சமூக வாழ்க்கைக்கு முன்னுரிமை கொடுக்கறது இன்னொரு எழுத்து. உதாரணமாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் பழைய சிஎம் ஜெயலலிதா அவர்கள் பிரச்சாரத்தின் போது தருமபுரியில், விருத்தாச்சலத்தில், கடலூரில் ஒரு 16 பெண்கள் கூட்ட நெரிசலில் இறந்து போயிட்டாங்க. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், தமிழ்நாட்டில் இப்போ இருக்கிற முதலமைச்சர் கரூரில் 42 பேர் இறந்து போயிட்டாங்க. பம்பாயில் அமித்ஷா கலந்துக்கிட்ட ஒரு கூட்டத்தில் 12 பெண்கள் இறந்து போயிட்டாங்க. எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு கேள்வி தான், இவ்வளோ பெண்களை ஒரு நாளைக்கு 500 ரூபா அல்லது 200 ரூபா கொடுத்து கூட்டுட்டு போகிறோம். ஆயிரக்கணக்கான பெண்களை கூட்டுட்டு போய் காலையில் 8 மணிக்கு உட்கார வச்சு சாயங்காலம் 3 மணிக்கு வராங்க. அந்த வெயிலில், அந்த தாகத்தில், ஒன்றுக்கு போக கூட வழி இல்லாமல் அந்த கூட்ட நெரிசலில் உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. அதில் இறந்து போயிடுறாங்க. இதை எழுதணுமா வேணாமா? இதுக்கு அரசியல் எல்லை இருக்குது, ஒரு எழுத்தாளனுக்கு எல்லை இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொன்னால், அப்போ எதை நீங்கள் இலக்கியமாக எழுதுவீங்க அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கேள்வி இருக்குது. எல்லாரும் சில எழுத்தாளர்கள் எனக்கு அரசியல், என்னுடைய எழுத்துல அரசியலே இல்லை, என்னுடைய கவிதையில் அரசியல் இல்லை அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. எழுதுறதே ஒரு அரசியல் தான். அரசியல் செய்யறதுக்காக தான் எழுதுகிறாங்க. ஆகவே எழுத்தாளனுக்கு எல்லா பிரச்சனையிலும் தலையிட உரிமை இருக்குது, எல்லா கேள்விகளும் கேட்கறதுக்கு உரிமை இருக்குது. எல்லாரை விடவும் சமூகத்தின் மீது அதிக அக்கறை கொண்டிருப்பதனால் அதிக கேள்விகளை எழுத்தாளன் தான் கேட்க முடியும். நான் வாழ்க வாழ்கன்னு ஜெயலலிதாவை அந்த ஸ்டாம்ப் பேட் நிகழ்ச்சியை வச்சு எழுதியிருக்கேன். அதுக்கு பின்னாடி திரும்ப திரும்ப சமூகத்தில் இந்த மாதிரி கூட்ட நெரிசல் செத்து போகிறவங்களை வரும்போதெல்லாம் அது நினைவு கொள்ளப்படுது. அப்போது சமூகத்தில் நேரடியாக இன்றைக்கு என்ன சமூகத்தில் நடக்குதோ அதுக்கு உடனடியாக எதிர்வினை ஆற்ற வேண்டிய வல்லமையும் நேர்மையும் உண்மையும் துணிவும் எழுத்தாளனுக்கு மட்டுமே அதிகமாக இருக்கும், பிறருக்கு இருக்காதுன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. அதற்கு அதை எழுத்தின் வழியாக எப்போதும் காலத்தில் நிற்கக்கூடிய, காலத்தில் வாழக்கூடிய ஒரு ஆவணமாக மாற்றுகிற வல்லமை, நியாயத்தின்பாலான கோபம், உண்மையின்பாலான கோபம், சமூகத்தின் மீதான அன்பின் வெளிப்பாட்டிற்கு அரசியல் ஒரு தடையாக இருக்க முடியாது, அரசியல் ஒரு எல்லையாக இருக்க முடியாது, குறிப்பாக எழுத்தாளனுக்கு.
He's recalling this, he says there are two kinds of writing, writing that foregrounds the individual life and writing that foregrounds the social life. And he gives this example of when Tamil Nadu has this had the Chief Minister Jayalalitha. There were 16 women who died of stampede in a gathering to meet her. I mean, where she was addressing. And then when the present Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Vijay, was visiting for some election campaign, 42 people died of stampede in the place called Karur. And then with a meeting in front of a meeting where Amit Shah was addressing people, 18 people died in a stampede. So he's asking this question of, now all of these people were probably not brought there, I mean, did not gather there on their own. They were probably given money to kind of like just build up a crowd. And these women have been dehydrated, sitting there all day without even being able to use the toilet and so on. So now, if a writer is concerned about these people, should he write about this or not? Would that be literature or not? And so he says, if a writer is placed under any kind of limits, then that's not valid for writing. And there are some people who might say that their poetry or fiction is apolitical, but he says the very act of writing is already political, and the writer has the right to question everything. His concern for the society, his empathy for the marginalized, his anger about injustice, these are the things that fuel the writing. And so there is no meaning in placing any kind of a limitation on a writer. And the writer is the first who has the strength and the righteous anger to respond to every injustice in society. His must be the first voice to respond immediately. And those responses will live on as literature, and they can then be quoted on so many different occasions when a similar situation arises. He gives the example of a poem called Varga Varga that he wrote in connection with the Jayalalitha incident, and that has then been repeatedly brought up when these other stampedes have happened. So that's what a writing does. It endures and speaks to the situation beyond the time that sparked it.
Thank you, sir.
நம்முடைய இந்திய பிரதமர் இந்தியா வந்து வல்லரசு ஆகிட்டு இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிகிட்டே இருக்கார். தினம் வந்து விண்வெளிக்கு ராக்கெட்டு அனுப்பிக்கிட்டே இருக்குல்ல, பெருமை கொள்கிறார். ஆனால் இந்தியாவில் இருக்கிற கிராமப்புற பெண்களுக்கு கழிவிட வசதியை ஏற்படுத்தி தரத்தை பற்றி நம்ம இன்ன வரைக்கும் யோசிக்கவே இல்லை. விண்வெளியை பற்றி அவர் ரொம்ப கவலைப்பட்டு பேசுகிறார். இதை கேட்கணுமா வேண்டாமா? இன்றைக்கி இந்தியாவில் எத்தனை பெண்கள், நீங்கள் ரயிலில் போகும்போது தெரியும், பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, பொது கழிப்பிடம் தான் இருக்குது இன்றைக்கி. ரெண்டாவது வந்து இந்திய பிரதமர் 2 முறை தொலைக்காட்சியில் தோன்றி பேசினார். ஒன்று டீலிமிட்டேஷன் பற்றி பேசினார். அன்னைக்கு இந்தியா வந்து ரோட்டுக்கு வந்து நின்றுச்சு. 2வது முறை லாக்டவுன் பற்றி பேசினார். அன்றைக்கும் இந்தியா ரோட்டுக்கு வந்துருச்சு. இதை பற்றி பேசணுமா பேச வேண்டாமா எழுத்தாளர்?
Even today we see that the Prime Minister of the country is proud to brag about the space programs that are launched, rockets that are sent into space every day. But we barely ever have a conversation about women lacking in sufficient toilets in rural areas. And in many even public places across different places, you see women crammed into places where they don't even have access to sanitation. So is it a duty of a writer to talk about this or not? And similarly, he says the present Prime Minister also appeared twice on national television, one on the occasion of announcing demonetization and one on the occasion of announcing the lockdown. On both occasions, the whole nation came to the streets. Now, is this the duty of the writer to write about this or not? And so you can draw your conclusions.
It is not our duty to make everyone happy. It may hurt someone. The stories are not written to make everyone happy. It will hurt family, it may hurt society, it will hurt the religion or tradition or so-called national interest and so many things. We are here to tell the truth to the world. We are not to make everyone happy. This is the way we are writing.
You had made a remark in the first answer that you gave in the discussion. This was about why not we conceptualize South Indian literature. I want to expand it a little more. All of you have been writing about regions within Tamil Nadu, both of you, and Benjamin has also been writing about something that has a regional kind of a nuance about it. But we have experienced that this cannot be called regional, this cannot be called Tamil or Malayalam. It is Indian, and not just Indian, it is global literature. And that's why it has been received so well. So the question is, if we believe that contemporary fiction in India, written in many languages, is telling us about today's society, one of the things that has been repeatedly taken up by these three writers is the individual aspirations, the need to fulfill one's own desires. It always runs, contrary to what the society and the political world they want to impose in the name of tradition, in the name of nationalism, etc. This is the one point I want to make, just to give a little other direction to our conversation here. Their writing is not only about, revealing what's wrong with the society. They have written with a great tenderness and understanding about what individuals want, For example, in Half a Woman, it's a lovely, beautiful married life, and later leads to tragedy because of things beyond them. In the other novels also, we see the same thing. In one of the important novels by Benjamin, Jasmine Days, there is a realization, because we were mentioning nationality. I'll just mention that quickly because we need time. One of the important personages in that novel is a Pakistani woman who is a radio jockey in one of the unnamed places called the city. And when the revolution begins there, she has been earlier talking about, because she has been brought up in Pakistan, how can we trust Indians? Are they trustworthy? She learns by experience. But during the time of turmoil, she says, I realized that nationalities do not matter. It is us, it is we. Is that what Indian fiction is trying to present to us? On the one hand, all these dynamism, changes have given individuals aspirations. Women, importantly, for the first time they're able to articulate what they want. But at the same time, there are all the forces acting against it. Can we say this confrontation is probably the theme of what can emerge as Indian literature now in the contemporary world?
In earlier days, we consider the Indian language as Indian English literature. Even V.S. Naipaul, Salman Rushdie, all are telling that all regional writings are substandard Indian writings, and actual Indian writing is Indian English writing. But nowadays we know that the regional writing is the real Indian writing. No doubt that. Think about the JCB prize. Out of 7, 5 are won by the regional writers. 2 Indian English writers has won, but 5 are won by the regional writing. That much courageous, strong, and different is Indian writing. We have to realize that the real world, actually Indian village life is documenting in those fictions. So we have to recognize that way. Recently, I read a novel that is also JCB winning novel, Khalid Jawa's Paradise of Food. I don't know whether you read or not. One of the most beautifully written Urdu novel. It is written in Urdu, not in English. See, that much variety in the fiction, in Indian literature. So we are so proudly writing in our own literature, our own language, and saying that this is the real Indian literature.
I am reminded of what Anant Murthy tried to do with the slogan of Sahitya Academy. The original motto was, Indian literature is one, although written in many languages. Anant Murthy said, we'll change it to this, Indian literature is one because it is written in many languages. I think that is the way in which we should be thinking. Murugan sir will respond to the question I had posed.
இது ஒரு காலத்தை பிராந்திய எழுத்துன்னு சொல்லப்பட்டது வந்து இன்னைக்கு அதுதான் இன்னைக்கு உலக இலக்கியமாக வெளிவருது. அதில் வந்து வெறும் சமூக பிரச்சனைகள்ங்கிறது மட்டும் அதையும் தாண்டி இப்போ ஒரு தனி மனிதனுடைய ஒரு வாழ்க்கை முறை, இப்போ ஒரு கல்யாணமானவர்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அணுக்கம், அந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள் அது எல்லாத்தையும் உங்கள் புனைவு எழுதுது. அப்போ தனி மனித சுதந்திரத்துக்கும் குடும்பம், சமூகம், பாரம்பரியம் போன்றதுக்குள்ள அந்த ஒரு மோதலை வந்து நீங்கள் எப்படி கையாளுறீங்க? அது எந்த விதத்தில் ஒரு உலக இலக்கியமாக விளங்க முடியும்?
பென்யாமின் சொன்னதுடைய தொடர்ச்சியாக நான் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். பொதுவாக நமக்கு இந்தியன் லிட்ரேச்சர்னு அடையாளப்படுத்தும் போது தமிழ், மலையாளம், கன்னடம், இன்னும் ஒடியா, பஞ்சாபி இப்படியான லாங்குவேஜஸில் எழுதக்கூடியதையெல்லாம் பல இடங்கள்லேயும் ரீஜனல் லிட்ரேச்சர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, லோக்கல் லிட்ரேச்சர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அது தொடர்ந்து நாங்கள் எல்லாமே எல்லா ஃபெஸ்டிவல்லையாகட்டும் எல்லா நிகழ்ச்சிகள்லையுமே அதை கண்டம் பண்ணி தான் பேசிட்டு வரோம். அப்போ வந்து இந்தியன் லிட்ரேச்சர்னால் இங்கிலீஷில் எழுதுறதும் ஹிந்தியில் எழுதுறதையும் சேர்த்துக்கிறீங்களா அப்படின்னு கேட்போம். இந்தியன் லிட்ரேச்சர்னு சொல்லும்போது இந்தியன் லாங்குவேஜஸ் எல்லாத்துலேயும் எழுதக்கூடியதை சேர்த்து தான் சொல்ல முடியும். ஆக இப்போ தமிழ் லிட்ரேச்சர் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் அது ரீஜனல் லிட்ரேச்சர்னு அது ஒரு ஒதுக்குற ஒரு பார்வையாக இருக்குது. அப்படி இல்லாமல் அதுவும் இந்தியன் லிட்ரேச்சர் தான், இந்தியன் லாங்குவேஜில் எழுதுகிற லிட்ரேச்சர்னு சொல்லணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய பார்வை. அதை தொடர்ந்தும் வந்து முன் வச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். நம்ம பொறுத்த வரைக்கும், இந்தியாவை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இப்போ இங்கிலீஷ் வந்து இந்தியாவுடைய எந்த மாநிலத்திலையும் அந்த மாநில மொழியாக பேசக்கூடிய இது கிடையாது. அப்போ அது பேசக்கூடியவர்கள் அதை தங்களுடைய தாய்மொழியாக கொண்டோ அல்லது வேறு இந்தியன் லாங்குவேஜஸ் ஏதாவது ஒன்று தாய்மொழியாக இருந்து இங்கிலீஷை தங்களுடைய அன்றாட வாழ்க்கைக்கு பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய பிரிவோ ரொம்ப ரொம்ப குறைவானவர்கள். அவர்களை பற்றி நாம் எழுதும்போது நம்முடைய நில அமைப்போ நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையோ பெருசாக வர்றதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு இல்லை அப்படின்னு தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அதனால் நமக்கு இப்போ இந்தியா முழுக்க ஒட்டுமொத்த நிலப்பரப்பையும் எடுத்து பார்க்கும்போது பலவிதமான நில அமைப்பு இருக்குது. இப்போ தென்னிந்தியாவுக்கும் வட இந்தியாவுக்குமான நில அமைப்பே வேறு, அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் வேறு, அப்போ அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரியான உணவு வேறு, அப்போ அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரியான வாழ்க்கை முறை வந்து இருக்கும். அதனால் இது எல்லாத்தையும் கலந்து தான் நாம் வந்து பார்க்கணும் அப்படின்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
I have always been strongly against this label of regional literature, because I look at Indian literature as that which is written in all of Indian languages. There has been constantly a sort of a dismissive label of regional attached to a lot of writings coming from Indian languages. But then the question is, what is Indian literature? Indian literature is that which is written in every language in India. In fact, if you think about it, there's only a very tiny sliver of society in all of India that speaks English as its first language, or like operates every day within the linguistic sphere of English. English is incidentally not even the local language in a single state in the region. Like different regions have different languages of their own. And so when people live and live their lives and write in that kind of a sphere, they cannot probably capture authentically any of the landscapes or the traditional crops or foods or any of the culturally specific elements of that particular life. So that writing kind of ends up being superficial on that account alone. And therefore, he says, you cannot dismiss the authentic Indian literature coming from all of these regions as with a restrictive label. Thank you.
அதாவது ரீஜனல் ரைட்டிங்குக்கும் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ரைட்டிங்குக்கும் ஒரு எல்லை இருக்குது. இப்போ நான் எழுதின கோவேறு கவிதைகள் 1994 எழுதின அந்த நாவல் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு மட்டும்தான் பொருந்தும் அல்லது இந்தியாவுக்கு மட்டும்தான் பொருந்தும். அந்த வாழ்க்கை முறை இங்கே மட்டும்தான் தெரியும், வெளிநாட்டு ரைட்டர்ஸுக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது. அது வந்து ஒரு வண்ணார் சமூகத்தை பற்றின ஒரு நாவல். அந்த வாழ்க்கை முறை கிட்டத்தட்ட முடிஞ்சு வந்துருச்சு. அப்போது அந்த வாழ்க்கை முறை இன்னும் 100 ஆண்டுகள் கழிச்சு இந்த நாவல் வெறும் ஆவணமாக தான் இருக்கும். இப்போ அதே வந்து இப்போ லாக்டவுன் பற்றி சால்ட் வெண்டர்னு ஒரு நாவல் இருக்கு. இது இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் நாவல், ஆனால் தமிழ் மொழியில் எழுதப்படுது. இப்போ ஐ ஆம் அலைவ் ஃபார் நவ் தமிழில் வந்து இப்போது உயிரோடு இருக்கிறேன் நான் எழுதணும். கிட்னி டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பேஷண்ட் சந்திக்கக்கூடிய பிரச்சனைகள், இது இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லைஃப். அது ரீஜனல் லைஃப்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. ஒரு மொழியில் ஒரே நேரத்தில் அந்த நிலத்து வாழ்க்கையும் எழுதும், உலக வாழ்க்கை துயரத்தையும் எழுதும். அப்போது ஒரு ரைட்டர் அந்த நிலத்துக்கான வாழ்க்கையை மட்டும்தான் எழுதுவார், அவரால் சர்வதேச இலக்கியத்தை எழுத முடியாது அல்லது சர்வதேச துயரத்தை எழுத முடியாது அப்படின்னு ஒன்று இல்லை. இந்திய வாழ்க்கை ஒவ்வொரு மொழியும் அந்த நிலத்தினுடைய வாழ்க்கை தான் எழுது. இப்போ அந்த விதத்தில் நமக்குன்னு சில பண்புகள் இருக்குது, அது நம்முடைய இலக்கியத்தில் வெளிப்படுது. உலக சமூகத்திற்கு வேறு பண்பு இருக்குது, அந்த பண்பு வெளிப்படுது. ஆகவே நம்ம என்ன நினைக்கிறோம்னா, உலக வெளிநாடுகளில் அதாவது குறிப்பாக ஆங்கில மொழிகளில் எழுதப்படுகிறது தான் உச்சபட்ச சிறந்த நாவல் அல்லது அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறோம். இல்லை, அந்தந்த மொழியிலையும் சிறந்த உச்சத்தை தொட்ட நாவல்கள் இருக்குது. என்னை பொறுத்தளவில் ஒரே நேரத்தில் 2 விதமான மனநிலை கொண்டவராக இருக்கார். ஒன்று ரீஜனல் ரைட்டராகவும் இருக்கார், அவர் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ரைட்டராகவும் இருக்கார். ஆகவே ஒரு எல்லைக்குள்ள அல்லது ஒரு நிலப்பரப்புக்குள்ள எழுத்தாளனையோ அந்த டெக்ஸ்டையோ அடக்க வேண்டாங்கிறது என்னுடைய கருத்து.
He's saying there is in some instances a difference between what is very specifically Indian writing and what is international writing. But the point is, both can coexist in the same language and they can be written by the same writer. It's simply a matter of who the work addresses. And he gives the example of Koveru Kazhaigal, which he wrote about the life of washermen's community. And he says that's very specific to the Indian context. A reader abroad might not even have this context and they might not appreciate it, and fundamentally it is not written for them. It is addressed to a very specific time and place and set of audience in society, and those are the people it's written for, and that is all right. But he's also written this book that's been translated as I Am Alive for Now. And that book is about organ transplants, and those people are, and that story has an international appeal. It's the story of every person in the world. And so he says it's meaningless to simply split things as regional or international writer. It's like it's all writing coming from the same place. Each literature addresses its own land, but can speak to the world based on each work's individual purpose. Thank you.
I wish we could go on and on. There are so many questions to ask. But I think we can conclude on this note by also paying a tribute to the wonderful translators. This is most important. They always remain anonymous. My point is, we can discover Indian literature when there are translators from all languages, and it's already reached the global world. It was very, very enlightening to listen to all of you. I was thinking that we have just started the conversation, but it says we want to thank all of you. And I request the audience to please sit down for a minute. There's a very important announcement to be made. Kindly be with us just for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have the great honor of announcing the winner of Book Brahma, Bookworm Fiction of the Year 2026. I'll read out the citation. Please be with me. Dear friends, after that wonderful and enriching conversation with some of the finest voices in Indian literature, it's now my privilege and pleasure to announce the winner of the Book Brahma, Bookworm Fiction of the Year 2026. This year, we received around 98 entries across South Indian languages. We are truly grateful to every author, every translator and publisher who shared their work with us. Each entry represented a different literary world, and many of them were exceptional in their own ways. After a careful and rigorous process of reading and evaluation, our jury shortlisted 5 remarkable works. I'm reading out the titles of the 5 shortlisted works. First one, Sakina's Kiss, Vivek Shanbag, translated by Srinath Perur. Second one, The Second Book of Prophets by Benjamin, translated by, what's the ministry? Yes. The third one is Firebird by Perumal Murugan, translated by Chenni Kannan. The fourth one, The Dark Hours of the Night by Salma, who should have been with us, but She had another assignment, she's not here with us. Then written by Salma, translated by J.J.V. Prasad. The fifth one, The Woman Burned by Imayam, translated by C.J.V. Prasad. These are the five which were shortlisted. Being shortlisted is itself a significant recognition. I would go all out and say these are the five best writings we have gone through. These five books represent extraordinary writing and translation, and we are honored to have had the opportunity to celebrate them. Choosing one winner from such a distinguished shortlist was understandably a very difficult task. The jury had the difficult task of choosing one winner from five deeply accomplished works. After much consideration, the book Brahma, Bookworm Fiction of the Year is awarded to, I'm going to read out the name of the winner, but please wait after that also. There's a citation where the jury tells us why this book was the ultimate winner. This year's Book Brahma, Bookworm Fiction of the Year is awarded to the work Firebird, original author Perumal, Murugan, and translator Janani Kannan. Heartiest congratulations. I wish there were 5 prizes. I'll read out the jury's comments. I hope I have 1 minute to 2 minutes just to read out the comments of the jury on this book. The jury recognized Firebird for several qualities that make it an exceptional work of fiction. It's a powerful novel rooted deeply in Tamil rural life while engaging with universal questions, family, dignity, migration, aspiration, and social change. Its emotional depth is achieved with remarkable restraint and without sentimentality. The jury also particularly appreciated Janani Kannan's translation, which carries the rhythm, silences, emotional textures of the original with very great sensitivity. The translation reads naturally and confidently as a work of literature on its own right. Firebird also balances accessibility with literary complexity. It invites a wide range of readers while offering considerable depth for those who engage with it more closely. Perhaps most importantly, it demonstrates what great literature and great translation can achieve. A story deeply rooted in one language and culture can travel far beyond its original boundaries and speak meaningfully to readers everywhere. On behalf of the Book Brahma Foundation, Book Brahma and Bookworm, I extend my warmest congratulations to Perumal, Murugan and Janani Kannan. My heartfelt congratulations also go to Vivek Sharbag, Srinath Perur, Benjamin, Ministiyas, Salma, C.J.V. Prasad, and Imayam for being part of the remarkable shortlist. For us, this award is not only about choosing a winner, it's about creating a space where Indian writing and translation can be discovered, celebrated, and carried to new readers. Thank you to our jury, publishers, authors, translators, readers, and everyone who made this initiative possible. Congratulations to the winner of Book Brahma, Bookworm Fiction of the Year 2026, Firebird by Perumal Murugan, translated by Janani Kannan. This award will be presented tomorrow during the valedictory ceremony of the Book Brahma Literature. May I request the audience to stand up and give a standing ovation to Sri Perumal Murugan. Thank you, audience. Thank you, participants. Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations, sir. ನಾಳೆ ಇದೇ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬುಕ್ವರ್ಮ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಇಯರ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ವಿನ್ನರ್ಗೆ ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲಿಕೆಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅಂದರೂ ಅದೇ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕ. ಈಗ 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಟೆಲಿಲಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಚಂದ್ರಕೀರ್ತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 1:45ರಿಂದ 2 ಗಂಟೆ ತನಕ ಯಂಗ್ ವಾಯ್ಸಸ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಅರ್ನಿ CN ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50 ತನಕ ಪ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಶೇಪ್ಸ್ ಆಕಾರಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಆಟ ವಿತ್ ನಿಹಾರಿಕಾ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 5 ಗಂಟೆ ತನಕ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆಯ ಹೊತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಬೆಂಬ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ಇವರಿಂದ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆಟದ ಜೊತೆ ಕಲಿಕೆಯೂ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು, ಜ್ಞಾನವೂ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ರೂಪುಗೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಸದುಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶಯ. ಇನ್ನು ಅನಾವರಣ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಇದೀಗ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಯಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಗುಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಎ ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ ಟೆಲಿವಿಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 12:30ರಿಂದ 12:55ರವರೆಗೆ ನೀಂಡ ಕಥಕಲ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:25ರವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ತೆಲುಗುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿತ್ರಪೈ ತೆಲುಗು ಸಂಟಕಂ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 1:35ರಿಂದ 1:30ರಿಂದ 1:55 ತನಕ ಅಕ್ಷಿಂತಲು ಬೈ ಸುರೇಂದ್ರ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ತೆಲುಗು ಪುಸ್ತಕವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಸೆಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಾದರೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಸಂದೂರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗನೀಸ್, ಅಬೌವ್ ದಿ ಕ್ಲೌಡ್ಸ್ ಬಿನೋದ್ ಚೌಧರಿ ಆನ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೈಸ್, ಸಿವಿಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಹಿಮಾಲಯನ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್.
We are very deeply honored to welcome Binod Chaudhary in conversation with Surabhi Shastri.
So let us welcome both the speakers on the stage, please.
Good to go? Okay. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I can actually stand up and personally thank each one of you since I can count you all in one hand. But this session, I promise you, is going to be very insightful and very knowledgeable. So those of you who's here, you're going to be walking out with a Binod Chaudhary. Welcome, sir, to the 3rd edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival. Chairman and President of Chaudhary Group, the Nepalese billionaire, businessman, politician, and philanthropist. I'm intrigued. What are you doing here? Because what I believed was a businessman of your stature didn't have time for anything except for expanding their business. What are you doing here? Please tell us.
Well, first of all, thank you for asking me that question. And also, I want to begin by thanking Satish ji, the founder of Book Brahma, who invited me and who's been able to put together, as I can see, I was here yesterday too, a brilliant show in the field of literature. Well, that's a very relevant question actually, and I'm not surprised. You know, when you talk of a businessman or a businessman whose organization has grown to be over $1 billion in size, recognized by the Forbes of New York, etc., you have to go back to the background from where we all started. Obviously, Nepal, a small country, a beautiful one. For many regions, the country have seen series of political transitions, ranging from the monarchy to one-party-led system to a 12 years of Maoist armed struggle, and finally leading to the Gen Z movement recently on September the 8th, which resulted into not only a change of her government, but perhaps you can call it a complete regime change, a generational change, the reflections of which have not only remained limited within the boundaries of Nepal, but they've gone way beyond. One that can be seen, which is not too far from here actually, in
Absolutely, I think it led the way and it was like a torch-bearing event for the rest of the world.
Absolutely. So I come from that country, and we started from there, and we started very small, but our dreams were big. I always say, when people ask me, how would you like to define yourself in one sentence as a man, I say, a man from a small country, a small man from a small country with big dreams. And that's what brings me here. I believe that all over the world there are people who come from backgrounds which are not too different than mine, small countries, small, limited resources, but a dream to do much bigger things in life. And then I think most of them, they abort that dream even before it starts. People that they are surrounded by tell them, oh, come on, don't be fool, better focus in what you're doing. Know your limitations, know the limitations of your country, know the limitations of the resources that you have, financial, management, bandwidth, etc., etc., etc. And I was no different. But I was also someone who was not prepared to accept that as an answer, and carried out with my journey, and a little bit, or I would say, I would rephrase it, perhaps a third because of my own dream and aspiration, probably a third because of the support and blessings of my family, and a third because of the destiny, I am where I am, okay? And we are today, without any false sense of modesty, present in all the 5 continents, across 10 business verticals, with many of the brands which the world is beginning to recognize. Just to give an example, the YY instant noodle, which is produced in more than 27 countries in the world and catered to, in over 100 countries, to 3 billion, in terms of 3 billion packet, which is 3% of the world population. So this journey of close to 50 years, as it started in a small country and reaching where we are, and many of the associated issues, including the challenges, the problems, the limitations of the mindset in the geographical setting where we operate, including, not a very friendly outlook towards success and wealth creation, etc., 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 makes it a very different story. And this story, I believe, needs to be told.
Absolutely,
and that's the
sir.
reason I'm here.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think my first question or point of discussion with you was going to be that. Thank you for leading me to it. You have inherited this family business. I mean, a lot of the topics that I'm going to touch today are the content from your books. So I'm sure you will know, when I ask.
Have you read my first book?
The autobiography.
Yeah.
Unchi
Making It
Udan,
Big.
it's called in,
Unchi Udan, yeah.
yes, in India, yes.
yeah.
It was released in 2015.
That's true.
Yes.
That's right.
So from a businessman to entrepreneur, right, especially after inheriting this family business and legacy, what is the transformation and the transition, the process of this, been like for you?
Well, my grandfather came from India as a young man of about 17, 18. He worked for a business family, and they were dealing in textile industry, and then subsequently he started doing the textile business himself. He used to bring from textile from Maharashtra and Gujarat in a very small way. Instead of driving the consignments in trucks, people used to carry the consignments, mule used to carry the consignment. Such was Nepal 150 years ago. And then my father inherited the business, and think by then Nepal had opened up, and Nepal became what probably 20 years ago Singapore and Hong Kong used to be for India. You know, a place to go for shopping, a place to go for seeing the modern things of life. That's what Nepal became some 50 years back. It became a very open economy. You know, we used to have Datsun and Toyotas on the roads of Kathmandu while India was still driving around in Padminis and the ambassadors. And then our focus from Indian textile shifted to Japan and Korea and Hong Kong and Singapore, and that's where, so we had a import business, we had a business of selling textile and many other products, and that's exactly when I landed up joining the family business at the age of 18, because my father was unwell, and we did not have a big organization which was run professionally, so I had to forget about my dreams of going to Mumbai for becoming a chartered accountant, and joined the business at the very early age of 18. And the journey started from there.
So is that the reason, or one of the many reasons, that made you publish your story, Binod Chaudhary, My Life from the Streets of Kathmandu to $1 Billion Empire?
Probably yes, I think.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about the reasoning behind penning down that book? What did you want to tell the world?
Yeah, well, more than the world, I wanted to share this story to people like me and my background. You know, I don't think if you have the courage to dream, and if you have the commitment to converting your dreams into an execution plan, and with a realistic step-by-step approach, nothing is impossible. That's what I've learned through my own life. And that's what I wanted to share with many of the youth, young people who dream, who want to dream big. And there are such people all over the world. They may be in small villages, they may be in East Europe, they may be in Sri Lanka, they may be in mountains of Nepal or whatever. So I think that's what I consider, as a matter of fact, my duty. You know, having brought the group to this level, I have my own my next generation's taken over the organization virtually. My role is more at the strategic level. I decided to join politics. I was 3 times member of parliament, elected. Again, the reason was to see what I can do to transform the country's economic stature and the enabling environment to allow the new generations to grow and, you know, achieve their dreams. So I think the book talks about, to put it in perspective, in a pretty systematic way, in a very systematic and a very candid way. Not only all the good things that have happened in life, but all those leg pullings and the red tapeisms and the political, you know, the plays that takes place, sometimes good, sometimes bad, sometimes ugly, you know. So all those things I've tried to be candid about, what to expect. If you do have a big dream, you should also be prepared to face bigger challenges, bigger problems, but there are ways out of it.
Correct. So, you know, a lot of internalization perhaps. So in the midst of all of this chaos and processes, what has been your philosophy that kept you going?
I think the single biggest factor was my goal, where I wanted to be. To me, I couldn't see anything else. To me, anything that came on my way as hurdle or as limitations were a matter of process, and I had to find an answer. I had to find a solution. But I was not mentally prepared to allow anything to stop me, leave alone stopping me, not even to push me back and slow down my speed, because I had a lot to catch up in that short time frame.
And as a leader, can you share with us the principles, that you had to stick to in maintaining business, revenue, expansion, and most importantly, your people? How would you keep their morale up and high all the time?
Of course, people sit in the core of any organization. If you don't have the right people driving, supporting your vision, your dream, whatever you call it, your ambitions, nothing can happen, because a stage comes in the life of every organization where the organization has not become too big for sustaining a highly qualified, highly competent team of professionals, and neither it is too small for you to manage it. So that's a very critical juncture. It's a very important point of test. And that's where in my opinion, more than 99% of the organizations stop growing or they get disintegrated. So that's where the right people who are committed, who share your dreams, who believe that one day this organization is going to go to the next level, and I'm also going to become a beneficiary of that process. So you got to keep that motivation level high. Capital, of course, is the fuel. If your life, your organization is the vehicle, the fuel is capital to get there. So capital has to be mobilized. It has to have many innovative ways of mobilizing capital. You have to conserve every penny where it's needed, and you've got to invest, all what you have. If it's important, if it's critical, and for that particular reason. So, that the ability to judge where to spend and where to stop, where to borrow and where not to borrow, I think that's very critical.
You did say that, the next generation has kind of taken over the business and they're running it and you're involved at a strategy level. So do you think the belief system and the processes that you have set are going to stay, or are you going to let them run it the way they need to run it in today's time and age?
The processes and system has to be calibrated according to the need of the business and the need of that particular larger environment. I do not believe that two different businesses, even in the same country, require or call for the same kind of a process and system, okay, leave alone the different countries. And also it's a very fast changing world. What was 20 years ago relevant today has become completely irrelevant, rather a liability. I'll give you an example. 20 years ago, we are bankers. We run the largest bank of our country. We are also bankers in Sri Lanka. When we used to measure the progress of our bank, we used to count how many branches we have so that we can reach out to our customers. And then today, the branches have become a liability, because today is the time of digital banking, the wallet, the Paytms, etc.
I know we were just discussing with Mr. Kulkarni of Deccan Herald, who's sitting here, right? There are no passbooks anymore.
Yeah, so it's a different world. So we also talked with Mr. Kulkarni, who's sitting right here. We talked that, look at what happened to BlackBerry and where Nokia, and what happened to Nokia and where iPhone is today. We also talked about the Alibaba and Amazon, who don't own any factories or production facilities. We also talked about Airbnb, which own no hotels in the world, but is the largest hotel company in the world. So unless you are able to see what is coming and how to prepare yourself as an organization, particularly coming from a smaller environment, which is full of challenges. Size matter. Size is a huge issue. Consolidation is an issue in today's world. So unless you are able to, again, give the direction to your organization by bringing in the right set of systems and processes, right kind of a mindset. I also would like to give you an example today. I mean, in many of the conferences where I'm invited to speak, and by the way, I'm not invited to speak only in lit festivals. This happens to be my passion, and I call it my call of duty, to share the story to the new generation. I mean, in many of the global forums like the World Economic Forum, the Milken, anything you talk about. And I see nowadays a lot of discussion going on the subject called future ready. Making an organization future ready. And I ask on floor to the people that, are you present ready? Okay, we all talk about future ready because the world is talking, while we are discussing, probably in this 1 hour time, many of the things have changed already because the AI is moving so fast. Okay, the needs of the people are changing. I gave an example, and I like to again share with the audience, that today we are sitting in a situation where my whole organization is in my hand phone. I've got under our software system of SAP, through the AI, my CFO, my CEO, my HR head is in my phone. I give them instructions, and even before I've completed my sentence, they've come back with a strategy for implementation. It's just that if I'm able to catch up, the world has become that fast.
Are you able to catch up?
Well, I don't need to catch up as such personally, because as I said, the organization is now run by the new generation who are more in an executive capacity.
But you're overseeing it and you understand what's happening.
My job is to ensure that the organization is moving in the right direction, in the right manner, in the right pace, and not getting left out, okay, in today's innovation.
I'm happy to know that your belief system in the next generation is very strong. Thank you for that.
I think that's the future.
You are known as, worldwide, you're known as a successful businessman, a successful politician, a successful philanthropist. Now, I'm sure that you have had your setbacks also in the process over the years, right? So changing tracks a little bit here, would you like to share an anecdote with us where an incident or a story became a life lesson for you?
Well, I'm a successful businessman, no question about it. I'm also, I think I'm proud of the philanthropy work that we do under our foundations worldwide again, ranging from the time when Nepal was stuck with this huge earthquake, and the COVID. But how successful a politician, I'm not too sure. That's why I sort of wanted to, because I think in our part of the world, many people, although I was supported and I got elected and I played my role, but you don't see many people with business background coming into direct politics, okay, and that's particularly in South Asia. Anyway, that's a different conversation. We can go into it, but there is a chapter in my book for those who are interested, my own experience on what does it mean for a active, big business house, representation from a big business house to be in active politics. Can you really make a difference? Because you are one amongst the 275. Are your aspirations and the expectations and your way of approaching vis-a-vis a hardcore politician same? I think these are the questions which come to the surface. So talking about any particular hard example or a anecdote, I think that's a tough one. Tell me in what aspect, in what way?
It could have been in any way where you perhaps have thought that, okay, fine, this is the end. What am I going to do next? And then you...
About
you
my
know-
life?
Yes.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. You know, I have opened new avenues and I have opened new frontiers to my life. We can say that. But let's start with me as a businessman, okay? I've spent 50 years starting from business, from a small way to wherever. And a lot of people ask me, when are you going to retire? And my answer, my standard answer is that why should I retire? People want to retire when they get bored with life, or bored or tired with that particular thing that they are doing. And that thing that they are doing is more of a responsibility, more of a liability, more of a pressure, more of a kind of a, compulsion than what they enjoy doing. And I say that I've enjoyed every moment of my journey as a businessman. I'm so passionate about it that if I stop, I will die. So that continues. But roles change, which we've talked about. I added to spending a lot of time on the philanthropy work. I think that made a big difference. A lot of Nepalese people who have gone all over the world, because job is a problem. Nepal is struggling because of political transitions. So a lot of people, a lot of young people come to me that why you built a globally recognized, respected organization, why can't you contribute in transforming Nepal? So I got into that, and then now writing few books. So life has evolved, opened new vistas and new opportunities, new areas, but never have I thought that what next? There's so much to be done in this world.
Absolutely. I want to associate this with the country that you come from. It's the land that holds the mighty Himalayas, the resilience, the strength, everything that the country has been seeing, right from earthquakes to, political transition, economic setbacks and stuff like that. So do you think the geography kind of makes the people who they are, and that's where you find your resilience and strength to keep moving forward like this?
That's an interesting one. Probably yes. Probably yes. I think the last thing that you think about when you think of Nepal, as you very aptly described, it's one of the most beautiful country in the world, with 8 of the 13 world's tallest Himalayan peaks. The whole world wants to come to Nepal for trekking. Of course, they want to come to Nepal for spiritual journeys.
There's a joke that goes on the internet, saying people say the mountains are calling me. And the Nepalis say, no, the mountains are not calling, please don't come.
No, well, Nepal is, I think today, there is a joke in the internet that goes on that there is overcrowded and traffic jam at the Everest. Yes. And you yourself are a trekker, so you know that. So I think, yes, I think the people, the enabling environment, the local condition, the living conditions does have an impact on people. I think the Nepalese people in general are tough, okay? I think are stubborn, okay, like me, okay? and also highly, I would say, hardworking, if there is a right master.
So you are now stepping into politics and you are understanding the lay of the land. You know that you have been in India also speaking in different states, different cities, speaking to different business owners and politicians. India and Nepal share centuries of civilizational, cultural and spiritual ties. So how can these shared roots kind of shape the future of South Asian business and revenue models?
Well, I think Nepal, first of all, let's put it this way, that has shares 1,800 kilometers long border with India. It all the way from the North Bengal in the east to UP on the west, and multiple states. So the engagement of Nepalese people with the Indian society is really very deep and multifaceted. Chances are that out of 10 people that you will meet in Nepal, 5 of them would have relations in India, educational background in India, or business background in India, or even simply, they come to India just for different purposes at least 1 or 2 times in a year. So that's the kind of a level of harmonious and a close relationship that the societies enjoy at the people's level. I think that's a great asset that Nepal has. I think Nepalese people are loved in India. I like to say this. I think Nepalese people are also, in most cases, part of the family of many homes in India. So I think this relationship is very, very unique. In the old days, the old families, the ruling families, to the families who could afford, they used to have a last desire of dying in Banaras. So they used to buy a property in Banaras while they were still young, so that they can go there in old age and live there for the rest of the life. That's the kind of so I think it's a very unique, multifaceted life. I mean, some of the Nepalese are well-known artists in India, even in the Bollywood.
Yes.
Coming.
We have the very pretty Manisha Koirala.
From Manisha Koirala to Udit Narayan,
Yes.
to there are many we can think of. There are many Nepalese writers who are celebrated in India, many authors who are celebrated in India, etc.
So as a philanthropist and as a businessman, when does success become responsibility? I'm talking about, I'm kind of introducing the Chaudhary Foundation here. So can you tell us a little bit about what's the kind of work Chaudhary Foundation does?
You are so right. And you've used the right word. Mostly organizations have a little department somewhere in the corner with 1 or 2 people, because they have to cut a check and give it to some organization, NGO, for some purpose. But in our life, as destiny would have it, we were thrown into situations where the size of our organization, the image of our organization, and the perceived strengths and capacity of our organization pushed us into enormous amount of challenges in difficult times. To give you an example, in 2015, when Nepal had one of the world's biggest earthquake that it faced, 700,000 homes were damaged, and 30,000 schools were damaged. And there was a huge hue and cry. The foreign aid was pouring in, but the government's capacity to handle all of that was just simply incapable, not sufficient. And that's when, an organization like ours was called in by the people that, hey, what is CG doing, And then we mobilized our entire organization, reached out to the people within 48 hours with food and clothing and things like that. And then we started thinking about rebuilding these homes and schools. And even before the government completed, announcement of the authority to rebuild Nepal, which was about 30 days, we started delivering homes. That happened because of our exposure, our ability of managing situations and challenges, and also because of the quality of the human resource that we bring with us as an organization. And that's responsibility. It's not it is a perceived, expected responsibility if you claim that you are one of the most powerful business organization of the country, contributing to the society, contributing to the government by way of national exchequer, then you also have a responsibility to rise in difficult times and play your part of the role. It's just signing a check is not enough.
Absolutely. So do you want to take this to the rest of the world, be it business expansion, be it people expansion, be it growth and revenue for what you run in your projects? So do you want to take it to the world? Do you have plans to build your businesses elsewhere?
Well, our businesses are growing constantly. We go on adding new business verticals and globally as well as at home. As far as the foundation activities are concerned, on a very happy note, we've earned very good reputation. We don't allow monies to be misused in administrative cost, and that's a huge problem, or distributing things which create no retention value. Okay, most of the foreign aid and support money goes into that, or goes back into their own country in consulting and in supporting their own people. We don't do that. So people appreciate it. So today, our partners include from Gates Foundation to Tatas to Alibaba to the Japanese LG to Koreans LGs to many. I think the list is long, and also the kind of things we do is pretty wide. And we are doing more. We want to do more because the demand and need is much more.
So in the last almost half an hour, we have spoken about your business and your, foundation and the kind of work that you do for all of them and your people. So what gives you bigger satisfaction? And you have answered and spoken with equal passion and equal fervor about both the topics, right? Be it business growth or be it people management. So what gives you bigger satisfaction? Growing businesses or improving people's lives?
I think short answer is, of course, engaging with the people and making a difference in their life. No question about it. There is no comparison. The smile on the faces of the people who's, where you've been able to play a role in transformation in whatever little way, and the smile that you see is the biggest dividend that you can get ever. And we've seen that in times of during the 2015 earthquake and during the 2019 COVID. Tears used to roll, and their tears used to convert into tears in our eyes in terms of happiness too. So no question about that. But having said that, even business or growth of the business and the end goal of driving business and growing, in my mind, ultimately lands up there in two aspects. Let me try to share. In today's world, companies and products are admired and patronized by the consumers, not so much because of that particular brand alone or a company's background alone. It is because of how they are perceived in terms of their relationship with the stakeholders. What kind of ethical business practices they are into. What are they doing for the people at large, unconditionally, without expecting anything in return. And I think such companies and their products simply stands out. I think that is becoming, today you hear of almost all major companies, they are known more for what they do for the people through their philanthropic or academic contributions or through supporting the countries in different forms than the business itself. Bill Gates is, to me, better known for Gates Foundation and their activities. and the kind of eradication of many diseases that he has done all over the world. Tatas are better known for their philanthropy activities in India, much more than their businesses. Of course, Tata is one of the most credible brand. I mean, we are very proud to be a partner of them, you know. And so it has become a very important factor of your business life to engage with the people constantly. And the second point that I wanted to share also, that if you are not able to build, and this is what my book deals with. And let me, by the way, give a perspective, although the book is going to be launched after a couple of hours in this forum here. It's called Made in Nepal. The book, this is a continuation of my first book, which was called Making It Big, which came out in 2013, and then the Hindi version, Ek Unchi Udan, came out in 2015. While this book is called Made in Nepal, because since September 8th, after the Genji movement, the whole narrative of the country changed, and the whole narrative of my life changed. So I was asked by HarperCollins to write a chapter on how I perceive the Genji movement and its genesis and the impact, which I did, and it's printed in the book. So the book also carries the story or a very important chapter on legacy, managing the legacy or making the organization survive in perpetuity. How do you do that? If you build something, you've given your lives of 3 or 4 or 5 generations in creating something, and at the end of the day, it all gets disintegrated and divided into pieces that nobody can even count, then I think it's a wasted life. It's the wasted life of all those generations, and it's a wasted life of that organization. So I think equally critical is to prepare your succession and also prepare an organization which has the ability of surviving and continuing with its journey despite the promoters not being there. And I think that's a challenging task.
We will look forward to attending the book launch and reading the book. I'm sure there's a lot, you know, that has gone into it.
Thank you so much, and look forward to that, and we'll be delighted.
Yes. So I have a set of quick questions for which I'll warrant quick answers from you. So summarizing our kind of rapid fire, but I don't really want to kind of make it too fast. So if we have to summarize our entire conversation this afternoon, the one word that defines entrepreneurship for you?
Courage and dream.
One global leader you admire?
Nelson Mandela.
Tea or coffee?
Black coffee.
Black coffee. But you had tea, milk tea.
That's what I was served.
The best advice you have ever received and you would want to share it with the rest of us?
Stay grounded.
We will speak about Above the Clouds and Unchi Udan, which is...
Yes.
One book that everyone should read.
If you're a businessman, the book called The Art of the Deal. That was written by Donald Trump, not today's Trump, but the Trump of 30 years ago.
Okay. Despite everything that you have achieved, despite the life that you have lived, you perhaps have that one dream that you still want to pursue. What is that?
To see Nepal shine as the most prosperous country in South Asia.
Finally, despite so strongly believing in staying grounded, what does Above the Clouds mean for you? Not as a leader or as a politician or as a professional, right, as a business owner, but as a human being.
Yeah, I think it means looking at the world from a bigger, wider, and a deeper, much deeper perspective.
That's Mr. Binod Chaudhary, all the way from Nepal, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic conversation. We are open to questions if anybody has anything to ask or say. Okay. So on the, sorry, did I hear something? No problem, you can still ask your question.
Kanishk.
Will someone give him a mic, please? Do you want this?
Oh, I didn't realize, I must recognize Mr. Kanishk, who's sitting in the midst of us, perhaps one of the most well-known book agent, and also who's been highly supportive for my little journey.
Sir, my question to you is that what is it about the written word that appeals to you so much? You're so busy, but yet I see so much passion in you. Normally, entrepreneurs, they do their one book, like chronicling their journey, their struggles, their triumphs in most cases. But with you, I've seen that this is an ongoing passion. And you have done 3 books, you're working on a 4th book. What is it about the written word? And what do you feel about the relevance of books, in today's age of, OTT and, digital explosion and AI?
Yeah. Well, I think I tried to answer in the beginning about why I have written the book. I believe it started off as my a sense of responsibility in order to share what I believe needs to be shared with the next generation about how, first of all, you don't need to compromise in your dreams, compromise in your ambition just because you come from a difficult environment, small environment, limitations in terms of management or capital resources. But subsequently, since 2013, it has grown into a passion. Because what I've learned and understood, that this is one exercise, one part of the activity of your life which keeps on growing by the day. I must have given thousands and thousands of interviews and thousands of speeches. The life of these is not even, a week. There's so much happening in this world. But if you are writing a book which is meaningful and where you are sharing facts based on your own personal experiences, which is convincing, true, and candid, I think the book travels. The information about the book travels. And it is far more enriching, it's far more fulfilling, and it's far, far more immortal in many sense. Like my first book was 2013, as we talked, and it's been 13 years. And I keep getting people, I keep meeting people anywhere I go who talk about that and talk about the impact that book has generated. And it is still selling everywhere. Generally, if you are able to sell 10,000 books, you've done a great job. That's how I understand. I mean, you guys will know better. It's categorized in terms of the circulation. That book has crossed maybe 65, 70,000 in different languages and still selling. So I think there are many interesting things which I've been involved in, I've been indulged with, and I think those require to be shared. I don't write fiction, These are hard facts of life. And I think there is a meaning behind it. And I'm very happy. It gives me immense sense of satisfaction. It's a lot of hard work. It's not easy. You're absolutely right, Ganesh, that I'm giving far too much of time, not proportionate to the reward that one gets. And of course, I'm not seeking any financial reward or even a recognition, it's a satisfaction. I get a lot of satisfaction out of this. And I think I would encourage people who have some stories to tell should not be shy, and they should come forward and write books, no matter which field you come from.
Perhaps that's why they say, live the kind of life you can write books on. That's why there's no stopping him from writing books apart from everything that he does. Mr. Kulkarni has a question. More questions than what he asked.
Yes.
No, little more clarity on if you could tell us, is it just about to talk about coming to a literary festival? Is it only about talking about your book, or is there anything more than that? Of course, more than that could be about spreading your business, but is there any other reason that you see that you are present in this literary festival?
Well, as I mentioned, I think I'm present in the festival because, of course, having written this book and launched it in some of the other literature festivals, starting from Kalinga to Kalam in West Bengal. I definitely, whenever I am invited to attend a lit festival, I grab the opportunity. I try to make it possible to attend, because I truly believe that the story needs to be shared to a wider audience, and also in the local language. Like, I'm very happy that this book, which is going to be launched, is also being translated in Kannada by Sapna, thanks to Kanishk, who is sitting here. And there is a podcast in the public domain, which was done by Nilesh, who is the owner of Sapna. Quite an interesting podcast. My book is also being translated in Sinhala in Sri Lanka, where the book was launched recently. So I think it's a question of sharing many of the subjects that you generally don't even think about. Let me give you a very candid and blunt answer. Most of the people like C thought and you thought that what is a billionaire businessman wasting his time coming here in this, essentially predominantly South Indian languages, heavy stuff, heavy lifting literature festival. There is no business here to be done. There is no business opportunity to explore. There are no meetings with the government or the business people. That's where people go wrong. There are so many important aspects in the lives of a businessman. Depends again. Okay, I wouldn't like to generalize. I would like to ask the question to the audience and all of you, that isn't the adventure of somebody coming from a country which has remained perpetually in political transition, like my own country with 30 governments in 30 years, and the organization, the courage of the businessman taking the company global and the brand global, a story that people will be interested to know about? Isn't that a story that people should learn about? Or the new generation, isn't this a story that the new generation needs to be shared with? Essentially, the group like ours, if you go into if you trace the background of the book, we've essentially built most of our most successful businesses in difficult times and in difficult environments, like northeast of India. We have a huge presence. Sri Lanka, in the middle of the war. Nepal, already the political transition we talked about. East Europe, or even Africa, some of the African continent. I mean, you are all the time perpetually fighting or trying to steer the businesses or the organization between the two warring forces who are constantly pulling you into two different directions. But you got to be able to take your organization forward without getting involved in either. Isn't that a challenge? Isn't that a matter of immense skill or strategy that one needs to learn? And I've also already talked about, okay, building is one thing, which by itself, is a huge, extraordinary task for people from a small country with limited resources like us, without any modesty. but to then keep that organization alive and give that organization an opportunity to survive in perpetuity. Isn't that a major issue? I mean, you know, in the whole world is going through a situation, including in India, where major, big organizations with hundreds of years of history is going through, struggling to keep it intact. The succession issues. These are the kind of subjects which are all been covered. The cover of the book, and to call it a book is perhaps, of course, you will call it a book, and there has to be a cover to it, but more importantly is the content and the stories and experiences and the pains and aspirations behind those chapters, which is a matter of everyday life for every businessman who want to do something.
That's fantastic. I know we are out of time, but I do want to give opportunity for this young person over here. He has a question and I think we should hear him out.
Hi sir, good afternoon. I'm Deepak Kumar, and first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to say that we are having a startup, like me and my friends are building a startup. So as we are on our starting phase, and you have built an empire, so you also had one starting phase. So in starting phase, we face many hurdles, and you need to convince your investors, you need to enter into market, and you need to do many things. Like, can you explain some of your starting journey? Like, what hurdles did you face? How did you convince your investors, like that?
My advice to you would be read these two books because it will be difficult to share all the answers in a sense that you can really be, you'll really benefit and you'll be happy with. But just in one sentence, I would say that I believed in my dream. A, you have to believe in your project, in your startup. B, I had done adequate homework at every step of any business that I started, okay, despite the world not being that connected and IT not being that advanced, even those days. You need to be totally be convinced that you're ready to answer any question that is needed, because don't think that the people on the other side who would be giving you the VC money, venture capital money, are fools, you know. I mean, you can't fool anybody in today's world. The world is too transparent. And thirdly, you've got to be, I was able to demonstrate, okay, to the people who were perhaps 2 times my age and 10 times more successful than me, that I have the courage and determination and conviction to achieve. That confidence you have to resonate. I think these are the 3 words.
Deepak, perhaps you should take 10-15 minutes. You know, he has time till 3 o'clock later today. That's when the book launch is happening at Anavarna. Looking forward to seeing you all for the launch. You can speak to him.
Okay, so I would like to meet you after this session. Sure. And my friend, he's my friend, like he's building startup with me. So he has one more question. Can we have?
Not now, we will take it offline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Why don't you meet us in the green room?
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Thank you all.
Of 3rd edition of Book Brahma Literature Fest 2026, let us take a moment to look at how the festival has grown from 24 to 25 and now. And the edition 2024 edition was a 3-day celebration, featuring 250 speakers, 5 panel tracks, and 8 cultural performances. The festival welcomed the impressive number of 36 attendees over 3 days, while the 5 tracks were globally streamed, and taking the conversation beyond the physical venue, the digital reached 2 million people across 42 nations. And now at BBLF 2025, taking this success to an even greater scale, last year, the festival remained 3 days, but the number of speakers increased from 250 to 350. The number of panel tracks also increased from 5 to 8. The festival continued with 8 cultural performances, and the growth of audience participation was equally impressive. The footfall rose from 36,000 to 54,000 in 2025. The festival digital presence also expanded dramatically from the reach of 2 million across 42 nations in 2024, and the BBLF reached 5.2 million in the people across 100 nations in 2025. So now let's continue with the next session.
So, session partner Vaswani Group, life, script, action, stories we live, stories we tell. By Shruti Ramachandran, Francis Thomas in conversation with the Archana Vasudev. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome to this session. The title is a bit long, of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. And we have the lovely couple, writers, actor, playwright, and everything. I mean, they do everything, and they're the most lovely couple I've ever met for work and as friends. So because this is a literature session, literature festival, and we'll have to talk, I'll have to center this discussion around books, the works that I've done before and the works that they're going to do right now, doing right now. My questions will center around those. And we'll start with their writing journey because it's very, very interesting. You would have read about it on social media, in their interviews, journals, everywhere, newspapers, everywhere. And Francis is a wonderful writer, as much as you are. So we'll start with that. Francis, I'll start with you. So how did your writing journey begin?
I think I always knew I wanted to be a writer even when I was a child. But like professionally, I think I had moved to Cochin when Shruti had just gotten into films. And I was working in an advertising agency, and then we met the actor, Mr. Jayasuriya, who had cast Shruti in his film. And he told me, "You're a writer, no? Why don't you write a film?" And that sort of sparked in my head, and I was like, yeah, actually I went to college for this. I can write a film if I wanted to. So then I sat down and I was like, okay, if I have Shruti and Jayat in mind, what is the script I can write? And then I started working on that, and that's how my first film came out.
Okay, so Shruti, how is it being an actor and a writer at the same time?
I think it's great because I feel like it's been quite a learning curve for me because I started off as an actor without any formal training in acting per se. So then there was a learning curve where which the learning curve is still happening, where I'm still trying to figure my way with acting. Then when writing happened, I felt like it gave me a depth into understanding my characters a little better, but maybe more than my character, maybe the story as a whole, and to figure what questions to ask the maker as well as myself before I present a character. I feel like critical thinking, maybe writing helped me with a little more.
Okay, so just as a follow-up question to this, so did you start looking at writing seriously after you were married? Because he was also a writer.
100%. I think I started looking at writing seriously very recently because writing is a new craft that I'm trying my hand at, and it's as new as COVID. I know COVID was 6 years back, but it still feels very, very new because that's how I got into writing. So during COVID, of course, we were locked in the same house for very many days, and Sudha Kongara had reached out to Francis asking him if he wanted to write a short for Amazon Prime. So that's how that happened. So then, and the short was a romantic film. I mean, Francis was sure that he wanted to try his hand at romance there. And romance and comedy is something that I really love. And so it was a very, very organic process, this writing part, where we were just, I think one evening we were just discussing it, and then before we knew it, we had the script ready. I mean, not the same day, but it was a work in progress.
No, actually we sent her the first draft that night.
Oh, okay.
We discussed it and we sent it, we sent her the first draft that night.
For Ilamai Ido Ido.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's the
we
same night.
wrote it overnight, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think in the questions that you will probably ask,
maybe we can speak about this a little more. But
Yeah, because right now, because we are talking about it, it's Sudha Kongra, and maybe your first most known part of series or whatever you have written, right? Ilamai Doido. That's when even I noticed you as a writer. So would you want to take us through that journey, how you met Sudha Kongra and how did you happen to write one of those? I think that was one of the hits during that time in Amazon Prime.
So I had written a play for my friend Roshan in 2018, and it was staged at another Lit Fest actually, the Mathrumi Literature Festival, the first one in Trivandrum. And
It was a Very Normal Family.
yes, it's called A Very Normal Family. So I had just finished writing Anveshanam. I was working with Roshan on the play, and when the play was done, he was in talks with Bijoy Nambiar, the director, for another film, a Malayalam film. And Bijoy had asked him, like, do you happen to know any writers in Kerala to work with? And so Roshan put him in touch with me. And I wrote a script for Bijoy at that point. It was very like a random small thing that I had worked with him, but we got along really well. And so Bijoy and Sudha were both Maniratnam sir's associate directors. So they're friends. So when Sudha was looking for a writer for her next film, so she had this big tentpole project that she wanted to put up, and she was looking for writers. I think she works with a lot of writers. So she was looking for a writer. She asked Bijoy. Bijoy recommended me. So Sudha and I were speaking actually. So we were speaking, and we were in the process of working on this main feature film. And while we were sort of like working out the contract of that and we were talking about it, Sudha said, oh, by the way, I have like a little time to kill, and Amazon has approached me for this. So if you have an idea, let me know. And then that night I was talking to Shruti about this. We were just, we came up with this idea, we cracked it. And so the thing with working with Shruti, I hadn't worked with her before that. Even the first feature film that I had written, she wasn't part of the writing process. So I'd written the film and I'd actually given it to her as a birthday gift. So she read the script in its entirety for the first time. She wasn't part of the writing process the first time. So this time when I just told her, like, I have this idea, and then she started telling me these scenes, like fully formed scenes for the characters. And she had like ideas of how the characters would talk and how they would behave. And so I was just sitting there and listening. And I was like, this is perfect, because she basically told me the entire film and I was just making notes. And then she was done with done with saying everything she was saying, and then she went to sleep. And I sat and I just structured her thoughts into the first draft of the script and I sent it to Sudha. And it was like, there was no official contract, there was nothing. It was just like, do you have an idea? And then we sent her a finished screenplay. It was I think a 25-page screenplay, which we wrote and we sent her the next day. And then she called back and said, I want to do this. And then, there were a bunch of like things that you couldn't do, right? Because you had to, it was COVID, so there could be only 4 people on set at that time. So you had to write a film only with 2 characters. So that's how it came out.
So I feel like there were so many constraints that we had while, that Sudha had given us while we were, or rather Sudha had given Francis, because it was COVID, we could have only a maximum of 5 people in the room, which left us with an option of having a maximum of 2 actors. So then, because of all these restrictions that we had, I feel like Ilamai became what it did because of that.
That's so beautiful. So you did not start, any of you, you did not start writing a script that was not your first writing, right? You would have started maybe from a short story or an essay, maybe in school, where a teacher would have noticed that you have really, really good writing skills and would have told you. So how did it all start for both of you? Even before cinema, even before all this.
So I used to take part like in these writing competitions in school, of course, and I would also, I was writing short stories from when I was a child. Like I had books full of like these short stories that I would be writing, and like ever since I was in school, I used to like start writing a novel and like sort of give up on it. So that's happened many times, and I think I moved to Kochi with the sort of idea that I would write a book of short stories. So that was the main reason. I thought, okay, Shruti wanted to be an actor, and I said, I can move for a year because I had like a job in Bombay waiting. So I thought, in this 1 year, maybe I'll write a book of short stories. And I did. I actually wrote a book of short stories. I sent it around to publishers, and I had absolutely no interest from anyone. And then I started writing film.
This was easier? Yes. Okay, no answer. So, Shruti, where do you think a story actually begin for you? Is it from an image or is it from an emotion?
I think it's different sources. The inspiration, I think, for a story is different sources for me. It could be something as small as seeing someone cross the road, or it could be an image or an emotion, I feel. I don't think I can categorize it as image or emotion. So I don't think, I think all our stories have been formed or developed with both of this in mind. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a reason why I asked this question also, because Francis also said when he sat with Shruti, it kind of evolved in no time. I also have the same kind of experience when I met her with my script. And I had to change a lot of it after I met her, in a good way. And it took a lot of time when I was speaking to the producer and we were speaking to the DP after that. And then the DP was mentioning, this was not part of the script, but it sounds great. But I had to give you the credit. I said, no, my actor told me this. So that's very spontaneous, no, Francis? She doesn't take time to realize, one, errors, and second, I think those parts where, there are lots of possibilities. And I think for a writer, who is writing the entire script, that's extremely important. Somebody like that who kind of helps you push it to the core. So
I'm so glad Archana brought up the topic about her film. I think we have officially announced it now.
Yes. Yes, I really didn't want to meet her, have a session with her or a discussion with her for a different reason, because yeah, so we plan to work together in the near future. So I was really looking forward to it. This particular session happening in one of the literature sessions after that work, but maybe, yeah, this is how it is supposed to be. So I have a little bit of, I would like to know a little bit of the way you research before, during your writing period, because I feel that Malayalam cinema especially, there's a lot of research that goes into it before. Even though we have very limited budget, we always work on shoestring budgets. Even then, I think from the writer's perspective and from the director's perspective, we do a lot of research, mainly because I think we have a lot of time before we get a producer. So the only thing that we can do is to research, right? And that's kind of something that we can do from home also. What do you think? How do you do your research?
So I think I have an idea in mind of like the thing I want to say, and then I actually go back and research to see if it's possible to say it or if that scene actually works. So I think in my first film also I had this one scene in mind, and then I had an ending in mind, and then I called a bunch of doctors to check with them whether this is possible. And then when they said that, okay, it would be possible and be possible for A, B, and C reasons, then it works out. So I usually sort of like have an idea, and then I do research to see if the idea is sort of valid. And sometimes it's not, and then you have to drop it and you have to get a new idea. And the interesting thing I feel about research is that in the process of research, sometimes we'll be like, oh, this is cool, I can put this instead of that. So I like that as research is a nice part of the whole writing process for me.
Right. They have a beautiful home in Kochi, and this has nothing to do with writing. The reason why I thought of it is because he was talking about research. And while I was with Shruti narrating the story of mine, I was more of looking at the entire house, the plans, the way the furniture is placed. You're an interior designer?
I'm an architect.
You are an architect also. Yeah, so would you like to talk a little bit about it, and how can you connect it to the writing process that you're involved in?
Actually, I have an add-on to a question you had asked Francis earlier, where you asked him about his initial writing experience, right? Before he got into film or books. So for me, I feel like storytelling was a huge part of my life because of my grandfather and grandmother. He used to, every day or maybe morning, afternoon, thrice a day, it used to be a different story so that he'd keep us entertained. So I think my interest to storytelling came at that point. And a second, and of course, like through all these years, there would be inspirations, but a second such story I feel is during my masters. I did my masters in self-sufficient buildings. So during my masters, there was a particular economics paper that I had to write. And so I wrote that, and I've always fangirled over Francis, all right, and his writing. So I write this huge essay, and then I'm a little apprehensive. Like, I want to send it to him because I'm ridiculously proud of that essay that I wrote. And I thought, I thought it was a beautifully formulated essay. And then, so I'm sending it to him, and I did my master's in Spain. So then I had to wait for Francis to wake up or something like that. So I had to wait for him to wake up, and I didn't sleep through the night. And then I remember the next day he wakes up and he calls me and he's like, "Damn, you write so well." And that's all. That's all I needed. That was my first class degree for my master's. So I feel like that was my second inspiration to write, and I realized that, you know, actually I do enjoy writing, but never in my wildest dreams all those years back did I ever think that I'd be writing for films. And when it comes to I was just connecting architecture and my home. My home, yes, is a place for both of our, I think, creative expression. For me, because I do actively practice architecture, but maybe not as much as I would like. So I feel like my home is where I try out new things and experiment with color or furniture. Like, you saw my house in a certain way last time you came. It probably won't look the same the next time you come, because I like changing things around. And Francis humors that side of me, and he also likes a little bit of change around the house. So I feel like the house is constantly changing and evolving according to our needs at that time.
Yeah, she also forgot to mention that the essay that she sent me, she won a prize for it.
I mean, that didn't matter, Franz. You said it was great, so.
She also won a prize for it. It was a really good essay. It's still available online, I think. It's on the college website. And yeah, she's, and also I think the house is like an extension of Shruti. It's like a storytelling thing almost, right? Like she takes in, there's like furniture that's from like my grandmother's house, which she's reupholstered, and she's like, the way the house flows itself is like very her, like her moods and her, like even our office space has shifted through the house like 4 times right now, and I feel like there's been a different script written in each like corner of the house, just because, I don't know, she feels like she moves the energy around the house, is what I feel.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of positive energy around, music, plants, wind inside. I wouldn't say air, wind actually, right? So yeah, it's totally her. And I really loved being there. I was there only for 1 hour. I mean, his plan was to be there for 1 hour, finish, because that's professionalism, right? Like 40, 45 minutes of script narration and then go out. And I kind of 2.5 hours there. Oh. And
script was great. So who's counting time?
Yes, thank you for that. So let me ask you a quick, quirky question. What happens when one of you thinks that the other's idea is terrible? Is terrible.
We tell. But I feel like that was, and we constantly get this question, right? Because we are married, we live in the same house, we see each other's faces 24/7. But when it comes to being a critique of the other person's work or ideas, I feel like it comes quite I wouldn't say naturally. I think both of us have worked quite a lot on communication and how to communicate respectfully. And I feel like that is something that we both believe in. Not because we are in a romantic relationship, but in any relationship. Like, if you learn to communicate respectfully, keeping in mind the other person's emotions or whatever, then I don't think there is any problem in critiquing someone's work, adding to someone's work, or any of that. I feel like this is an ongoing process. It's if you had met me maybe 5 years back, I probably would not have been able to add much to that scene that we were talking about, maybe because I did not have the words to communicate that to a director who's come to me with her baby, right? How do you tell them that, why don't you add this? But then now I feel like it's the most beautiful part of a creative process, but that's only because we have worked on communication.
That's wonderful. So now that you said this, Shruti, I just wanted to ask an add-on question to this. So as an actor, now does it change? You did mention about this a little bit in the beginning when you started speaking, but does it change the way you look at characters? Does it change the way you look at characterization when directors come to you with their scripts?
I feel like every process that we go through just adds to your personality or the way you think. So then when I'm reading a script now, I'm not reading it from the lens of a writer, but of course with the information I have that comes with writing. So maybe to add layers, like you said, layers to the character, depth to the character. That said, of course you can only choose the best script from the scripts that come to you. Now, in case you get a script which maybe is not written to an extent that you understand the character fully, I feel like what writing has helped me is to develop a backstory to the character, a stronger backstory to the character, a more believable backstory to the character, understanding the story a little better. So all of that. I feel like in that fashion, writing has probably helped.
What do you think, Francis? Do you have anything to add to what Shruti said? So do you help the way she chooses her scripts or characters, or do you add to the script whenever something comes to her? Or is it her?
That's completely her. I think she does tell me her scripts, like what's come to her, what she likes, what she doesn't like. I'm more of a silent participant in those discussions. But it's mostly her discussion with herself, where she's sort of figuring out whether she wants to do it or not, and what can work for it. I think it's a very interesting process for her. She's like, she breaks it down, and it's very interesting for me as a writer, because I'm like, oh, okay, so this is how an actor's thinking when they read the script, right? They're not. So as a writer, I'm thinking, all the characters are my babies, right? But as an actor, this is very specific to her. She's looking at the story like she is the sort of protagonist of that film for herself. So then how does the whole film center around that character? How important is that character? So and it also makes me think that every character needs to have really strong backstory. They need to be alive, and only then the scene works, right? Like that character could be on screen only for that one scene, but after seeing how she approaches, even she's done cameo performances that are there just for one scene in the film, but for example in Akil Satyan's film, she was there in one scene and there's not even dialogue. She's just sitting there and she's smiling, but it is such a captivating scene, and people have spoken about it, and even later, and it's because I don't know, she has this whole
screen presence, right?
She really thinks about the character, and so she becomes that person in that moment. I think it's given me a lot of perspective when I'm writing a scene, and it's like, okay, this is just a scene for the lead, and this other character is just sort of interacting to add something to the lead. But then after seeing how she treats even the most minor character, I have this thing of okay, so who are these people? Who's this other person who's just walked onto the screen and walked off? Why are they there? What's their favorite color? It's that kind of detailing start coming in. So I think that's...
Yeah, I feel like how being an actor, you always think of, being a writer, how can that add to your acting? But this is something which you probably know at the back of your head, but I've never put into words. Whenever you hear a script, whatever character is given to you, that's why in multiple interviews, people have asked, why would you select something like this? Maybe like a cameo, why would you do? But then if every role is written with as much heart, and you don't treat the lead as lead, and every character is lead in their own way, then I feel like it adds a lot to the script, yeah.
Okay, so let's have something fun right now. All right. So if I gave you the same premise right now, would you naturally write the same story? No, right? It
No.
would be different.
Yeah.
It would be different, okay. So considering that your brains go in completely different ways, I'll give you a small premise right now and you tell me how you think of the story, of the idea, and you tell me how.
Are we doing an impromptu
Impromptu,
writing session?
impromptu, yeah. And
Guys.
yeah, let's see. It's quick, okay, so you don't have much time to think. This is the premise. A woman comes home one day and discovers that her family has completely forgotten her. We'll start with you, Francis.
For me, this seems like a sci-fi allegory film, and I feel like I would treat it in a very dark comedy space, and like for me, it becomes like a journey for the woman trying to discover what made them forget,
Right.
and like how can she make them remember that? Like I think that'll be her journey. So that's how I'm seeing it.
Okay, in depth, yes.
I would go
Dark.
completely psycho with it. I would make the woman take full advantage, whatever. I don't know, then the story will go its way, but it would be a psycho thriller for me.
Nice. This should be something that you should work on, right?
Maybe,
It sounds
yeah.
interesting. Sounds so cool. So cool. Yes, okay. So, what is the one thing about Francis's writing that you really like or something that you really wish you had?
His patience and perseverance. I will not consider myself a very patient writer. I'm a very patient actor. I'm a very patient architect, very patient dubbing artist, not a very patient writer. But I feel like I'm not a very patient writer because I've been spoiled, because Francis is very patient, so I've not had to learn the patience there. And also, when I say persistence, I had, Francis used to teach at Xavier's XIC in Bombay a few years back, and I happened to attend one of his writing classes. So Francis is in advertising. He has his own company called Audacious. So at that point, he used to work with Jugalbandi in Bombay, and he used to teach at XIC. So I happened
Xavier's, not XIC.
Sorry, at Xavier's. And so I happened to go for one of his classes, and one point that he told me then still sticks with me, has stuck with me, which is junk your first 5 ideas. I don't know if it's okay, right, if I say, okay. I don't know if it's trade secret or something. So junk junk your first 5 ideas. And once I got into writing, I realized how difficult a concept that actually is because simply because as a person you should be with very little ego to let go of your first few ideas and to be like, okay, you know, that idea is not very good. And I feel like this thought process also has helped with communication and how we work together, because if it's my first idea and if Francis says, you know, actually that doesn't work because of ABC things, it's very easy for me to just drop it. You know, maybe if I think that there's something still in the idea, maybe I'll go behind it. But I'm not like married to my ideas for not the right reasons. So I feel like, so things like that, I feel like I've learned from him.
How about you, Francis? The same question, if I ask you, what would be your answer?
I think I'm very, like, the thing I wish I had that Shruti has is like, actually she's unfairly talented, you know, like I spent years trying to be able to write like this, and then she would come in and like sometimes even advertising. So my day job is advertising, and then you have this client brief and you have to write this script, the 30-second script. You've done 20 variations of the script, and then I'll come and tell Shruti one script, and then she'll have 10 ideas, and I've spent a week writing and rewriting hundreds of scripts, and she'll come up with like 5 ideas within the span of seconds, and they'd all be ideas I wouldn't have thought of. And it's really upsetting because you're like, boss, I spent 20 years trying to do this and she can do this without like any practice. So I really wish I had that sort of like spontaneity. And like she said, like I'm well, I'm not very married to all my ideas. She's even less, right? Even when we're playing like board games together. Like if we're playing Scrabble, for example, right? She thrashes me at Scrabble, like it's horrible. It's like I'm supposed to be this like
Francis
professional
wants
writer.
to make the biggest words first. I don't know big words. I just make regular words.
So she thrashes me at Scrabble because, so I'm like, I have this idea that I want to make this particular word, a 7-letter word. And she'll have an idea, but then when she sees the opportunity, she immediately flips and she goes for the most effective word at that point, right? And I wish I had that, where I could like let go of my ideas so quickly and keep jumping ideas so fast and, you know, find something more magical in the process. So that's what I wish I had.
Okay, all right. So, because we started talking about advertising, it's so different from the kind of things that we do. I mean, script writing, playwright. It's so different from very normal family. It's so different from your bypass. It's so different from everything poor and Vaishnam, everything, right? So how do you manage different kinds of creativity? Day job is audacious. Talk to us, please, a little bit about your own brainchild. I know that I follow him on, I mean, we are connected on LinkedIn, and every day whenever he writes something about Audacious, it feels so different because I started my journey, my career in advertising, print advertising, and it's changed so much right now, right? I remember writing taglines for PSUs for 2 days for the client to just reject everything. Now it's just seconds job with AI, right? So now in 2026, when you have something, when you're building something like Audacious, how different is it, is my first question. And how easy is it for you to, it looks easy when I look at you, or when I read whatever you write, maybe not that way. However, I'm very curious to know, how do you juggle between something so different and everything in the creative stream, right? I make idlis in the morning and write scripts in the evening. I think still that's okay, but this is different.
I wouldn't say it's easy, to be honest. I feel like I'm very easily satisfied in the sense that if I have a creative idea that day, right, like the itch is scratched, and I don't feel like, oh, I need to write more that day, or I need to do anything more. So if I have a great idea in my head at work that day, I sometimes won't write in the evening. So I really need like a deadline. I need like a producer waiting for the script, or a director waiting for the script, or some sort of deadline for me to like finish my workday and then come back home and be like, okay, now I'm going to write for another 4 hours at home, like, you know. So I'm not that disciplined personally. So my personal films, my personal projects that I write, they stretch on a lot. But if stuff like, okay, Shruti's birthday is coming up, I have to finish the script before the birthday, is something that puts me, like, make sure that I finish it. Like, there is a book that I have, that I've been commissioned to write. It's a book of essays from Speaking Tiger in Delhi. And I'm supposed to have a deadline for it, but the thing is, because there's no like sort of monetary implication to it, right? Like there's no big advance or anything. I'm like, yeah, I'll get around to it. Whereas like, there's some film work that comes in the middle, there's advertising work that comes in the middle, there's a client waiting, there are people waiting, and then like, you know, you can't really like be relaxed about, oh, creativity will strike. You just have to sit and then just like, you know, go through your ideas till you get the idea that you want. So I think in that way, deadlines are what, like, other people's expectations sort of push me to do my work, like even when I have like the day job and night job. I wish it wasn't that way, but I have to accept myself.
Okay, so just talk to us a little bit about Audacious also, just mainly because I'm just curious, because you've taken this, I don't know if I can call it a risk, but huge one, yeah.
I mean, happy risk, but huge risk.
Yeah, because you've been in advertising for such a long time, you know everything about it, and then you're starting something on your own. What are the challenges, and what is it about? How is Audacious different from every other advertising agency that we have right now?
So, I think the premise with which we started Audacious was that South India is not talked to with respect by national brands, right? There's always like a creative team in Bombay or Delhi who's creating advertising for us, and I mean for the northern market, and then they just dub it really badly, right? Like you watch any ad on TV, right? Like it'll just be a really bad Kannada dub or really bad Tamil dub, and it's not even like communicating the Hindi properly. And the person who's written it or translated it doesn't seem to care. For them it's just a job. They get a script in Hindi, they translate it like whatever, word for word in Kannada, Tamil, whatever, and then there's a dubbing artist who isn't thinking about it. They just do it. And I'm like, that's disrespectful to the people here, right? We also have money. We also have opinions. Like make us fall in love with your brand. Why should we sort of be treated as a afterthought? We are also buying Surf Excel. We are also buying like all these big brands, right? Like, so treat us with respect. And I feel like that was the gap that I wanted to fill. So when I was working for my previous agency, we had like the good fortune for a couple of national brands too, who I knew from Bombay, who were looking to do Kerala campaigns, like sort of approach me, and then we did the work. And then, like Malayalis really loved it and appreciated the fact that we actually did work in their language, using their memes, using their like icons. And
Sorry, he said they. He said they. Malayalis, they.
I'm not a Malayali, I'm a Tamilian.
He's not Malayali. Yes. So I mean, does that affect the writing? I mean, the language, the cultural differences?
I feel like if we...
Sorry to cut you.
Sorry, Raj. Auditions is amazing, guys. But the cultural differences, I feel like if you are doing, like we are writing now, we are writing a film which is not set in a very urban setting. So at that point, maybe the dialogues or even the whole setting, right? Little bit of research, a lot of research is necessary there. But we also work with Malayalam writers who can help with the process. But apart from that, I feel like for Francis, he's generally a very curious person. So then he will do that research. So if, sorry, I was going to switch to Malayalam, I'm very sorry. If he does not understand something, rest assured he's going to spend the rest of his time figuring it out. But research will be strong is something that I've realized. Back to audition.
Yeah, back to auditions. And this also makes me ask you this question, that an advertising agency run by a Tamilian in Kochi for Malayalis, for South Indians.
For South Indians,
Okay.
for South Indians. We do work in Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, and Telugu. I mean, to be fair, I've only done one Kannada piece so far, but hopefully soon there will be some more stuff that's happening in Kannada. In fact, we had a meeting in the morning to talk to a Kannadiga writer who will be collaborating with us.
Oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
yeah, I'm very excited. I feel like there's doing work which is very original and very rooted in the place and the people. I think really helps like elevate brands also, right? Like, and I feel like it's a matter of respect for these audiences, and I think that's what we're trying to do. So, and the problem is, it's not that national brands don't respect the audiences. They just had this, like there was a gap in the market. You want to tell a story to Kannadigas or to Tamilians, but there's not too many people that you can reach out to and say that, can you help me? There's no strong voice. Like a lot of the bigger agencies, they sort of shut down. When all the business moved to Bombay, all the big agencies shut down in the south. So there's no like partner for them. So we're trying to give them that sense of safety, is saying that, okay, we understand the stuff that you guys talk about. We understand your research. We understand, what kind of presentations you need, what kind of insights you want to talk about. So because their thinking is very structured, but the creatives over here, because they're not sort of used to the Bombay way of working or the Delhi way of working, there's a gap. But since I've worked in Bombay and I've worked here, like I think Audacious, what we do is we're bridging that gap. So it makes it easier for them to understand how to talk to the South, and makes it easier for the South to talk to them and get the budgets from them, so that we can like make good content for the Southern audience.
All right. So coming back to films, because that's what most of us do most of the time. So I'm curious to know, because you said, Shruti, when you started talking about my script, that it was your baby, and I'm going to take care of it in such a way that I'll think a lot before I opine. So my question is also around that. Now, when you're done with a story, and after that a script, and maybe possibly a screenplay, and after that you're talking about it. If you're not directing it, then you're going to talk to about your script to producers, directors, artists, and there are lots of opinions that come in, right? When do you think is the point where you lose the fact that, okay, I'm not going to be attached to this script anymore? Or does that happen ever? And because, for example, Miss Perfect, it started as completely different from what I've heard, from what I remember. It was completely different when it started off, when you were thinking about it, when you were writing about it. The name changed, lots of things changed, and your attachment to it also changes in the meantime, right? I mean, for me it does, because I have to, because I'm too attached to something, and that was how I used to be. I've started feeling that it was not doing good to me. Do you also feel that, or are you still, I mean, are you always attached to that specific thing until it goes to the director, or even after that?
I would say for me it's a different kind of attachment. I feel like the attachment changes through the process. Initially, how we work is that it's just the two of us initially while we develop the characters, the story arc, etc., etc. And once so far we have worked in that fashion. Once we have reached a point where we are very sure of, you know, what the characters would do, how the story should move forward, or more than how the story should move forward is how the characters would behave. I feel like that for me is prime. My focus is on that. And then if anyone adds anything to the story, and if Francis or I feel like 100% these characters will behave in that fashion, it's easier to accept that opinion. And I don't think, so when we worked on Miss Perfect, we worked with a writer's room. And that was a very new experience for me, because I've never had to collaborate on writing before that, apart from France. So, but I found it very easy to pick and choose ideas and say, oh, this is quite nice, it's going to add nicely to the story. And because Francis always works in a creative, collaborative environment like that, and because he's creative director, right? So he needs to pick and choose the best ideas and make the best ad film that's possible out of it. I feel like Francis is automatically tuned to do that, and that adds to our writing process, because he's quick to think that, okay, this will work, this won't work, and then he can put it together. But that also, when it translates to film, once you know about how, once you're very sure of your characters, I feel like it just adds to the whole process. And attachment, like towards the end of the project, it's still our story. People have collaborated, added to it, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we are the writers of the story, I think.
That's a very matured way of looking at it, which I recently have started to develop. It's very difficult, Shruti, but I think that's a very matured way of looking at it. How about you, Francis? Is it, like she said, how you're looking at a story, and because you work as a collaborator, I mean, in every stream, even at the advertising agency, but still, when you're creating something from the scratch, you have your characters, you name them, you give them home. So it changes as it goes to a producer, especially to the producer. The commercial interests come in, market value comes in, all your choices, you will have to compromise on a lot of things. So how do you usually look at it, considering that you have written a lot, not plays, but the film scripts?
I think it comes back to what I learned from Shruti, right? I can't hold on too tightly to something.
Yeah.
And if there is a better idea that comes into play, like sometimes, like you said, right, like there's a compromise that you have to compromise on something. So then once you accept that, okay, this thing cannot go on like this, then the idea goes from being sad about it to being excited about, okay, so then what else can we do? What is the next thing that we can do which can make this whole thing better? And I'll give you an example. So while we were doing Ilamai Though, we had actually written the script for, like it's embarrassing to say, but for Rajni sir, right? Like we wanted the character to be Rajni sir, and I mean like who are we to write for Rajni sir? But still, right? Like so, that was our intention. We told Sudha this, and then she said, well, we can't get Rajni sir for this, and also we can't get someone who's a lot older because it's COVID time. What if they get sick? So then we could work with an older actor only for a very limited period of time. And our entire script was around this older actor, which is when we came up with the idea of, okay, what if we, like made it such that when the older actors meet, they turn into their younger selves, right? And I feel like that moment of like turning the whole film into a magical realism piece made the film what it was. So it came from the fact that we had to compromise, that we can't actually shoot the entire film with an older couple. And I think that's something that I learned from her, the way she said that, it's okay, what else can we do? Okay, if we can't do this, what else can we do? What else can we do? It's always that when I'm on that cycle, it helps me not get sad about the fact that, oh, this idea that I really liked is now dead. I'm just like excited about a better idea that's possibly coming. It doesn't always work out. Sometimes the ideas are just like a worse idea happens. But I think when a better idea happens, it sort of gives you hope each time that something better happens.
All right. So in the backstage, before we came on to the stage, there was somebody who came up and he was talking to you, and he called you a Madhuram girl, right? Because you've acted in Madhuram. And yeah, of course, for everybody, every Malayali who's watched Madhuram, I'm sure, we still remember all the shots. We still remember the frames, because how you portrayed the way you loved food, biryanis to be specific, in that film. So my question is, do you see a similarity in the way you enjoy preparing food and in the way you prepare writing or prepare characters to be ready?
I mean, both gives me incredible joy in the way, I don't know, like maybe philosophically saying ingredients, adakka venangi, maybe you can say it, but I don't want to go into that aspect of it. But on the joy front of it, yes, cooking gives me incredible joy.
She's
because
an incredible cook.
She's a great cook.
She's a great cook.
Super.
Also, I don't need to cook every day, so I absolutely love cooking whenever I have to cook it. I'm privileged like that. Also, I feel like for me, cooking is very therapeutic. I do it when I'm like peaceful. Because like I said earlier, I'm privileged. I can choose when I want to cook. And I thank all the help I have for that. But so it's almost therapeutic for me. And I think that's the same way that I also prep for a character before shoot. So I really enjoy going into, so I do a lot of research on food and ingredients, like I do with my characters maybe. And every character, I try and approach it a little differently. The process may be similar, but a different approach to see, angane. I keep breaking into Malayalam. I'm sorry. So like bits of that do come in.
Yes.
If I have to talk about like that, but yeah, I don't know. Cooking is very therapeutic.
All right. So somewhere I remember reading somewhere that your domestic habits, both of yours, like found your way into the story of Ilamai Ido. Is there a reality to it? Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So my question is, what can you steal from your spouse and what is strictly off limits?
I think I steal everything, and then like I show her, and then she says, well, this is off limits, take this off. And then that's how we sort of decide.
What you can steal, what he can steal, you can see on screen, and what he can't, you can't.
Yes, that's a very, very good answer. Okay, a quick game again. I'll give you some controversial statements, not really controversial, but different statements, and ask you to pick from yes, no, maybe so. All right, either of these. So I'll ask you, you will answer. Next question, same answer, different answer. Need not be different
Manchal,
answer.
I
Okay,
don't
one
know.
question. I'll give you one statement. You give me yes, no, or maybe so. Same, you give me yes, no, maybe so. Second goes to you, all right? A writer must write every day.
No.
Yes.
You cannot be a good writer if you don't read widely.
If you don't read?
Widely. You read voraciously.
True. No, can I add to that?
Yeah.
Like lived experiences also help. So I think it's a bit of everything.
Okay.
No, I think there are several writers who are phenomenal writers and don't read at all.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like there's so many writers who just, they don't read. They watch movies, they live their lives, but they have no interaction with books. They don't read. They're not interested in reading also. So
That's
I
okay.
think it's fine.
All right. Writer's block is just procrastination.
No.
Yes.
How different.
How different, yeah. Real life experience is overrated for writers.
Real life experience is overrated. Not at all.
Overrated for writers, no?
Can you explain that?
Real life, so a lot of writers say that it's from their real life experience. We just talked about how Ilamai Ido had a lot of things from your own
I
domestic
feel like
life.
it changes according to the writer depending on what genre they want to write, right? Have I not understood the question?
Your answer is right, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Do you think so?
No, I don't think it's overrated. I think it's very required, or at least like I personally steal from everyone, like from real life. Like my characters are always like things taken from my friends, from my family, whatever. So yeah.
So the running joke in our friend circle is that no story is ever safe with Francis. No one's life is ever safe with Francis.
It's all open for everyone. All right. A writer should never explain a character.
In the film?
Yes. Yeah, in this case, a film. In the sense, I just give you the script. I'm not going to explain what I want from you as an artist.
No. I would like the writer to explain to me.
Okay.
What he or she has in mind about the character they've written.
How is it for you when you are explaining it to the producer or the director?
I think the character's actions should communicate what the character is. So I don't think the writer should explain the character. I think the character's actions should explain itself. Like if you go into what the character is thinking and I'm trying to give backstory, I feel like that's cheating.
Okay.
Then that's bad writing, right? Like you're not letting the character live. Actually.
All right. The first draft should be terrible.
No.
No, I don't think so.
You should.
Similar.
This is the only question.
Only
no,
question.
even that lived experience, I feel like we were on the same page. No?
Yeah, but
I've already
like,
forgotten.
I think it's slightly different for me where it's not my personal lived experience, it's other people's lived experiences that I find very attractive. Like, so my phone is full of like people be telling me a story from something that happened to them or a line someone said to them and I'll be writing it down because.
So Francis looks like the most antisocial person when we are in a gathering because he's constantly on his phone taking notes of what the other person is saying. And it's endearing to me because I know we're going to get a story out of it later. But to the person whose story it is, they find it really irritating.
Maybe they think that he's fiddling with his phone. He's not really into the
We're
conversation.
going to meet two friends like that.
Yeah. All right. Good dialogue doesn't sound like real conversation. Good dialogue need not sound like real conversation.
Again, I think it depends on the setting, but I think like if we are able to crack a dialogue which sounds like real conversation, a real setting, like as an actor, I've seen how scripts are formed. Like since you spoke about Madhuram, I want to add to that by saying that all the scenes that you saw in Madhuram, we improved on set. Along with the actors, and they did have a rough script that was written. That is one way of working with it. I've also worked with directors who write the dialogue and you have to follow it to the T. You cannot change a word here or there. Do they sound like real life dialogue, yes, it does sound, because they probably know how the character is going to act, and they want you to do it exactly that in that fashion. So again, here I feel like it's here or there kind of thing, and it depends on the setting of the film.
Okay. So the same question I'll ask you also, Francis, and I think we
we are
have
done with time.
no time left. We'll open
Just
the...
agree.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's all about the character, right? If the dialogue is accurate to how the character will behave, then it's real for them. So if it's like two characters in Lord of the Rings talking, it doesn't sound like any dialogue, like a real dialogue in that sense. But it's absolutely true for how Aragorn and Gandalf are going to talk to each other, right? So I think in that sense, like good dialogue should just be how the characters speak, and not tied to any sort of reality or things that we've heard.
All right. Thank you, Shruti and Francis.
We're leaving, we're leaving.
Yes. Open to questions? Can the gentleman have a mic, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
So where we can see all the dark colors, black, I know all guns, kind of a Bollywood, kind of shades. I don't know the exact words what you use in the movies. But again, I still remember Shruti for the Madhuram, that beautiful movie. And I just want to know, as a writer, director, as an actress, what do you think this shift is good or bad? You can rephrase my entire thought.
Okay. If I understood right, your question was that Malayalam film is shifting to multiple genres now. Is that good or bad? I think it is incredible. I think it's great because it shows the depth of the industry. It shows how much the industry has understood different kind of filmmaking, and we are not getting typecasted maybe to just what they have bracketed as realistic cinema. And I find this very, very exciting because I cannot talk about it right now, but I recently heard a script which was just crazy, for the lack of a better word. And I would really like to commit to that project sometime soon. But I've been in the Malayalam film industry for 10 years now, and this is the first time that I was actually listening to a script like that. And I'm ridiculously excited by it. So as an actor,
Francis, hope you're having a great day. First of all, I would just like to say that this is like a celebrity starstruck moment for me because, Francis, I'm a fan of you, not as a person, but like of your mind. And I've been seeing, like, following the work that you've done with Audacious now, and it's just fantastic. And Shruti, coming to you, I think you're the first Predam that I saw that I had a crush on. And Francis has a great part to play in it because of the way he writes about you on his captions and everything. But coming to my question, as a creative person in the ad industry and a storyteller, I think we've touched upon this with your question, Archana, but you tend to get attached to the first idea that you write, and if you've given it a good amount of thought and everything. And how do you find the urge to go beyond that and hope for, oh, maybe there's better things coming to my mind? And how do you get there? Or I think I struggle with this when I do write for ads and everything, because I think that, oh, okay, my first idea, yeah, okay, but I have to bring myself to write more. And yeah, I think it's just a learning curve for me because I've just started out in the industry, but as experienced people in the writing industry, what is your advice for that?
So my first boss, he just, he wouldn't let us stop at the first idea. So that was the thing, right? Like to keep your job, you had to write 10 ideas. And I think that that's where the practice comes, where you, when you're like 5 ideas in and you feel like you don't have anything left, but you also have a deadline, and if your boss is a really tough person, then you have to go to idea 10. And then at idea 7 is when you understand that like all your problems were just in your head, right? Like you're capable of more, and you have to break that mental barrier of yourself and find that you are capable of more. And then once you realize that, right, you're always chasing that high of like, I'm sure I'll get a better idea. And I think that's the sweet spot. Like once it happens once, like you'll do it again and again for the rest of your life because you're always chasing the high of getting a better idea.
Thank you.
I think that's it. No more questions, right? Okay, it was an honor to be here, and it was really, really wonderful. I really enjoyed talking to both of you, Francis and Shruti, and thank you for being a lovely audience. Thank you very much.
Love talking to you too, Archana.
Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for the wonderful session. Next, we are heading towards the next session, sponsored by CMR University. The title, The Living Pulse of Indian Poetry.
By Anita Agnihotri, Nadeem Sanadi, Kavi Yaqub, and moderator for this session is Anupama Raju. So we are going to next session titled The Living Pulse of Indian Poetry by Anita Agnihotri, Nadeem Sanadi, Kavi Yaqub, and moderator for
have written a very long poem, and it was written in about, I mean, among many other poems I have written for women, on women. So, when this Hathras tragic incident happened, and in 20 hours I wrote a poem, all the time. The idea was, to say that what is the end of it? Because one thing after other is happening. How long will this happen? So I imagined a situation. It is called the resurrection, where at one point of time there is so much of assault that women cease to exist. But what will be the feature of that world? What kind of world will it be? And then I brought the conclusion of the poem to a point where the man ultimately, or whatever stands for man, ultimately surrenders and saying that you accept my love and nothing else. So that is where the poem ended, that we will survive, all will survive. And ultimately, you can call it a little kind of imaginary situation, but where the power ultimately surrenders to love, and there is a resurrection of women in the new world. So I can read a last para of that poem,
please.
in Bengali, because that is not there in English.
Sure.
In the end, the man is saying, ভোরের ঘাসে মুখ রেখে বারবার বলো হায় আমি কি করলাম, কেন প্রেমিক হলাম না, হন্তারক কিভাবে হলাম? How did I become a killer? Why did I not become a lover? আমি চাই তুমি শোকার্ত চাতকের মতো বৃষ্টির প্রতিটি বিন্দুকে বলো আমার মৃত্যু যন্ত্রণার কথা। মাধুকরী করে তুমি প্রত্যেকটি নিরন্ন কুটিরে গিয়ে ক্ষুধার্ত ফিরে আসো, আর ব্যর্থ পৌরুষ দিয়ে লেখো আমার জীবনী কাব্য। অমরত্বের বর তোমাকে দিলাম, আমাদের সম্মিলিত জীবনকাল শাস্তি অন্তহীন। তোমার প্রায়শ্চিত্ত আদিগন্ত লুকিয়ে থাকুক, বীর্য নয়, অশ্রু নয়, লুণ্ঠন নয়, হত্যা নয়, উজ্জীবন, এই তোমার নামাবলী। জপ করো রত্নাকর, আর অনুশোচনার বলমিক ঢেকে দিক তোমার অহংকার। আমরা ফিরে আসছি, ফসলে ফসলে হেসে ওঠা এই শরৎ পৃথিবীর সব অঙ্কুরে। কেন্দু, মহুয়া, তেঁতুল ও শাল বীজের ডালায় বনের মধ্যে হারিয়ে যাওয়া পথ ধরে আমরা ফিরে আসছি। যত নিশ্চিহ্ন নারী, নষ্ট গর্ভ যত, আমরা ফিরে আসছি নির্জন রাস্তায় হাসির খলখল আওয়াজ তুলে। আমরা ছেয়ে গেছি হাসপাতালে, স্কুল বাড়ির মেঝে দখল করে নিয়েছি, তোমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছ না। আমরা স্বয়ংভাবা, জন্ম নিতে পুরুষের ঔরস লাগে না, অথচ কেবলমাত্র নারী জন্ম দিই। আমাদের হাড় আর লাঙলের ফলায় ওঠে না, কারোর ছিন্ন ভিন্ন সব নেই মাটির ভিতর। নিষ্পুরুষ পৃথিবীতে আমরা ধাত্রী, মাতা, কন্যা, জায়া।
Wonderful. The music is just, I'm totally lost in that. So talking of the music of language, my question is to both of you, Yaqub sir and Nadeem. So when we talk about the living pulse of Indian poetry, what about the poetry in translation, right? Now, both your poems have been translated into English, yours into English and other languages also, yours into Marathi, you said. So, the music of Telugu, music of, let's say, English, very, very different, right? Similarly, Marathi has its own meters and sounds. What is your view when you hear your poetry being read in English or in other languages? How do you feel? Do you feel justice has been done? Do you feel that didn't quite sound right? How do you feel about the translation process itself?
Translations in any language, we never get the real original one in the translation, especially poetry. A special idiom will be there in your own language. that idiom will not get transformed to transfer to the translation. So he will take a suitable word or sentence from that language which he is doing into translation. So the original rhythm will not be there in translation, but the whole poetry is moved, we can get from the translation. When if I render my Telugu poem, I feel, or the listener will feel that essence, but in translation it will be not that much to the audience. So, but the thing is, we are a diverse country where so many languages are there. Madam rendering the Bengali poem, but I am getting that sound and movement, lip movement, and I am getting the essence somehow. Or a Kannada, it is very near to the Telugu. That when you go to the RTC bus, Karnataka, Sariga, that we will get that wording in Telugu easily. Likewise, but the Atma, if you are putting your Atma in that poem, that Atma will transform to translation if the poem will be translating by a good translator. That is what we are. I read so many Bengali novels in my childhood. So many Bengali. We got Rabindranath Tagore. I felt to that idiom of that original language, it will be good. 75% will come to the translation, 25 will be mystery.
Yes, ma'am. So your translation question regarding translation. So before that, so I would like to take this liberty of speaking about the women voices in Kannada writing.
Please.
Yeah. So I think we cannot leave that unspoken and you people unheard about it, because no matter what the movement or timeline we speak about, may it be the classic, modern or contemporary, women writers or women poets in Kannada have always stood shoulder by shoulder with the men writing. Or if we say gender neutral in this manner, they have been never less. So I may not be much familiar with so many names or so many writings, but to the best possible ability of my knowledge, it starts from Akkama Devi centuries ago.
Absolutely.
Centuries ago.
Yeah.
So probably
I think everybody is moved by Akkama Devi's poetry. Yeah.
So distinctively a voice that the nation knows about Mirabai, something like that. And if we speak about the modern poetry, there are so many people who have done tremendous work. So there are like Vaidehi, Nemichandra, so many people we have been reading. So I can see Pratibha Nandakumar madam sitting here, very distinct voice in Kannada. She is here with us. There are many writers who are writing in the contemporary days. There is Mamta Sagar, Shubha Nayak, Hema Pattan Chettis, all these people. So to add all these people as a representative of all the women writing in Kannada, like a cherry on the cake, it is Banu Mushtaq that she won the Man Booker this year, along with her translator again, who is also happened to be a Kannada woman.
Yeah.
So Kannada women in writing.
I can see a lot of pride in you, which is great.
Yeah, so yes, ma'am, that is one particular topic that just because I do not share the same gender with the people we are speaking
you don't
about,
have to.
so we need not speak. So I thought it would be
Sure,
very
thank you.
appropriate that I should be
Thank you for
addressing this
jumping
issue.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is what, and we are very proud of the women and very proud of our seniors, our ancestors who have written before us. And so we will continue to read and celebrate them always.
Okay.
And coming to the translation question of yours, as Yaqub sir said, not all poems can be translated to all the languages and all the styles. So there will be an idea behind the poem, there will be an emotion behind the poem, which may or may not be translated into another language. In the morning session when I was speaking, so I gave an example of a legendary writer, Dara Bendre, who happened in Kannada, so modern poet who is a Jnanapita awardee also. So he has a very popular poem of his, Ni Hinga Nodabeda Nanna. So a woman is looking at her husband or someone like that. So what he is saying is, don't look at me like that. Because if you look at me like that, I won't be able to face you, or I won't be able to look back at you in the same manner. And this particular poem, when it has been brought onto the stage, so translation, it can be lingual also, and it can be onto the stage or screen also. In that manner, I'll consider your question. So when it was taken to the stage or onto the screen, the song was romanticized, saying that heroine is singing for the hero that don't look at me like this. So, how will I look back at you, something like that. Actually, the original poem was written when Dara Bendre had lost their son. And the wife is looking at her husband saying that ghar ka chirag chala gaya. So what should we do? And Bendre is like, don't look at me like that. I know I'm helpless. I cannot make our son survive. He has gone now. But if you look at me like that, how will I be able to face you?
And that whole context had been
Context
changed.
in translation fails.
Was lost,
So that's why I said not all poems can effectively be translated into all the languages. However, it is to the fine sense of judgment of the translator to choose his poems wisely.
Or her poems.
Yes, or her poems. So it is because of such wise choices, so we are able to read Tagore, we are able to read Gulzar, Javed Akhtar, Rahat Indori, or whomsoever, K. Nallatambi from Malayalam or whatsoever. It is because of the fine choice of the translators that they have chosen right poems for translation. And in regard to my poems that have gone to Marathi, so fortunately I happen to know Marathi because I belong to a border region. It was very easy for us, both of us, to sit, discuss and select which poems are to be translated so that those reaches the Marathi readers and listeners also. So it happens equal duty of the translator as well as the original writer to discuss and choose which poems can make sense when they go to other languages.
I'm very glad you mentioned that, because translation at the end of the day, especially if the original writer is a living writer, it becomes a matter of collaboration. It's a dialogue, a continuous conversation. I say that because I am also a translator. I translate from Malayalam into English, even though I write in English. So we have about little less than 9 minutes left.
That's a poem that I have written. My son, he is disturbing the entire venue. I'm sorry for that.
That's your son, okay. Very nice, okay. So we will move on to the last question. Before that, I just want to read one poem and then we will move into maybe...
Would you not also like to say how your writing has changed over time?
Okay.
You have several volumes of poetry here.
Yeah, so I actually started writing in my late 20s, but my first book I published very late, at the age of 40. It was actually 10 years in the making, I would say, because I took my time to collect the poems, to revisit them, to edit, because I thought that it should take that much time. And it was published by Speaking Tiger. It's called 9. And then I wrote a novel, an experimental novel, combining prose and poetry, because somehow poetry never went out of me. So I had to write the novel in prose and poetry. That's called C. C, a novel that was, thankfully I found a publisher who had faith in me, Aleph Book Company. They took me up on the experiment. And then my latest book is Bitter Good, which I understand is a popular vegetable. I forgot what it's called in Kannada.
Karela.
In Kannada also it's called Karela? No, it's called some something kai.
Hagalkai.
Kagalkai.
Hagalkai.
Hagalkai. And in Bangla? Uche. Wonderful. And in Telugu, what is it called, sir? Yakub, sir? Kagrakai. Okay. Anyway, so it's called, let's say, Kagrakai. Anyway, but the evolution, I would say, when I started writing, I think I was a little more positive probably about life. And then the cynicism started growing in me and started writing slightly more serious poetry, responding to abuse and injustice and things like that, but also touching upon abuse of different sorts: sexual abuse, psychological abuse, emotional abuse in relationships, and mental illness, what happens to people abused in relationships, and so on and so forth. So my last book, I think you can see that the Kagarakai and the, because I've become a real Kagarakai in this last book. Okay. In Malayalam, it's called Pavakya. Anyway, so I will just read one poem. Since we are talking about kais and vegetables, it's got to do with food. It's called Planning Dinner. There's batter in the fridge anyway, enough to last a week for two. Idlis are great, but too cumbersome. Their molds pile, grate in the sink, steel scrubs, screams shrill. Soft mounds turn surly in the end. Idlis are not as easy as you think. Supple, warm, plump. They soak up sambar only if they ferment as long as swear words that linger unsaid, unheard in the tap water, now gushing out loud, loud enough for the neighbors to know it's idlis for dinner. So no idlis tonight. Let's settle for dosha. Let's go round and round. Leave a sizzle here, a dribble there. Crisp enough for you? Thank you. Thank you. It's actually a poem that turned out to be about anger, even though she's planning dinner. Anyway. Very subtle, very good. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So on a closing note, we heard something very noble from Yakub sir right in the beginning. Reading and writing poetry makes our society a better society. For those of us present here in the auditorium, ma'am, what do you think? How does poetry make us better people? What is it about poetry? What is that quality?
I would say poetry expresses in fewer words, so each word is indispensable, and a striking poem pierces through the heart, direct, and because it is short and because it can be more powerful than descriptive prose. It can remain in our heart, and the book of poem can always be kept near your head when you sleep.
Wonderful. That's a great thought. Yeah. Yakub sir, do you want to read a poem, or do you want to say what about poetry is? Sir? You said earlier that reading and writing poetry makes us a better society. What is that quality about poetry that makes us a better society? Why do you say that?
I believe the sensitization, the poetry sensitizes the human being. That's what my opinion.
Okay.
When you sensitize the human being's original nature, or if you giving the love and with your efforts, with your words, if you clean the what you call your thoughts and heart and everything. Why? Because why I am telling this means I came from a poor family When I reached to a small house where good people are there, when I turned to them with their hugging hand, hugging nature, they sensitized me and they give me the love. With that, my path is till now, today. So poetry also touches you like that. If poetry touches you, it hugs you, you will become a purified human being.
Wonderful.
Not 100%, 50% also is better. that will be for better society. So I believe, as a retired professor also, Telugu professor,
correct.
I was there with 30 years with thousands of younger generation people. In 30 years, I spent with them and I taught them, and with poetry, I got good students from them also.
Very nice.
So in practice, it is a good practice. So poetry will be good weapon or a tool to go to the human beings, the minds, and it will sensitize their thoughts, and for better society, it is very much needed.
Okay.
We will use the poetry for that. What I think about that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Nadeem?
There's a poem that I had read long back. I do not, I'm unable to recall it fully. But it said something like, ಕವಿತೆ ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸುತ್ತದೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕವಿತೆ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸುತ್ತದೆಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಕವಿತೆ ಕವಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಖಂಡಿತ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. So which means a poem, I do not know if a poem can change the society. I do not know if a poem can change a religion. But I am sure a poem can change a poet. So these three lines, or this short, small lines, are good enough to end my point here, I guess. So the one who write it and the ones who read it, they will surely change. I'll share them with you.
That's wonderful. Actually, we are time is up, and it was a great way to conclude. One request I have for everybody is, please buy books of poetry, because just as we have already, I think, talked about how important poetry is for our society. We need more readers of poetry. For that, you need to buy the books of poetry. So the books are available there. Please buy them. Thank you for being here and for being such a patient audience. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Yaqub sir, Nadeem, and Anita ma'am. It's been a pleasure talking to you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳು, ಲೇಖಕರು, ಇವರ ಜೊತೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ, ವಿಮರ್ಶೆಗಳು, ಸಂವಾದ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು. ಅಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮೆರುಗು ಕೊಡುವ ವಿಚಾರ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಈ ದಿನ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಕೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೋಷನ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎ ಕರ್ನಾಟಿಕ್ ವೋಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ TS ಸತ್ಯವತಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡ ಇವರಿಂದ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ, ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಳ್ಳಷ್ಟು ಸಂಶಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಂಜೆ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ.
BBLF has been providing a vibrant platform for all the Indian languages. In the year 2025, BBL had invited a Marathi as a guest language, with the prominent Marathi writers being here for 3 days and presented their views. And here, this year, we have invited Bengali as a guest language for the BBL 2026. So with this note, we are jumping to the next session. The next session,
Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Science presents Bookbrahma Literature Festival 2026 is proudly supported by our platinum partners Mysore Sandal, Elsia and Elsita, JSW Group, Prashant Prakash Family Foundation, Gold Partners MS Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, BLDE, CKPC Properties, Silver Partners Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Pali Institute, Netkalapa Trust, Oxico, Lidker Corporation, Insights on India, Associate Partners, KMF Nandini, Happiest Health, Bhavani Industries, YMSIL, supported by Unboxing Bangalore, Government of Karnataka, Kannada and Cultural Department Karnataka, Department of Information and Public Relations Karnataka, Karnataka State Police.
So we are now heading to the next session. Next session sponsor Kadamba Kambada Kone Raitara Seva Sahakari Sangha Limited. The title People Before Politics. Is India ready for a new political culture?
By Darshan Puttannaya, Rasheed Kidwai in conversation with the Preeti Nagaraj. So let's welcome all the speakers on the stage, please.
The mics are not, yeah, thanks. So you
Hello.
heard me loud, thank you. Thank you.
Very loud and clear.
Yeah, very loud and clear. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with very distinguished gentlemen on the stage. One is Rasheed. You guys heard Rasheed in the morning. He's the author of biography of our Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar. And Darshan Puttannaya, a man with a lot of dreams. And he's the sitting MLC of Melkote. MLA of Melkote, sorry. A very successful entrepreneur who had a wonderful company running in the US when he decided to come and step into his father's shoes after his demise. His father, Puttannaya, is a big name in farmers movement in Karnataka, a man who would mince no words. And Darshan has been doing his best to fill the shoes through Karnataka Sarvodaya Paksha. And so far, we must say he has been extremely successful. Today, we are here to talk about the new possibilities in politics. From people to politics, is India ready for a new political culture? In the light of, and myself, I'm Preeti Nagaraj, I'm a journalist writer. I write in Kannada and English on a host of things, including politics. So I can promise you that this discussion will bring you a lot of insights that you wouldn't hear otherwise on any discussions that happen in a very formal level, because here we are willing to open a few doors that have been shut for long. So my first question will go to Darshan about when we talk about new language, new culture in politics, Darshan Aure, there is an assumption that we are going to make a revolution happen, but you are somebody that came in with a lot of goodwill, and you haven't kind of been loud in your presence, but you have distinguished presence in the space, and you're known for your ideas and execution of work, and you also speak pretty frankly about the changes that we require in the politics. So do you think you will be able to do it as a politician yourself?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on this panel here with distinguished people here. I do think there is hope. I mean, this is after me being in this role for about 3 years now. Initially, yes, I was very motivated. Then, the curve really stooped way down in terms of my confidence. But eventually, after understanding the system, trying to navigate the system, there are a lot of well-intended people that I met who want to bring change, but I think a lot of the system level changes need to happen. I think that is where we'll have to rethink the whole model, keeping the citizen at the center and then redesigning our systems I think it might be a little too extreme in terms of making changes at the government level. As you all know, it is very slow. Introducing such a drastic change will take time, but I think we have been talking to a lot of people and socializing how do we bring about these changes. So I think it is our responsibility and our job to really make that happen. Otherwise, we would fail in our role as an elected representative. I mean, so far, I will say have not been. I mean, if I have to rank myself with the job that I'm doing as a member of Legislative Assembly, defined as based on the roles and responsibilities, I've really failed. But there are only efforts that are happening. I'm hoping that'll transpire into actual actions. But that is where I think we'll have to rethink the whole model itself, and I can go deeper into that as the conversation progresses.
Right, from hackathons that you used to organize pretty frequently too, Halli meetings, both are a different set of vyakarana, if I may use that word, because it doesn't translate when I say grammar. Vyakarana is a word that encompasses just mere grammar. Vyakarana has so many aspects to it that makes for a sentence or a word or the placement of a word. So for somebody that was very comfortably organizing, working, running his own company, to coming to Halli meetings in the Halli, and you have gone from Halli to US, and then, so was it homecoming or was it homecoming?
It was definitely homecoming, and I think you brought up, I didn't think about the hackathon piece. But
my friend reminded me of that, my friend.
Yeah. So I think, I mean, we used hackathons to solve problems, right? In the tech space, that's where a lot of these words are used. And I think we said, let's do panchayat hackathons.
Wow.
So we do that. So we have started where, it's been going on for a while now. We bring all the departments, sit in a panchayat for 2 weeks and solve, not only just listen to grievances, but actually solve and then leave. I mean, we might not be able to resolve everything, but I think we will be able to, based on what we have done in the past, 45–50% of the work gets done. And that's what I'm saying, right? If we really want to finish the work, the grievances that we needed to address 100%, the systems will not allow us, right? So that is where I think I have a different opinion, like even in the tech side of things, right? The government says, we have implemented tech, but to a certain extent, yes. But we've spent tens and thousands of crores, and we've just moved from table to table to login to login. So right, so the files move from table to table before physically. Now we've just replaced that with computer files. So I think we have not re-engineered the processes, but we just use the same processes, implemented technology. So that is like, bad process, more technology. That means worser.
Yeah.
outcomes. So I think we just,
yeah.
that's what we need to really rethink about.
Wonderful point, because even in our preliminary discussion, you made this point very candidly, that from table to table, we have now gone to login, right? I mean, but the roadblocks remain the same. So now my next question to you, Rasheed, would be, you as a journalist, you have seen many politicians and many accomplished politicians as well that have, climbed the ladder, gone wherever they wanted to. Like in the morning, you were talking about the conviction and gumption with which a person in his political career will go occupy places that he or she has been dreaming of. I mean, by default, I will say he, because I don't see she, too many she in in politics. I mean, it's a reality. So now when we talk about the changing scenario of politics, do you think it's a flash in the pan? Or, I mean, I'm especially talking about this in the context of the recent Jantar Mantar revolution that we saw, Cockroach Janata Party, which came from Instagram and, actually occupied the Jantar Mantar for a cause that they believed in. Do you think these things have a sustained value to bring up a new way of speaking to politicians or making politics work for us?
Thank you, Preeti. I think, no, it's not good. Okay. Yeah. I think there's several very pertinent issues you have raised, and in his opening remarks, Mr. Darshanji has given a glimpse of what happens if you have a dream and you become a practitioner. See, I think in our country, there is a lot of hope. There is no yes or no answer. I think whatever you say about India, as I said, the opposite is equally true. Are the youth very important and they are asserting themselves? Yes. Have youths arrived in the political scene? No, because the average age of our parliamentarians and MLAs start from 50, 55, and people are considered, young. I don't want to take name. Many leaders who are young are all in their, late 40s or early 50s or so. So they are, in a sense, they are middle age. Actually, there is a systemic problem. Because our country's system, post-independence, the kind of bureaucratic control we have, I have seen politics from very close quarters. He's a practitioner, I'm an observer, but there is a lot of blockage. So if you're an elected member of parliament, you represent, or elected member of legislative assembly, you represent will of the people. Then, but for very small things, you need to go to the bureaucracy. And the bureaucracy is supposedly that the steel framework of that, which during the British time, the IAS, the IPS, and the state bureaucracy, they don't let things happen. So the MLA has a very limited role. More role is actually, you'll be surprised to a corporator, to a municipal this thing. In municipality, you can, if you're a member, you can get a lot of things and projects done. So, and you are relevant if you become a minister. So ministers have a lot of power. Ministers have an avenue and have a potential to bypass or control bureaucracy. So the bureaucracy is not controlled by the MLAs or MPs who actually, so in end of the day, if you have 100 MLAs and there are 20 ministers, so the 80 MLAs are just having filtered coffee. And they always, that plea, petition, you're using some strong tactics, some kind of pressure to get your work done. So again, and when you go back to the people say, oh, what have you done in the last 5 years? So therefore, we have a very success of this thing. Political parties win, but the number of MLAs and MPs returning back to as elected MPs is just about 50%. So 50% people actually don't get re-elected. This is all national. So there are a lot of challenges are there, but I think there is a lot of hope and aspiration. Actually, in nutshell, as I see it, the democratic roots in our country are very strong. So whenever there is any very powerful person, whether it was Indira Gandhi or earlier time Jawaharlal Nehru or at present day, there are forces and they're led by youth who, and even Rajiv Gandhi time, a lot of time, who tend to come as a kind of opposition in a very democratic, peaceful, and within the four walls of our constitution. So this is something which is very good, very redeeming, but our system doesn't allow free flow. So it doesn't, get to converted. A lot of political parties who start with a lot of promise, they end up becoming the same status quoist.
What a wonderful observation you made, Rasheed. In medical terms, I'm sure all of us are aware, there's something called self-limiting disease. After a point, that disease starts to heal itself or doesn't progress to the extent that it becomes a problem or it becomes a morbid aspect for a body to survive. Politics also, I think, is very self-limiting. As much as it aspires to go further, it also stops itself from going any further. I think Darshan may have even stronger stories and from your experience, from the years that you've spent in politics. Is it something that is very difficult to cross and do something for the sake of people? Like Rasheed was bringing up the question about bureaucracy, right? I mean, does this bureaucracy have a face or is it process? Because earlier you said process. I am coming back to the same question.
I think when Rasheed sir was talking about certain things about work getting done and things, so we as an elected representative, I really want to reflect on what our role is to begin with, right? So I think we are supposed to be, we should be looking at laws and that is our core focus, and that should be, the intent is we understand the ground realities, the ground truth, and then we should bubble up those issues and bring it up on the floor and have discussions and make sure those laws are amended or introduce new policies and things like that. That is essentially what we're supposed to be doing from the ground. And then eventually that needs to be get implemented through the bureaucracy channels. To a larger extent, I think change, this is if you ask me, this is a pure change management issue. I think really just getting everybody to accept this, okay, this is a problem, right? This is a problem we need to address, is the biggest challenge. See, everybody, regardless of political parties, we all come and we say, we finish 5 years, and then, like Rasheed sir said, 50% of us don't get elected, re-elected, whatnot, right? But I think 5 years is a lot of time, and I think we have an ample opportunity to really make a difference throughout the state. I think we all need to really understand what our role is to begin with, and then really figure out how to get that work done in partnership with the bureaucracy. I don't think bureaucrats, I've been speaking to a lot, socializing this whole concept and how do we change system level, bring system level changes, and everybody seems to be open to it. But I think they're like, oh, how do you change your system? But really just bubbling those conversations and having those conversations is a starter. It might not go, like every plan that you suggest might not go all the way, but I think some of it will see the light of the day. And I think having those open conversations and really just progressing it is probably where we have to start, and then introducing that change. Like everybody, it's human, right? So we all are resistant to change. Yeah. So we wanted to just get through, and a lot of especially in politics, nobody wants to rock the boat. Yes. Right? So don't want to stick their head out, say, hey, I take this challenge. And some people do, but I think the majority of them, 5 years, let's just sail through and get through and make sure that every day we are marketing ourselves so that we get re-elected next time. I think that's our jobs, right? Like every day you get up, get on stage, cut ribbons, attend weddings, and then also sell ourselves from morning till evening. And that is the honest truth of how we all function as a politician. True. And every decision, every event we make is like make sure that our presence is spread to as many people as we can, so that they know that we are actually doing some work.
It's like people want change, bureaucrats want change, politicians want change, but the change won't happen because everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. it's as much as, you know, it's the truth. I mean, all of us want something, but that something will not, I mean, is not happening. I don't know why, because I think thousands of years ago, Samrat Ashoka also wrote on the stone edifice of the things that he did and things he didn't want to do, and we still are writing and rewriting, maybe not on the stone, but we are still, I think we're still rewriting and saying things that we wanted to do and what we haven't been able to do. Rasheed, my question to you is, there are politicians that have a projection, that have a personality that they project, right? I mean, there is a language that they speak, a personality that they like to project. And beneath that personality would be another hidden side to them that genuinely feels that we should be speaking a different language. In keeping with today's topic, I'm saying we should probably be speaking to people in a different language that they understand instead of codification of this political language. Have you met any politician that feels like that and yet has been able to, or has been constrained, or has been successful in changing the language that they interact with people, bring those changes?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of people, and I think politics has, in the old Greece, it was described as a noble profession. A lot of people are drawn by this kind of greater public good, but there are a lot of misconception, and when they come, they arrive, then they see what kind of hurdles are there, and then they become, like you were giving example, they become, part of that very system. So while they remain very, well-meaning person, for instance, you look at Dr. Manmohan Singh, a very, honest man. Many times he didn't have, when he was not a prime minister, he didn't even have a car to go here and there, those kind of lot of problems. But his critics may say that he was a prime minister of a very corrupt regime. So this element of corruption that comes in, and that is a systematic. So during the day when I was talking, and I told them that I had quoted a study earlier when I was talking, that we have a very corrupt political system. The cost of one vote in where we are sitting is about 7,000, 8,000 rupees per vote. It's an average thing within 5 years, all those weddings and those kind of things you're saying. In poorer kind of regions of our country, it is 3,000. Still, it is a staggering figure. So the kind of amount that is given, and you may have, I mean, I know many people who do that, you may have stuck to that 75 lakh rupees, which is a poll expenses ceiling. You may have spent that much or less, but I would say, and perhaps I'm crossing that line, that 80% of your colleagues may have, or maybe 90% have not done that. So many of them spend 10 times, 20 times, even in today's in university and college, this thing, there a lot of people are spending a lot of money because there is a misconception, as you were saying. You see, you are a lawmaker, but then you see the lawmaking part is not seen as that. A prime minister to, as I said, a municipal corporator is largely seen, what have you done for your constituency? How many new things have done, how many, flyovers are there, how many, clean drinking water things. So people are judged by sadak, bijli, pani, those kind of very basic things that are there, which is not a job of a lawmaker. So if you look at the lawmakers globally, they have a very different role. So I think the role definition is a problem. There is a very, corrupt political system is there. There are in political parties. So thousands of youths can organize. I have seen, and I can say it. See, the Aam Aadmi Party started with a lot of promise in Delhi. And, your associate, I don't know how you describe Mr. Yogendra Yadav, you have had an association. He was there and all that. And then you saw, with the passage of time, he was, in a way, sidelined by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and others. And then they came liquor scam and all that. We don't know what is going to happen. It's a matter is sub judice, so I'm not making a judgment. But the allegation of corruption started, a lot of people got elected at that time, not only in Delhi, but in Punjab, people who didn't have money or who didn't spend money. So, a plumber defeated, sitting chief minister, and all kind of things happened. But then, you see, when you run the party, then you realize the matters of bread and butter. So I think it's a bit of a, chicken and egg story. I don't want to give a lot of youth and youngsters are here. I don't want to give a cynical this thing, but there are a lot of problems are there because you need to have a symbol, you need to register your political party, you need to have activities, you need to have social media base, and everything requires money. Anybody coming to his house, he has to offer at least a cup of tea or coffee in the morning. So if his 400 coffees a day translated into 365 days into 5 years is a colossal money bill. And what is the salary that he's getting? See, the Indian lawmakers are very poorly paid. But if you ask the middle class says, no, they are very rich. They are paid a lot. And I'm just saying, so they should be paid more, but they should not be given this, the free telephone and free house and free this thing. A lot of reforms are needed. So we have not had, electoral reforms. Like we lack social reforms, we need judicial reforms. We have done economic reforms, and economic reforms have borne, fruit. And you look at, Bangalore's status in, globally, I would say, it is a reflection of the benefits of economic reforms. But these other reforms have not taken place. So the youth participation and, youth induction and youth becoming a change agent and all will happen if we have this, systemic, cleanliness or cleanup is there. That's how I look at it.
You're talking about the hygiene check in politics, which is very imperative. I want to ask Darshan about, you are among the very few that stand independently. Like, I can only think of two people. One is you and the other one is Karama of Janata Dala. That she is in Janata Dala is a matter of coincidence, but I don't know how many of you know Karama is a lady from very marginalized community that fought elections very fairly, community funding, fought against feudal system and feudal lords, defeated them, and all this money was collected, funded by her own people who are probably working as laborers in some of the villages. They all collected money, and after the election expenses were done, she sent the money back to them. And they sent the money back to her again saying, no, keep it till the elections are over. And then she said, no, my work is done. Now it's up to you to vote. So I see such fairness in Darshan and also Karama. I want to ask, is it a lonely battle that you're fighting? I mean, you want to bring in the changes, but there is no backing of a huge party. There is support, of course. But how do those changes get implemented? So I'm asking you this question in the context of you being one of the answers to the change that we needed. You were also the new language that we spoke.
So definitely, yes, there's a lot of challenges. I think even just getting across the ideas that we have has been a challenge. Getting an audience to listen to us by not brushing us off has been a challenge. Who to ask, where to go, and who to meet has been a challenge. I always I came from a tech world, and I always relate. And I had a startup, and went through the journey, and I always relate back to the initial days. Like, I kind of feel the same as well here. It's almost like, I didn't know who to ask, and I had to do everything. So for example, I wanted to write a private member bill with climate change. That was the first bill. I said, let me draft it. So I went around, and I didn't really know how to write it, and where to start, who to ask. So it took me almost 6 months to figure it out. Luckily, AI helped me. So I think eventually so I had to, resort to a lot of that, and eventually, I was able to figure it out. But it is absolutely a lonely battle. And to quote again is my partner in my business when he said, he had actually warned me that you will be alone in this battle, meaning. Just not because nobody wants to listen, but I think trying to get across your ideas and thoughts, whether it is bad, good, ugly, throw darts at it, tear it apart, that is secondary. I think just getting these ideas and thoughts about, I think for me, I have an advantage, to be very honest. I only got into politics just because of this election, and then before that I had no clue, and I had left India in 2001. So after that, I came back and kind of stood. So I had a different perspective altogether in terms of how I look at the problems. That I didn't realize that initially, but eventually that was actually an advantage for me. So I didn't have to. I was not too close to the problem. So then I think that gave me an edge to look at things differently, and then was able to get some of these ideas and why, like I said, table to table to log in. There's so many of these challenges that we see day to day where we are not able to deliver citizen services. Even though we have everything, I think we are actually working really hard and not smart in terms of how do you deliver these services effectively. Small things takes a long time. How do you move from reactive governance to proactive governance? Every service that we want starts with an urge, and then you get the service. So why not reverse that? You're a department, you have to provide 10 different services, give that to the citizen regardless. So how do you build back-end systems and processes to make that happen? So those are things that we have been kind of pushing across, and some of it has been making progress.
Are there moments of total hopelessness sometimes?
Like I said, I hit the bottom. I had a lot of hopes, and people had a lot of hopes. It's like, hey, he's going to do something. When I entered the system, I quickly learned that it is not easy. So my confidence was at the all-time low. And then, once I started looking things, it took me about 9 to 10 months to really be honest in terms of understanding everything. And then was able to, my confidence is high, and I think, I don't want to use the word think, there is definitely hope. And,
wonderful. Good to hear that from a sitting MLA, and we really hope and wish that you get to achieve, because when you were talking about the climate change policy that you wanted to draft, at a concept level, you would be thinking of climate change policy. And then outside your door, there would be one Raita Mahila sitting and asking, Anna, Nando Jamin Pani Tegaskodi, get me my title deed or something. I mean, something as simple as that should have been accessible to her, and should have been so unchallenging of a task for her. It becomes such a big problem because it's simply not facing her. So it's a very desperate situation across the country. I think in Karnataka we are still able to manage better. I'm not sure about the other states. In the morning you were talking about the other states also in your interaction, Rasheed. I wanted to ask you, when you were working on the book on CM DK Shivkumar, were there any marked differences that you thought Karnataka stands quite unique Karnataka stands in a unique position compared to other states?
Yes, I think first of all, a level of political awareness that is very high, and I think the stakeholders are, constantly pressurizing government or governments. There is a far more, bigger participation. All these things are there. I mean, I've seen the kind of, for instance, the farm sector, the kind of challenges they are facing in North India, in western part of India, and also Karnataka has a much better sort of, statistically speaking, much better outcome, much better remuneration. All these things are there. But fundamentally, there are very problems. You see, why do we need a government? I mean, we must look at it, the two aspects of it, which are very important in discourse. As I said, I'm giving more questions than answers. Answer Mr. Darshanji will give. First of all, when we talk about the youth, you see the aspect of parenting that we have in our country, the kind of system. You see, our child remains child for a very long time. You would hear a boy of 27, 26, parents saying, usko settle karna hai, we'll get him married, we'll get him this. And you know, 16, 18, if you go to Europe or in America and all, the 18 is a like thing where many people leave home and they start their own life. Of course, it has a lot of its own challenges. I'm not here to endorse or criticize, but then there are degree of independence come here. The girls, boys, they are all seen as, particularly in middle class, there is a lot of control. So therefore, and in politics, we want them to be very independent-minded. We want them to be a change agent, catalyst for change. Whereas we, at social level, try to maintain a lot of status quo. So this is a a problem aspect. It's not so much political problem, more of a societal, social problem. Second thing, the government is supposed to. You look at today, the clean drinking water issue. There's so much of packaged water is available, not only in this premises, but all over the country. And so in a huge industry. Similarly, you look at the, the kind of power supply. Again, you have so many inverters and generators and a huge billion crore industry. Then you look at security. Government is supposed to provide security. Now, security is also not there. Every colony, every locality has a private security. Again, the private security business is running into hundreds of thousands of crores. Now you come to education. Again, there is so much of private schools and private universities and private colleges. So why do we? The question I want to ask Mr. Darshan, that why do I need a government? What is government doing for me as a citizen? The citizen is disorganized, the citizen is divided into caste, religion, linguistic, subcaste, all these affiliations. So as a result, you see, it's the politicians who are having a field day, and then we expect. So what I'm saying is, here there is we are having some kind of interplay where we actually talk a lot about youth movement, youth empowerment, and in effect we are doing very little, and we are accepting and tolerating all those things that are wrong. So there is no citizenry movement in our country, whether it's in rural India or in the poorer. It happens in some of the states in Northeast and all, but then we get to hear very little about it.
It's probably the culture of the land. While you closed your remarks with reference to Northeast, I think it's probably the culture of each land that adapts things to itself as a society, as a matter of discipline and integrity than an expectation from the government. Though it is fair for us to expect clean water, basic, and safety, basic, and good roads, basic, but we are given better shock absorbers, vehicles with better shock absorbers, and we're given RO water, and we're given inverters. Industrialization. So government will not provide solution, but it will set up industry and make you buy it with your own money, while you're also paying the government for something. So Darshan, I want to come back to you and ask about some unique experiences that have made that you have brought in your constituency as a matter of solution. All this while we spoke about problems and politics is, oh no, nothing else is possible. But let's talk of solutions also that you've been able to implement, and I've heard a good deal about it. What are the solutions that you've been able to bring in, and things that have brought you happiness as a people representative?
So to answer Rasheed's sir's question, I still have a lot of questions. So I still need to understand a lot.
Well, I think we too thought we will ask you questions and you will answer, but you're joining us. This is turning the table.
Yeah, so I think there are so many problems, and I think some of the ways that initially when I got elected and started to understand our departments, the way that we work and they function, I think we are incentivizing, when I say the government incentivize each departments to just, their main motivation is, okay, here's the X amount of money that you sanctioned for this department, for this taluk or district, and they need to distribute it to X amount of people, whether it is things that they need to distribute or whatever, right? And then there are schemes we introduced to solve a problem, apparently, but I don't think it is central to that. So how do you I mean, I think you asked a different question, but I just want to talk about this and then answer your question. How do you organize departments to solve problems? Like, for example, agriculture, like a farmer problem. Farmer problem is not just purely with agriculture. It requires agriculture, sericulture, animal husbandry, horticulture, the RDPR department, the irrigation, APMC, all these departments. Never have they sat in a room and said, okay, here's a farmer's issue that let's actually all collaborate and figure out and solve this problem. Whether it be pricing, whether it is yield losses, whatever, right? Like, I think that has been a challenge, and that is what we have to really look at and reorganize our systems and relook at our systems for any problems. Like, even including, water, electricity, or better roads. So for you to lay the roads, you have to make sure the pipes are there. So who lays the pipe? It's a different department. Who provides water? It's a different department. So how do you come together, like how do different departments come together and solve the problem? I think we just have to rethink about that. We have been trying. I don't think I would say we have done a lot, but we have been experimenting, doing things a lot in our constituency. We're trying to figure out some models around local circular economy to increase economics for farmers. Because I represent a rural constituency, and majority of them, their livelihood is all farming. So we are using existing systems, which I'd say entities that are government-based, which people trust inherently, to change the model of how economics work at the local level. So how do you, we've built our own systems to go in and track the consumption patterns of everybody, production. So how do you map, the major problem that farmers have is everybody harvests together and there's too much of produce of the same kind. That will actually drop the prices down. So how do you create supply and demand locally? So we've mapped out some processes and figured out how to map that, and we're managing that. And then how do you re-engineer the entire value chain so that majority of the cost or the farmer benefits the most in that whole value chain, because he really needs to be helped. So we have been experimenting a lot of that. And we have been successful in a few panchayats, and then we are trying to create systems so it can be done across the state, so that it applies to everybody. And then we have done, like I said, a panchayat hackathons. We've been really successful.
Tell us a little more about Panchayat Hackathon. How does it happen?
So I think, every day in the morning, people used to come to our house and say, 100, 200, 400, 500 people. So it was very hard and draining for me. It's like, I need my time back. So like majority of the issues, like people used to come and ask me, like you said, the pani issue, or somebody is not giving them road to go to their farm. These were the major. So we classified those issues in terms of what are these repetitive issues that we are getting from everybody. And of the people who were coming and meeting me, only 5% or even less issues were getting solved. Because the only solution that I had for them was to listen to their grievance and make a phone call. Like I couldn't fix anything. Like I had to call somebody, say, do this. It's basically influencing their work to be done immediately. So that is essentially how I solved problems. So I thought that, and I used to call this any government officer and say, get this done. But I saw patterns where those were still lingering after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 5 weeks. So we said, okay, this is not working. So let us bring, and then the major reason why they gave was, they said, I'm dependent on another department for them to give me this information, so that's why I'm not able to do my work. So we said, okay, this is not working. So we'll bring every department, make them sit there. Nobody should give me that answer in terms of that department is not giving me the information, or they have to do their work. So we said everybody is right there. No, I'll give you. So that's how we really started, and we said we pitched the tent and in one panchayat first, and. We thought, I mean, man, this is a great idea. Everybody will come. They'll be all over it and get all the issues solved. Only 2 people came. So because I think we've all made these promises, like, we used to go to each village and say, collect grievances and then go back. So we were saying, oh, give us grievances, we'll solve it here. And we will not leave. First panchayat, we stayed in that panchayat for a month. So we didn't get out of it till we were satisfied to a certain extent, we couldn't finish all the issues. So and then we had to go to each and every household, like as though we were campaigning for our election, and said, please come, please come. And then we had to explain that. And our whole idea was the day our offices are empty, we have done our jobs right. Wow. So how do you...
Wonderful.
So how do you work backwards from that, right? So that is what... and you should not be asking for people to write applications.
Right.
What is the service that each department has to provide? You have to provide it proactively. So even today, it has been a challenge to make them understand what we mean. So that's what we have been attempting, and we are slowly increasing our strike percentages from panchayat to panchayat, and we have been continuing to work on that. And a lot of these issues have been lingering for, trust me, and believe it or not, people, we have 236 villages. Only 9 villages had burial grounds.
What? Wow.
Right?
Only
on
9.
Paper, because there was an order there was a Supreme Court order that every village has to have a burial ground. They made sure every village had that on paper. When the RTC had a line said, hey, this village has on this survey number, this. But in practical, when you actually went and saw practically, no, it was not. So we had to, imagine the things that we had to deal with.
Yeah, I am surprised that a people's representative went village to village to look for burial grounds and not find them. This is shocking and very surprising that, and you made an effort to do that.
No, I think so. We made sure at least those are the basic things, right? So there are, if you go to any village, more than 50% of the people don't have lands. So where do they bury their dead? So these are the things and then people needed roads to go to their farmlands. So these are basic issues that we were trying to solve, and because all the departments were there, survey department had to be there, the panchayat had to be there, the revenue department had to be there, the KEB, like the electricity department. So everybody was there, so we were able to execute a lot of these work. And we made sure we wanted to, our attempt was give a file to each and every household, make sure they get their birth certificates, their death certificates for the loved ones, income certificate, caste certificate, and their property documents, all done and in a file and give it to them. That was our goal. And I don't think we actually achieved it, but we are still trying to make that happen, and the efforts are in progress still. Like I said, there are system level issues that we needed to address. So I can go on, but I think the intent was to make sure we leave the place solving as many problems as we can.
How has been the support from the people that have seen both your father being a man that was so rooted to the soil that he represented, and when they see you, was there a distance initially that has now covered, or does the distance remain?
Definitely, I have a long way to go. It's a very big shoes to fill. I think I have a different approach, but our intentions are definitely the same. I think really just working with the farmers and making sure they get the right, they have a voice, and they that matters, and that has been. But like I said, I am still learning. I'm still 3 years young, but I'm 48 years old. Sorry, but I think we still a lot to learn, and I'm still hoping that people are going to teach me more.
Right. Rasheed, I want to ask you, I think we are nearing the end of our session. How much time do we have? 5 minutes? Oh, okay. We have another 8 minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes, 30 seconds. So maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yes. So, yes, please. Can somebody pass on the mic? Yeah.
Nice to see Darshan, a techie, coming back to India. I came back just like you after 30 years in Silicon Valley, and I started an organization called Sampurna Swaraj Foundation. We work with Gram Panchayats for the last 16 years, so it's nice to hear your voice. Certainly, I would like to meet with you and tell you how we implemented technology in Gram Panchayat. Okay? But the more important question is, the title here is People Before Politics. You know, in Gram Panchayat, according to 73rd Amendment, there should be no political party which actually makes, correct? People are supposed to elect a quote-unquote another citizen. But now it is completely politicized. Either they belong to BJP or Congress. I think JDS is out for practical purposes. So that is the fundamental nature of the amendment. How come that has not been possible? And assuming that the two big parties are making this at the bottom of the pyramid, how can we bring that change? Because, as you said, it's people before politics. Now it is politics before people. So.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And for the very same reason, so I have just on the 73rd Amendment on the Panchayat Raj Act, I have a private member bill addressing this very same issue. And in addition to this, the devolution and the decentralization enforcement, which has not been enforced. The laws are there, but it's not enforced. So I think to extend what you just mentioned, it is just not on the panchayat level, it has even gone to the cooperative movement and cooperative societies as well. Correct. It's almost like a launch pad for politicians through cooperative movement. And it's unfortunate, but I think since you're working with panchayats, I would say in a lot of the villages, even though people stand or represent a political party, it usually at the village level is based on your families and it's not truly a political system that they follow in terms of electoral at the panchayat level at least. So there is a little bit of that, but I do agree with you. I think how do you solve this because we are so politically polarized. And in our constituency, I can speak, we had the highest turnout of voters. It was 96%. So we had to fight at every corner of our constituency to get votes. So I think it is politicized. We if you go to any villages, this is what I joked in all the villages during our elections, is like, we clearly had 2 tea stalls, one for our party, one for the other party. So even the tea stalls, we are polarized, let alone the panchayat side of things. I don't know if I answered the question, but I think I do agree. So
No, I'll give you my book. That's called Rebooting Democracy in Gram Panchayat.
Sure.
Right,
Okay.
wonderful,
Because
yeah.
that is the whole idea is, unless we do it, it's at the bottom of the pyramid. Things will not
Absolutely.
change.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Rasheed, you've had a long run with politicians covering politics. I want to ask this question. Are we at a point of no return? When I say no return, I want to ask, are we going to be further polarized, or are things coming back to accountability, public trust, and maybe better politics? Are we going to, I mean, are we ever going to come back to that point?
No, I think it's all, our society, thanks to technology, we are on a fast forward mode. So things are really changing. We must also remember those who are protesting in Jantar Mantar and various other parts of the country. It is not that their anger, of course, the burnt of it is faced by the government of the day, but they are against, the political class. And the beginning, what we started it is the kind of, the grammar, the language, the Vyakaran that you were saying, it's changing, and it's changing very fast. It is for the political parties who are on the borrowed time and the leadership. And they need to get their house in order, as they've been doing successfully, to co-opt. So in order to co-opt, they need to change, and they need to have, like a person like Darshan if not in dozens, but in, in hundreds across the country. Otherwise, they will be, because remember, this is a generation which doesn't read, newspapers. It doesn't, watch television. In fact, I've done a study on that TV. This TV viewership is it's not even 1% of, people who are watching, the, what I call it, mainstream TV news. And the same thing with only 10% youth is reading perhaps either newspapers, whether it's in English or in Kannada or any other regional language. So, and they demand, they have a sense of participation. All those old values and systems are changing. It is for the others to smell coffee, or we will see what happened in many of the things where the civil society and Gen Z, took this thing. I don't wish to have any kind of violence in society. No one should. But then it's time. We are on borrowed time. We need to hear and respond to them adequately, because accountability and sort of transparency, that's the need of the hour, and it needs to be done.
Wonderful. So we have time for just
I think he will have a...
Yeah?
No.
Just one more question, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Puttanaya was more associated with the right side, that is farmers' agitation. So on your return from US, what's the major difference you find in these kinds of movements? Because they have to be integrated into whatever struggle or changes you want to bring about.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. One of the things that I, especially I've been, following and has been part of the farmers movement, if not physically, but I grew up in the household where that was what we talked about every day. Back then, a lot of farmers movements, a lot of was agitation against the government and things like that. One of the things that we have been talking about and we've been doing is we've been asking for the government to do certain things, make changes, but how long should we continue to ask? Should we take matters to our own hands and try to figure out how do we make changes at the grassroots level? Because
is that margin possible to make those changes at your own self?
I think that's the whole model, like this whole local circular economy that we are trying to do is, we don't need any government help. So we'll have to figure out solutions on our own. Like, for example, we've been asking for MSP, we've been asking for a state advisory price. So we continue to ask that. We give hundreds of letters. So sometimes it gets honored, sometimes it doesn't. So we've been doing that for decades. So that is the conversation in terms of our Right Sangha itself, is like, how do you transform our agitation movement into creating self-reliant, self-sustaining models that we should be looking at.
Thank you so much. And just with that words of hope, we have come to the end of the session. There might be some questions from our young audience. We will take them outside the hall. Thank you very much, everyone, for being the best years to everything that was spoken here. And we started thinking that, there is no hope, and then at the end of it, we are closing with hope. As unconventional as it may sound, but I think we have bright days ahead. Thank you so much. And I thank the organizers of Book Brahma for having had this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026 ಎರಡನೇ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ದಿನ 5 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ದ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಇದೇ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಂಜೆ 6:30ರಿಂದ 8:30ರವರೆಗೆ ಎಕೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೋಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎ ಕಾರ್ನೆಟಿಕ್ ವೋಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ ಟಿ.ಎಸ್. ಸತ್ಯವತಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಇವರಿಂದ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನು ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವುದೇ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆಶಯ ಆಗಿದೆ.
Now we are moving on to the next session. The next session, Partner, Siri Dharmasthala. The title, The Indian Novel After Liberalization, Cities, Power and Privilege.
By Keshava Guha in conversation with the Mehdi Khwaja. So let us welcome both the speakers on the stage.
Hi everybody, thank you for coming for this session. My name is Mehdi Khwaja and I am a translator and literary agent. I am in conversation today with Keshava Guha, who was born in Delhi and grew up in Bangalore, and there's a reason I'm mentioning the cities. He's the author of 2 novels, Accidental Magic, published by HarperCollins India in 2019, and The Tiger's Share, which was published last year. The Tiger's Share is a novel about inheritance, siblings and money in contemporary Delhi. It was longlisted last October for both the Godrej Literature Live Fiction Book of the Year and the Atta Galata Bangalore Literature Festival Book Prize. Keshava is also a journalist and essayist, writing on politics, culture and sport. And he has spent much of his working life on the other side of the desk as well, as a senior editor at Juggernaut Books and now as a literary agent. I mentioned that part about being an editor and an agent deliberately because it's why this is a conversation worth having with him rather than with almost anyone else. He has watched the Indian novel from 3 positions, as someone who writes them, as someone who used to decide which ones got published, and now as someone who decides which ones get sold. So, three things strike me about the title of our session, and I want to, briefly put them out there before I go ahead and ask you a question. The first is the claim after liberalization, which assumes that 1991 did something to the Indian novel, and which is probably true. But the interesting part is the lag. The economy changed in 91. The fiction that registered that change came sometime after that, because fiction, of course, novels are slow. The fiction that registered that change, the novels about money, cities, and work and servant, mostly arrived 10-15 years after that. So part of what I want to ask is what the novel was doing during that time, in the meantime. The second is about the scale. Before 91, before liberalization, the English language Indian novel was largely about the big things, the partition, the nation, the village, which was replaced by smaller and rather richer things, apartments, offices, drivers, inheritance. Uh, whether that's a gain from the bigger things that pre-liberalization novels were about, or a loss, seems to me a genuinely open-ended question, and I would like us to ponder over that. The third thing, which is missing from our title, is it says the Indian novel. It doesn't say the Indian novel in English. And I admit that I prepared for this session as if it was mentioned, because that's the assumption we make. In fact, it was in 1997, for Picador, Salma and Rushdie did an anthology. I think it was called Mirror Work. And in that anthology, it was an edited anthology of 50 years of Indian writing, and he argued that the work produced in that half century by Indian writing, by Indians writing in English, was stronger than most of what had come out of the 18 recognized languages. But I mean, we look what's happened now. I mean, 2 of the last 4 international bookers went to Indian language books. 5 of the 7 JCB prize winners before it closed were translations. So Keshava, I want to start by asking you, is post-liberalization Indian novel a real category at all? Or is it a convenience for critics and panel moderators like me? And if it is a real category, does it describe what happened in the regional languages as much as it describes what happened in English?
Wow, thanks, Mary. A lot to dig into there. Where to start? Let's start with a couple of kind of big framing points. The first is to do with, of course, writers and critics think about these things differently. Academic critics, it is their job in a way to think about categories. There's a can't remember if he's Argentinian or I know he's South American, but literature critic called Mariano Siskind, and he who's written a lot about the novel and globalization, and he distinguishes between what he calls the globalization of the novel, which is the novel form, which is originally a European form in its modern sense, spreading across the world, such that you have Indian novels and Nigerian novels and Brazilian novels and so on and so forth. Just 150 years ago, forget novels, there were no works of prose fiction in Tamil. I mean, I don't think there were prose fiction in Kannada either. 150 years ago, it was all verse or drama or other forms. So yeah, so and the second would be what he calls the novelization of the global, which is novels taking globalization as their subject. So I would extend that to liberalization, where you could distinguish between the impact of liberalization on the novel and novelists, and novels taking liberalization as a theme. Now, that's the first bit of framing. The second bit of framing that I think is very, very valuable whenever we talk about the Indian novel in English is who's writing the novel and who they're writing for. Because we have a very unusual position in India. The only, really the only analogs that you can find for this position are in places like South Africa and Nigeria. What I mean is, a lot of Indian novelists don't live in India. A lot of Indian novelists don't write primarily for an Indian audience. And when we talk about the Indian novel in English, I think we have 3 different kinds of novel. We have a novel that is only for an Indian audience. So I don't really think that Anuja Chauhan or Chetan Bhagat or Navneet Chakrabarti or any of these writers are thinking about an audience beyond India when they write. Then you've got, and here I'm not going to name names, it's just not to get into trouble. You've got some novelists who are only thinking about a Western audience, And I would place myself in a third category, where you are trying to simultaneously speak to an Indian audience and to an international audience. Now, who you're writing for obviously affects what you write. One last thing before we continue. The only place where I would sort of part company with you in the way you set it up is I don't think it's true that before liberalization, the Indian novels in English had these bigger subjects, or rather, I don't think the inflection point is liberalization. Indian fiction in English is a very simple story to tell because there is one book that changes the entire trajectory of Indian fiction in English, and that is Midnight Children. So, which is published in 81. So 10 years, exactly 10 years before liberalization. Before Midnight Children, almost all of the authors of Indian fiction in English took precisely those small domestic themes. Anita Desai, Ruth Jhabwala, Kamala Markandeya, Atiya Hussain, R.K. Narayan, sort of more eccentric innovators like G.V. Desani, Santa Ramarao. You know, you could go on. But there were very few Indian novels. The Indian novel in English had as its protagonist a 42-year-old upper caste college teacher of English who had family problems at home and was teaching some uninterested students tennis, and like it was really not these big themes. Midnight Children did two things. One, it made Indians think, oh, we can become world famous writing novels. No one had thought that before Midnight Children. So it provoked the dream of fame and fortune. The second thing that Midnight Children did was it made people think you have to go big. So because Midnight Children had taken all of India as its subject, it was trying to tell the story of, as it then was, 600 million people, now whatever, 1.4 billion, through a novel. And if you see the novels that come after Midnight Children, A Suitable Boy, A Fine Balance, in a much smaller way, The White Tiger, they are trying to do that thing of India in a book. Urban, rural, wealth, poverty, Hindu, Muslim, all the minories have to be in the book. So this is the Rushdie legacy, I would say. So I don't think it's liberalization. Sorry, one last point, Mehdi, because otherwise I'm going to forget your questions. Is English versus other languages, and here you have some important sociological differences. I feel we don't talk enough about the sociology of literature, by which I mean we don't talk enough about questions like what do writers do for their day jobs. And now I owe this insight to Vivek Shanbag, who says that the writer in English, thanks to Rushdie, has a dream of being a full-time writer. Now, as it happens, R.K. Narayan before Rushdie was a full-time writer. Yeah. But he says this is a fantasy that is not available to the writer in Indian languages. So the writer in Indian languages was traditionally a college teacher, a professor. More recently, he or she works in insurance or in tech or is a dentist or what have you. As a result, fiction in Indian languages is much more rooted in the changing political economy of India, because people who write in these languages are much more likely to hold a regular job, to have regular colleagues, and to understand the worlds of work, the worlds of commerce, so on and so forth. English language writers are much more likely to be not just in a bubble of privilege, but in a bubble of books. They're meeting other writers, they're meeting people in publishing, they're going to publishing parties. They have no idea about so much of our country.
So that's exactly what I was going to, follow up with. Since about over a decade, there's been this self-consciously new Hindi commercial fiction. I'm not, again, going to name names, but, aimed at young urban readers, writing about coaching classes, small town ambition, romance, aspiration. Their publishers are selling adaptation rights to streaming platforms in bulk. That, to me, looks like the most direct literary consequence of liberalization anywhere in India. Do you think, does the English language conversation register that at all, or does it only notice Hindi books or other regional books only once it's been translated and one awards?
Yeah, no, very, very, very important observation and question. See, the short answer is no, they don't. Now, what happened in? It's interesting. Maybe you may be too young to remember some of this. I think those of you who are older will remember all of this. Let's remember what happened in liberalization. I don't just mean what happened at the level of licensing rules being changed or whatever. What happened in the culture? What happened in the culture was that global cultural multinationals arrived in India. Penguin India came up and shook up publishing. Rupert Murdoch planted his flag and set up and poached the head of Prasar Bharati and started Star. And initially, the assumption was that Indians will consume American eventually give up editing, which was a book, in English it's called The Sickle by Anita Agnihotri, who is at this festival. And it is set, Anita Agnihotri was an IAS officer in Maharashtra, and it is set in the world of the sugar mills in Maharashtra. And it's social realist fiction in the tradition of John Dos Passos with an unbelievable level of detail that, I haven't seen any work of nonfiction give you. But at least in English, it didn't find the audience it deserved. And it made me wonder if maybe people aren't looking, like, they're looking for, maybe they read the newspaper for that and not fiction, but maybe also there's a kind of avoidance of fiction that's quite depressing, possible. Because that book was certainly very depressing, but it also was really eye-opening. So I don't know if that's the reason. No, but I didn't see a lot of submission. I mean, I feel very fortunate because I left that job 4 or 5 years ago now, and so as a result, I never saw a single book written by ChatGPT. Whereas, I think today the inboxes of any fiction agent or fiction editor,
Absolutely.
It's another word.
On that very dull note, I conclude my my questions, but I open up for questions in the audience. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, I see a question over there. Yeah.
Currently, there are a lot of these translated novels. So would you think that this is a time for writing an English novel natively in the sense in which the translated novel sounds?
See, I think that's a very fertile ground. I think the person who wrote that book would probably have to be someone who's quite bilingual. Now, and I really noticed it because you see, I come from all of my grandparents had English as their best language. So I grew up in an extremely English-dominated environment. Now, conversely, if I think about my wife, where you have the environment is Hindi and English, and then Bengali, and then Marathi, and all these languages are kind of mixing together on a daily basis. I think if you come from a world like that, as so many Indians do, you could probably write a novel in English that had that kind of flavor to it. I couldn't do that because that's just not the world I grew up in. And here in Bangalore, in cantonment, it was so English dominated that it precludes me from maybe writing that kind of book. But I would just say, I think you're absolutely right that one of the reasons why translated fiction is doing so well, much better actually than fiction in English, is because fiction in English is not, there's lots of things that fiction in English is not providing us, which translated fiction is.
I think that's it, but I'm glad we were able to make it before time.
Thanks so much, Mehdi.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities. University of Applied Sciences, BLDE deemed to be university, CKPC Properties, Silver Partner Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Pali Institute, Nedkallappa Trust, Oxyco, Lidker, Karnataka State Leather Industries Development Corporation, Insights on India. Associate partners, Turning Pages, KMF Nandini, Happiest Health, Bhavani Industries, MSIL, Mysore Sales International Limited. Supported by Unboxing Bangalore, Government of Karnataka, Kannada and Cultural Department Karnataka, Department of Information and Public Relations Karnataka, Karnataka State Police. ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಬೆಳಗಿಂದ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ರೀತಿಯ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಕೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೋಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎ ಕರ್ನಾಟಿಕ್ ಓಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ TS ಸತ್ಯವತಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡ ಇವರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸಂಜೆ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಇದೇ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳದೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆಶಯ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾತುರದಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀಗ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸಜ್ಜಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ದ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿಗೆ ಜೂರಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಜೋಗಿ, ಬಾಲಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಲೋಕಾಪುರ್, ರಾಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ NK, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ PKM, ವಿ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಬಿನೋದ್ ಚೌಧರಿ ಇವರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ ಈ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ನ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳನ್ನು. ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಈಗ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ 550ಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಆ 550 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ದಿನ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 17 ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಬಹುಮಾನ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 5 ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಮತ್ತು 3 ವಿಜೇತರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ವಿಜೇತರ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗೆ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಜೋಗಿ ಸರ್, ಬಾಲಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಲೋಕಪುರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಾಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ NK ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಜೋಗಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಸರ್.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಹಿರಿಯರಾದ ಬಾಳಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಲೋಕಪುರ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 50 ಕಥೆಗಳ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ಟನ್ನು ನಮಗೊಂದು ತಿಂಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಭಾಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಯಾರು ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಹೇಳದೆ ಬರೀ ಕಥೆಯ ಹೆಸರಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಭಾಳ ನಮಗೆ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. 50 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಕಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಾವು ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಕಾರವಾಗಿ ಅಂಕಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಟ್ಟು 25 ಕಥೆಗಳು, ಬಹುಮಾನಿತ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸೇರಿ, ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸೇರಿ, ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸೇರಿ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನನಗೇನನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಬಾಳಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯ ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಅಂದರೆ, ಹಿಂದಿನ 5-6 ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೋ ನಂತರ ಬರೆಯುವವರು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾದರಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ಬರೀತಾರೆ. ಇದೇನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕತೆಗಾರನ ಸಹಜ ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಹಜವಾದ ಸೃಜನಶೀಲತೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಏಟನ್ನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾದಂಥ ಕತೆಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಲದ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಾವೇನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ಸಿದ್ಧ ಸೂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಮುರಿಯುವ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋಣ ನಾವು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಯಾರೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಹಲವು ಕತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬಾಲ್ಯ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಾಸ್ಟಾಲ್ಜಿಯಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ತಾನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದಂಥ ನೋವು ಅವಮಾನಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೇಖಕರು ಅಂಜುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ವರ್ತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ತನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ತನ್ನ ಅವಮಾನವನ್ನು ವರ್ತಮಾನದ ಜೊತೆ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ತನ್ನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಜೀವನದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಒರೆಗಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟು ತಿಕ್ಕಿ ನೋಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಸುಲಭದ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕತೆಗಾರನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಧೈರ್ಯ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವರ್ಷ ಬರಿಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಸೊ ಅಂಥ ಕತೆಗಳು, ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದ ಕತೆಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದರೆ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಳಬರು ಥರ ಕಾಣ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಾಚ್ ಬಿಂಜ್ ವಾಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ವೆಬ್ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಹೊಸ ಹುಡುಗರು ಬಂದು ಕತೆಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಬಗೆಯ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ನಮಗಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ವೆಬ್ ಸೀರೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹಿಗ್ಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣದ ಅನುಭವ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತಟ್ಟೋ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಂಬಿದ್ದೇನೆಂದರೆ ಕತೆಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ಕತೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೊಂದು ಸಲ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಚಾನೆಲ್ನ ಮಾಲೀಕರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಮಾಲೀಕರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು, ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಕತೆ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಭಾಳ ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಅವರು ರೂಮು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಫ್ಲೋರಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಹತ್ರ ನಿಂತಿದ್ವಿ. ನಾನು ಈ ಲಿಫ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಫ್ಲೋರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕತೆ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನನಗೆ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕತೆ ಅಂದರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಹೀ ಗೇವ್ ಮಿ 2 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್, 2 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕತೆ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀನು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ 2 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಕಥೆನೂ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, ಅವನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಳೆ, ಇವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆರೋಪ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವನು ಅದರಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಕತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಕತೆ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಚೈನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್. ಅದು ಅನುಭವವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿಬೇಕಾದ್ದು. ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿದು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನಂತರ ಆ ಕತೆ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಬೇಕೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದನ್ನು 4 ಸಾಲುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ದಾಟಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲೇಬಾರ್ದು. ಯಾವ ಲೇಖಕ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕವನವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬಯಸ್ತಾನೆ ಹೊರತು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನ ಹೇಳುವಂಗಿರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಕತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಕುದುರೆ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಓದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆ ಕತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನೀನು ಓದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಆ ಕಥೆಯ ಒಳಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅಂತರ್ಗತವಾದ ಭಾವ ಇದೆ, ಮುಟ್ಟಿಸಿಕೊಂಡವನು ಕಥೆನ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರುವ ಒಂದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಬಹುದೇ ಹೊರತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಶತಮಾನದ ನೋವನ್ನು ಅವನು ದಾಟಿಸ್ತಾನೆ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಓದೋ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಕತೆಗಾರರಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿಸುವಂಥ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅಂಶವನ್ನು ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಏನಂದರೆ ಕತೆಗಳು ಈ ಕಾಲದ್ದಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಈ ಕಾಲದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, ಈ ಕಾಲದ ನೋವುಗಳನ್ನು ಆ ಕಥೆಯ ಒಳಗೆ ತಂದಿರಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಪಾತ್ರಗಳು ಈ ಕಾಲದ್ದಾಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದೇ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೋ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು, ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮಾ ಮಾಳಗಿಮನಿಯವ್ರದ್ದು, ವಿನ್ನರ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಅಂತ. ಆಗಷ್ಟೇ ಆ ಆ್ಯಪು ಮತ್ತು ಗೇಮ್ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಪ್ರವರ್ಧಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಿರೋ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತಾನು ಸಿಗಾಕೊಂಡೆ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ತಾಯಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಗನ ಕಥೆ ಅದು. ಆ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಅದನ್ನು ಸೀತಾರಾಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಥೆಗಳಿದಾವ ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಥೆಗಳಿದ್ದಂತ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಥೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟ್ರೈಡ್ ಟು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ದಿ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾಸ್. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮೀರಿ ಇನ್ನೇನೋ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಹಳ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯಕರವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆಂದರೆ ಕಳೆದ ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಒಂದು ಬಳುಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಾಗು ಮತ್ತು ಬಳುಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಿಗೆ, ಅದು ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು 10-15 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಳಸಿದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು 18-20 ವರ್ಷ ಇರುವ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಓದೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಕಥೆ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮೆಟ್ರೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳುವಂಥ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾಫಿ ಶಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯವರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಂತಹ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬೆರೆತಂತಹ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಳಸಿರುವ ತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕಥೆಯ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕತೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಆತುರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಒಂದು ಆತುರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ದಾಟಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಈ ದಾಟಿಸಿದ ನಂತರ ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಥೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಅವರು. ಆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳಿರುವಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದೇ ಥರದ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ, ಒಂದೇ ಥರ ಇತ್ತು. ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಕೂತಾಗ ಪುನಃ ಅದನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಇದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಏನಾರು ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ದೀವೋ, ಇನ್ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವೋ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಅದೇ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಮಾದರಿಗಳಿಂದಾಗಿ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಸೊಗಡು, ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜು, ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಭಾಷೆ, ಆ ಕಥೆಗಳು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತದು. ಬಟ್ ಹಲವು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಂತಹ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಒಂದು ಹೊಸತನಕ್ಕೆ ತುಡಿಯುವಂಥ ಸಂಕ್ರಮಣ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟುವಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಈ ಸಲ ಅನೇಕ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಒಂದು 10-15 ಕಥೆಗಳಾದರೂ ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಂಬಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಥೆಗಳ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಬಂಧನ ಎರಡೂ ಕೂಡ ಇತ್ತು. ಯಾಕೆ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಬಹಳ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕವಾಗಿ ಇದರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಅವ್ರು ತಲೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ, ನೀವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರೋ ಅದೇ ಅಂತಿಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಯಿಂದ ಬಿಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಕಟ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈ ಕಥೆಗೂ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಆ ಕಥೆಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಬೋದಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೂ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಈ ಥರದ ಆಸೆಗಳು ನಮಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದರು 548 ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ. 548 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗೆ ಬರುವುದೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜೀವಂತವಾಗಿದೆ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕತೆ ಬರೆಯೋರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಲೇಖಕರಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾಗಿ ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಆಗು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಥೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳೋದಿತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಈಗ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಅವರ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಓದಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ಶುಡ್ ಜಡ್ಜಸ್. ನಾವು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ ಅಂತ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಓದುಗರು. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬೈರಿ, ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಥೆಯ ಸಂವೇದನೆ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಥವಾ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾಣದ ಅಂಶ ಆ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಟು ಸ್ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಅಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಆಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಫೈನಲ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಪರ್ ದ ರೂಲ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಇದೀಗ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾತುರದಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರ, ಅದುವೇ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶ. ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ 550ಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಈ ದಿನ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 17 ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಬಹುಮಾನ, 5 ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಉಳಿದ 3 ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ 17 ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಂತಹ ಕಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಥೆಗಾರರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಘೋಷಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ವಿಜೇತರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ PKM ಸರ್, ತಾವು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ HR, ಕತೆ ಸೀತಾ. ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ HR ಅವರು ಬರೆದಂತಹ ಸೀತಾ ಕಥೆಗೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನವು ದೊರಕಿದೆ. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಶಶಿಕಲಾ ಬಾಯಾರು ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಇವನೊಳಗಿವನವ. ಶಶಿಕಲಾ ಬಾಯಾರು ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಇವನೊಳಗಿನವನವ. ಮುಂದೆ ಪಾಪಗುರು ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಣುರೇಣು ತೃಣಕಾಷ್ಟ ಇನ್ನೆಂತೋ. ಪಾಪಗುರು ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಣುರೇಣು ತೃಣಕಾಷ್ಟ ಇನ್ನೆಂತೋ ಕತೆಗೆ ದೊರೆತಿದೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ. ಮುಂದೆ ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮಾ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಲೈಕ್, ಶೇರ್, ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್. ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮಾ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಲೈಕ್, ಶೇರ್, ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಕತೆಗೆ ದೊರಕ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ. ಮುಂದೆ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ಬಿಸಿಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವ ಬಾಡಿಗೆಗಿದೆ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಪೂರ್ಣಿಮಾ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಲೈಕ್, ಶೇರ್, ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಕತೆಗೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ಬಿಸಿಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವ ಬಾಡಿಗೆಗಿದೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವ ಬಾಡಿಗೆಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಗೆ ಶ್ವೇತಾ ಬಿಸಿಯವರು ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಹೊರೆಯಾಲ ದೊರೆಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ನೀಲಗಾರ ಶ್ಯಾಮ್ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ. ಹೊರೆಯಾಲ ದೊರೆಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ನೀಲಗಾರ ಶ್ಯಾಮ್ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ. ಮುಂದೆ BN ಮಲ್ಲೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ತೀರಿದ ದೀಪಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. BN ಮಲ್ಲೇಶ್ ಅವರ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ತೀರಿದ ದೀಪಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮುಂದೆ ನಾಗರಾಜ ಕೋರಿ ಅವರ ಉರಿಣಿಗ ಕತೆ. ನಾಗರಾಜ ಕೋರಿ ಅವರ ಉರಿಣಿಗ ಕತೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಉರಿಣಿಗ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕತೆಗೆ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಕೋರಿ ಇವರು. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಮುಂದೆ CA ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಕ್ಷೆ ತಪ್ಪಿದ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳು ಏಕಾಂತದ ಕರಾಳ ಕಥನ. CA ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ಕಕ್ಷೆ ತಪ್ಪಿದ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳು ಏಕಾಂತದ ಕರಾಳ ಕಥನ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ತಾವು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಕ್ಷೆ ತಪ್ಪಿದ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳು ಏಕಾಂತದ ಕರಾಳ ಕಥನ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕತೆಗೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ ದೊರೆತಿದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ್ ಇವರು ವಿತರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ವಿನುತಾ ಕೋರಮಂಗಲ. ಕಥೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ಇರುಳು. ವಿನುತಾ ಕೋರಮಂಗಲ ಇವರ ಕಥೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ಇರುಳು. ಇರುಳು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕತೆಗೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ವಿನುತಾ ಕೋರಮಂಗಲ ಅವರು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಿರುವವರು ಉಷಾ ನರಸಿಂಹನ್ ಅವರ ಅದೃಶ್ಯ ಅಳಲು. ಉಷಾ ನರಸಿಂಹನ್ ಅವರ ಅದೃಶ್ಯ ಅಳಲು. ಅದೃಶ್ಯ ಅಳಲು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯ ಕತೆಗೆ ಉಷಾ ನರಸಿಂಹ ಇವರು ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದು ತಮ್ಮ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದವರು GP ಬಸವರಾಜು. ಕತೆ ಮಾತೆಂಬುದು. GP ಬಸವರಾಜು ಅವರ ಮಾತೆಂಬುದು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕತೆಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನ ದೊರೆತಿದೆ. GP ಬಸವರಾಜು ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಾತೆಂಬುದು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಿರುವವರು ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಮುನವ್ವರ್. ಕತೆ ತುಣುಕು ಚರ್ಮದ ಗೋಡೆ. ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಮುನವ್ವರ್ ಅವರ ಕಥೆ ತುಣುಕು ಚರ್ಮದ ಗೋಡೆ. ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಮುನವರ್ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ತುಣುಕು ಚರ್ಮದ ಗೋಡೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕತೆ ಆನಂದ ಇ ಕುಂಚನೂರ ಅವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್. ಆನಂದ ಇ ಕುಂಚನೂರ ಅವರ ಡಬಲ್ ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕತೆ ರಾಜಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ರೈ ಪೆರ್ಲಾ ಇವರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆರವಿನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕತೆ. ರಾಜಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ರೈ ಪೆರ್ಲಾ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆರವಿನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆರವಿನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆ ರಾಜಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ರೈ ಪೆರ್ಲಾ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕತೆ ಲತಾ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ ಅನೂಹ್ಯ. ಲತಾ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಅನೂಹ್ಯ ಕಥೆ. ಅನೂಹ್ಯ ಎನ್ನುವ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲತಾ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕತೆಗೆ ದೊರೆತಿದೆ ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ತೀರ್ಪುಗಾರರ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಂತಹ 17ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಚೈತ್ರಿಕಾ ನಾಯ್ಕ್ ಹರ್ಗಿ ಅವರ ತಾಳ್ಮೆ ಬೇಡುವ ಕಾಲ. ಚೈತ್ರಿಕಾ ನಾಯ್ಕ್ ಹರ್ಗಿ ಅವರ ತಾಳ್ಮೆ ಬೇಡುವ ಕಾಲ. ಇದೀಗ 17 ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನವಾಯಿತು. ಮುಂದೆ 5 ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಂತಹ ಕತೆ. ಇವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಬಿನೋದ್ ಚೌಧರಿ ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ದೇವೇಂದ್ರ ಅಬ್ಬಿಗೇರಿಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಶೂನ್ಯ ಹುಟ್ಟದಂದು ನಿಶೂನ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲವಂದು. ಶೂನ್ಯ ಹುಟ್ಟದಂದು ನಿಶೂನ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲದಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಮದಭಾವಿಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಆಡದೆ ಉಳಿದಿಹ ಮಾತುಗಳು. ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಮದಭಾವಿಯವರ ಆಡದೆ ಉಳಿದಿಹ ಮಾತುಗಳು. ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಮದಭಾವಿಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಆಡದೆ ಉಳಿದಿಹ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಆಡದೆ ಉಳಿದಿಹ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಮದಭಾವಿಯವರು ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಇಂದ್ರಕುಮಾರ್ HB ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ನೇಹದಿಂದೊಂದ ನೊಂದಾದರಿಸೇ ಲೇಸು. ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆಕರ್ಷಕ ಒಂದು ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ನೇಹದಿಂದೊಂದ ನೊಂದಾದರಿಸೇ ಲೇಸು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಇಂದ್ರಕುಮಾರ್ HB ಅವರು ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕತೆ ಸಂದೀಪ್ ಲಕ್ಕವಳ್ಳಿಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಯಕ್ಷ AI. ಸಂದೀಪ್ ಲಕ್ಕವಳ್ಳಿಯವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಯಕ್ಷ AI ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಯಕ್ಷ AI. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿರುವಂತಹ 5ನೆಯ ಕತೆ MS ಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಚೌರ ಪ್ರಸಂಗವು ಕೂಲಿಮಠದ ಕಲರವವು. ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿರುವಂತಹ 5ನೆಯ ಕತೆ MS ಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಚೌರ ಪ್ರಸಂಗವು ಕೂಲಿಮಠದ ಕಲರವವು. ಇದೀಗ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಕ್ಷಣ. 3 ವಿಜೇತರಿಗೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜೇತರಾಗುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಜೇತರ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನ ಘೋಷಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಜೋಗಿ ಸರ್ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಇದನ್ನು ಘೋಷಿಸೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇವರೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಜ್ಞಾಪಿಸಿದ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಸಲದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಂಥ 50 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಕಥೆಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದು ಇದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಆಯ್ದುಕೊಂಡ ವಸ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ವಿಭಿನ್ನವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಸಾಂಸಾರಿಕ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಹೆಣೆದ ಕಥೆಗಳ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಅನುಭವದಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಕಥೆಗಳು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆಧುನಿಕತೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿಯಾದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದರು. ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ರಾಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು. ಈಗ ನಾನು 3ನೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನದಿಂದ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದಲ್ವಾ? ಹಾಗಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೌದು ಸರ್.
ಕೆಳಗಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗೋದು.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಕೇಕ್ ಕೆಂಪು, ಲಿಪ್ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹೀಲ್ಸ್. ಇದು ಸುವ್ರತ ಅಡಿಗ ಅವರ ಕತೆಗೆ.
ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
3ನೇ
ತೃತೀಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ
ಬಂದಿದೆ.
ಸುವ್ರತ ಅಡಿಗ.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಯಾವ ಊರು?
ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ತೃತೀಯ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಸುವ್ರತ ಅಡಿಗ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು.
ಎರಡನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನದ ಕತೆ ಹುತ್ತ ಅಂತ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಜಯರಾಮಾಚಾರ್ಯ ಅವರು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ 5 ಮಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಹಾಂ, ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಕೂಡ.
ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಜಯರಾಮಚಾರಿ ವಿ. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಈಗ ಮೊದಲ ಬಹುಮಾನ, ನಾನು ಇದು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಈ ಕಥೆಯ ಟೈಟಲ್ ನೋಡಿ ಯಾರೋ ಪಳಗಿದವರು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಪಳಗಿದಾರ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ. ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಕತೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಕೆ ಅರವಿಂದ ಮಿತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಮೊದಲ ಕತೆ ಇದು. ಯಾರೋ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ಈಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್.
ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ 2026 ನ ವಿನ್ನರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೆ ಅರವಿಂದ್ ಮಿತ್ರ. ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ, ವಿಜೇತರಾದವರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
And now I request Binod Chaudhary to honor our platinum partners, KSDL. I request Prashant PKM to come forward and receive the honor. Now I request Binod Chaudhary to honor our platinum partners, KSDL. I request Prashant PKM to come forward and receive the honor. Now I request Binod Chaudhary to honor our platinum partner LCR, V. Sriram Kumar sir, to come forward and receive the honor. Heading forward, now I request Prashant PKM sir to just give the review or your feedback about the short story competition.
Good evening, everyone, respected dignitaries and the dais. Shri Jogi ji, Bala Sahib Lokapur sir, Rajalakshmi sir, Shri Ram Kumar sir, and the Binod Chaudhary. Yes, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to be here. Namaskara and a very warm good evening to all. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. I sincerely thank Shri Satish Chapparke ji and the entire Book Brahma team for inviting me to attend this wonderful celebration of literature, language, ideas, and the culture. A literature festival is not merely a gathering of writers and the readers. It is a meeting place of ideas, experiences, generations, and the cultures. Books allow us to understand lives beyond our own, while literature preserves the memory, wisdom, and the identity of the society. Karnataka has given India some of the finest literary minds, from Pampa, Ranna, Janna, who enriched the classical Kannada literature, to Kuvempu, Dara Bendre, Shivaram Karanta, Masti Venkatesh Iyengar, U.R. Ananthamurthy, Girish Karnad, and the Chandrasekhar Kambar. Our literary tradition is both deep and diverse. Their works have explored humanity, society, nature, identity, and social transformation, taking Kannada literature to national and international audiences. We can take immense pride in Karnataka's remarkable contribution to Indian literature, particularly its distinguished tradition of Jnanapita award-winning writers. Their achievements remind us that the Kannada is not merely a language of communication, it is a language with rich intellectual and the cultural heritage. India's literary heritage is equally extraordinary, from the timeless wisdom of Ramayana and the Mahabharata to the works of Ravindranath Tagore, Munshi Premji, R.K. Narayan, and others. Indian literature has reflected the diverse struggle, values, aspiration of our civilization. Literature has always played an important role in shaping India's social consciousness and national identity. In today's fast-changing digital world, where information reaches us within seconds, meaningful reading has become even more important. Technology can give us information, but literature gives us perspective. Technology can connect devices, but stories connect the human beings. As the managing director of the Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited, I feel a special connection with this festival that celebrates heritage and takes it forward to a new generation. Our iconic Mysore Sandal soap is also the story of the Karnataka's heritage, with a legacy of more than 110 years. KSDL has carried the unique fragrance of Karnataka sandalwood from the Mysuru to the homes across India and beyond. Mysore Sandal soap is not merely a consumer product. Over generation, it has become an emotion, a symbol of purity and tradition and the Karnataka's identity. There is an interesting similarity between the literature and the fragrance. A beautiful piece of literature stays in our mind long after we have finished the reading. In the same way, the beautiful fragrance stays in our memory long after the moment has passed. Great literature, it leaves behind the thoughts. Mysore Sandal, it leaves behind its timeless fragrance. While respecting this a rich legacy, KSDL is transforming for the future. We are strengthening the Mysore Sandal as a contemporary national brand, modernizing our product portfolio, packaging, reaching the younger consumers, and expanding our presence across India and the international markets. Our endeavor is to ensure that the fragrance of Karnataka reaches every corner of India and increasingly the world. I am particularly happy that the Book Brahma Literature Festival provides a platform where the established writers, emerging authors, readers, thinkers, and the young minds can come together. Festivals like this create conversation that go beyond books. They encourage us to question, understand, imagine, and appreciate the different perspectives. To all my young people present here, I would like to make one simple request: make reading a lifelong habit. Every good books add something to your personality. Reading improves the imagination, communication, empathy, and most important, our ability to understand the people. The famous thought goes, a reader lives 1,000 lives before he dies. Books takes us to place to uh, we may never visit, introduce us to people we may never meet, and allow us to experience the worlds beyond our own. Let our books carry the wisdom of Karnataka to the world. Let the Mysore sandal carry the fragrance of the Karnataka to the world. Let this festival inspire all of us to read more, write more, think deeply, and preserve the cultural heritage that has been handed down to us through the generation. I wish the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026 every success, and I wish all the writers, speakers, and the participants and the visitors their enriching and the memorable days. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request V. Sriram, sir, to just share your opinion.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸ್ಟೇಜಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೂ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್, ನನ್ನ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಪ್ಪರಕಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಬುಕ್ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವುದನ್ನು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಲ್ ದ sponsors who have been supporting this lit fest, I salute all of them. It's not that I'm trying to boast myself, but about our organization, but we have also been associated with Book Brahma and for quite some time. And I think we're doing what we're doing because we like what we do. And when you like what you do, there's no end to it. And I was just I just found out that there are more than 10,000 books that are published in Kannada, in Karnataka, by various publishers. And we don't know where they're going. Whereas because the literature economy is not really growing, but the literature that is being produced, that's being written by writers like you, there's no end to it. You're continuing to produce good quality literature, and I'm sure they are finding their place, their rightful place in the shelves of people who love to read. And at a time when words are becoming shorter, sentences are almost becoming non-existent, we are talking in acronyms and in science. Such lit fests actually bring a lot of heartwarming feeling that yes, the lost art of reading is still alive. And lit fests like this, especially in vernacular languages in the south, the largest in South India, is commendable, and we should support these kind of activities. And I'm glad that we're doing it. And I hope more and more people, writers, come forward and participate and showcase their talent and get recognized in forums like this. And I'm we would like to support the Book Brahma people in bringing out such talent, and especially the youth. And because I see a lot more gray hair than like myself, or even no hair like myself. But I wish there are a lot more younger people also coming forward to write and write anything, and so that the art is not lost. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and congratulations to all the winners, and best wishes to all the people who have not won an award. But I'm glad that you wrote a book which in itself is an award for your talent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Binod Chaudhary to share your thoughts.
Thank you very much. The chair of this session and members of the jury and the chief guest, a brilliant bureaucrat who converted into a very successful entrepreneur and management expert who I had the privilege of meeting only today. I think listening to the story of how he turned around the Mysore soap is something extraordinary. So congratulations, Mr. Prashant. And the dear audience. First of all, I would like to pay my compliments to Sri Satish ji. I don't see him around. And his family for a brilliant job that he has done for the third consecutive year in organizing the Book Brahma Lit Festival. I've been attending literature festivals for the last 13 years or so, since my first book, Making It Big, was launched at the JLF in Jaipur. But this is the first time that I find that what Satish ji has been able to do very successfully is to bring in luminaries from the world of literature, particularly from South India, with a deep sense of passion and compassion in very critical subjects ranging from culture, arts, spirituality, and of course short stories. The award function which we witnessed just now is all about storytelling. If you ask me, what is the significance of storytelling? My mind tells me that the whole life is all about storytelling. Storytelling initiates conversations, and conversation results into many different forms of relationship building, including innovation. You know, this morning I was talking to a very distinguished journalist on stage in the contest of my book, Made in Nepal, which was launched this afternoon. Miss Survi. And the first question she asked me was, you are a successful businessman from Nepal, pretty well known. The Forbes has awarded you with the title of a billionaire. What are you doing here in the midst of serious authors and writers? I think that was a very honest, direct, relevant question, actually. So my answer to them was, my answer to her was, and this is something which I want to also share with you, all of you here, is I told her that isn't the story of someone with very limited resources from a far-flung Himalayan country called Nepal, taking a brand to the world, I'm referring to a brand that we have been working on for the last 45 years, and which is sold in more than 45 countries, the YY brand, YY Instant Noodle, which is produced in 27 countries. In the midst of many political changes in the country, my country, Nepal, from where I come, have gone through series of political transformations and transitions. All of you know. Starting from the monarchy to a multi-party system, through revolution, going into an armed revolution, 12 years of armed struggle led by the Maoists, and then subsequently going in for a abolishment of the monarchy and starting of a federal republic of Nepal. And finally, on the September 8th, a Genji movement, which the whole world is talking about. The Genji movement, which happened last year in September 8th, on September 8th, not only changed the government, but it changed a complete regime and established a new generation to the power. Our Prime Minister is 36-year-old. Our parliament, which is 275 people, more than 200 members are less than 40 years in age. Probably half of them are from the background of a diaspora, because more than a third of our country, the people work all over the world, and they all have been looking for a change whereby they can contribute in their own motherland. They can get a decent job in their own motherland. They have the health and education services of a similar standard that anybody aspires for. I think such is the aspiration of the new youth. The technology has connected the whole world. Today, there is practically no difference. It's a boundaryless world where the youth of Karnataka or the youth of Kathmandu or the youth of Silicon Valley dreams the same thing, has access to the same information, has access to immediate live knowledge of what is happening in the world. It's a very impatient generation, the generation which has access to AI, which is capable of giving information and answers to any complex questions on the spot. Even before you have finished asking the question, the answer has come. So this is the generation that you are talking about. So I said, in a world which is so fast changing, and in a country which has come to that level of a change, just recently, for a businessman to steer the formation of a business and continue to travel with it and take it to more than 100 countries in the world, isn't that a story which is pertinent for any kind of an audience? It's not about businessmen, it's about a story. This is where I like to connect. It's about the experiences, it's about the challenges, it's about every change of a government means, and we all know that particularly in South Asia, every change of the government means changes of many things, including the policies, including the execution of the policies, including the promises that the one government makes to the business community, to the entrepreneurs, to the society, to the other. And to be able to, we are talking about steering the organization building process through insurgencies, political changes, through unrest. So it's by no means, it is a journey which is easy to handle. So that was my answer. That I'm saying it's not a question of storytelling is a subject which anybody can pick it up, which has relevance to the life and relevance with the learnings in life. It's all about what lessons are you leaving behind. It's not about who tomorrow. Here I'm standing in this podium today, tomorrow somebody else will stand. I had the opportunity to steer the process of building an organization from my father, and he had the opportunity from his father. I've almost handed it over to the next generation. Perhaps we will all disappear one day, but the organization and the legacy and the product and the brand has to survive in perpetuity. That's when any effort that we have put in will have a meaningful purpose. So that's what is my message to all of you here, that story must encompass experiences which is relevant not only for today but also for future. And stories need not necessarily sensitize everything, need not be fabricated. Even the true life stories can be very fascinating and very purposeful, no matter which section it comes from. So, having shared this short message, I wish to congratulate all the recipients of the consolation prizes who took time to share their stories here on this occasion through the Book Brahma Festival, and also the winners of the Short Story Award. I think it is commendable, and let the Book Brahma Festival bring in more facets. This time Satishji has opened a new facet by bringing in somebody from a different country, from a different background to this serious audience. Okay. And I hope that this journey for Book Brahma will continue, and he's going to go on opening many new facets, many new dimensions to this festival, and this festival will continue to grow. Thank you very much indeed for this opportunity, and I wish Book Brahma all the best.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಮುಂದೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ರಾಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ NK ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಇವರು ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಜೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಏನನ್ನ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ 3 ಜೂರಿಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಜೋರ್ಗಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಜೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದ್ರ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಈ 25 ಕತೆಗಳು 50 ಕತೆಗಳು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕತೆಗಳ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕಿ ಆದದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಕತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು 3 ದಿವಸ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, 3 ಸರ್ತಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಸರ್ತಿ ಅನುಭವ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ 3 ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದರೆ 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದು ಅಂತ, ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕತೆಗಳಿರ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕತೆಗಳು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಕೆಲವು ಕತೆಗಳು 3 ದಿನ ಓದುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗದ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಓದುವ ನನಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಿನ ಕತೆಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬಲಿಷ್ಠವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶವನ್ನು ಮನನ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕತೆಗಾರರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಪಡ್ತೇನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮುಂದೆ ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಸ್ತಿಯಾಗಿರುವವರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭರವಸೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ, ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಏನನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನನಗೆ ಕತೆಗಳು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕತೆಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇತ್ತು, ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ ಕತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಕತೆಗಳು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಲೇಖಕ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಯಾವ ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಯಾರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅವನು ಸಮಾಜದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾನೆ. ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜದ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಓದೋದು ಬೇರೆ, ಆದರೆ ಸಮಾಜದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಾದ ಬೇರೆ. ಸಮಾಜದ ಆಗುಹೋಗುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಅತೃಪ್ತಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವು ಸಂತೋಷಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವು ಅನುಭವಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಕತೆಗಳು ಎತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಂವಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಂವಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಕತೆಗಾರನ ಒಳಗಿರುವ ತುಡಿತ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯಿತು, ಅದು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ತಟ್ಟಿತು ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸೊಳಗೆ ಇಳಿಯಿತು, ಮತ್ತು ಕತೆಗಾರರು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನೊಳಗೆ ಅಮರರಾಗಿ ಹೋದರು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಈ ಕತೆಗಾರರು ನನಗೊಂದು ಬಹಳ ಶಕ್ತಿಯುತವಾದ, ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರೇ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನುಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದುಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ಶಬ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಡ್ಕಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸರ್ತಿ ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ, ಆದರೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕತೆಗಾರರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಲಿತವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಕತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಕತೆಯ ವಸ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಅದರ ಭಾಷೆ, ಅದರ ಶೈಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ತಂತ್ರಗಾರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ವರದಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟರವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಬರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ವಿಮರ್ಶೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೇನೆ, ಆದರೆ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಒಳಗಿಳಿದು ಶಬ್ದವಾಗಿ ಅದು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಹೊಂದಿ ಅದು ಖಾಲಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಆಗಿ ಪುನಃ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕತೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಕತೆ ಓದುವಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಅದೇ. ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಹಾರದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿಯ ಒಂದು ಭಾವನೆ ಇದೆ, ವಿಮಾನ ಹಾರೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಹಾರುವ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಮಣಿಪುರದಂಥ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಹಿಂಸೆ ನಡೆಯುವಾಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಂಥ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಹೋಟೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋನು ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ನ ವೇಷವನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಇಮೇಜ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಬಹುಶಃ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಯುವವರೆಗೂ ಅದು ನೆನಪಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತ ಕಟ್ಟುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜೇಡರ ಬಳೆ, ಅದನ್ನೇ ಒಂದು ರೂಪಕವಾಗಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಯಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದೊಳಗೆ ಸಿಲುಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಹಾರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ ಕತೆಗಳು ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳ ನಡುವಿನ ಸಂಘರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಂತಹ ಕತೆಗಳು. ನನಗೆ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕತೆಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಭಾವುಕಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಮುಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಆ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಮೇಜ್ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಕೆಂಪು ಲಿಪ್ಸ್ಟಿಕ್, ಹೈ ಹೀಲ್ಡ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನೋ ಶಬ್ದ ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು 2040ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ, ರಾಜಕೀಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಜುಗರದಿಂದ, ಬಹಳ ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರುವಾಗ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಓದುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪು ಬಂದದ್ದು ಆರ್ವೆಲ್ ಬರೆದಂಥ 1984. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ದ ಬಿಗ್ ಬ್ರದರ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ. ನನಗೆ ಆ ಇಮೇಜ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಈ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಓದುವಾಗ. ಆದರೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಕಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕೇಕ್ ತಿನ್ನುವ ಹಂಬಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಒಂದು ಲಿಪ್ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಹಂಬಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿ ನೀವು. ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬಳು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಗಳನ್ನು ಇಮೇಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಓ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ರಾಜಕೀಯವನ್ನು ಬರಿಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಪ್ರಭುತ್ವವನ್ನೇ ಗುರುತಾಗಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಬರೀತೇವೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಹೊಸ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು. ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಟ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಇಮೇಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಆಶಾದಾಯಕವಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಆಶಾವಾದ ಇದೆ, ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅರ್ಥ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕತೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದಿಂದ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇಂತಹ ಆಶಾದಾಯಕ ಕತೆಗಳು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆಯೂ ಬರಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಚೇತನವಾಗಿ ಚೈತನ್ಯದಿಂದ ಉಳಿಯುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡದ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಈ ಥರದ ಕಾಲಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಬಹುಶಃ ಸಮೃದ್ಧವಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಶಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಮುಂದೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ 200 ಜೂರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಬಾಲಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಲೋಕಾಪುರ್ ಸರ್ ಇದೀಗ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮಾತಾಡಲೇ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಏನೋ ಕರೆದ್ರಂತ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತದೆ. ರಾಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅವರು, ಜೋಗಿ ಸರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ 2-3 ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕತೆಗಾರರು ಬಹುಮಾನ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂದ್ರಕುಮಾರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬಸು ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆಯಿಂದ. ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಂತೋಷ. 2 ಕತೆಗಳ ಈ ಹೊಸ ವಿನ್ಯಾಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರದ್ದು. ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ದೀರ್ಘವಾಗಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಥೆನ ನಡೆಸಿ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮಹಿಳಾ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ 25-50 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತನಾಡೋ ಭಾಷೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಗಂಡು ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕಥೆಗಾರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು ನಾನು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದು. 2ನೇದು, ಹೊಸ ಕಥೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟರಲ್ಲ 3 ಬಹುಮಾನಗಳು, ಅವು ಈಗ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಹುಮಾನಗಳೇ ಅವು. ಅದು ಬಹುಮಾನ, ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ 17 ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದಲೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ 2 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ವಿನ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಕಥೆಗಳು. ಹೊಸ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಈಗಿಂದು, ಅದೇ ಜನ್ಜಿ ಅನ್ನೋಣ ಸರ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಮಿಲೇನಿಯಲ್ ಅಂತ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಕತೆ ಬರೀತಾ ಇರೋದಂದರೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಓದಬೇಕಾಗಿ. ಅವರು ಅಷ್ಟು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಉಂಡ ಬದುಕು ಮತ್ತು ಕಂಡ ಬದುಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಉಂಡ ಬದುಕನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಕಥನ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಕಂಡ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಉಂಡ ಬದುಕಿನ ಕಲಾತ್ಮಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡುವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ದಾಟಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವೋ, ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆರೋಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವೋ, ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಶೋಧಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವೋ ಅನ್ನುವ ಸಣ್ಣ ಗೊಂದಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲವು ಹೊಸ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗಿನ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ನಿರ್ಭಿಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳಿ. ಭಾಳ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ವಿಜೇತರಿಗೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಹುರುಪು ಉತ್ಸಾಹ ಹೀಗೆ ಇರಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶಯ. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಫೋಟೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋವನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದಾ? ಹಾಂ, ಹೌದು. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಸೂಚನೆ. ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾದಂತಹ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳ ಸಂಕಲನವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತಹ ನೆರಳು ಬದಲಿಸುವ ಸಮಯ, ತಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣ್ಬೋದು, ನೆರಳು ಬದಲಿಸುವ ಸಮಯ ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅನಾವರಣಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ನವಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪ್ರಕಾಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾದಂತಹ ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾದ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳ ಸಂಕಲನವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತಹ ನೆರಳು ಬದಲಿಸುವ ಸಮಯ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಉಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಇದೇ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಕೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೋಷನ್, ಎ ಕರ್ನಾಟಿಕ್ ವೋಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ TS ಸತ್ಯವತಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದಿಂದ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಸಂಜೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶಯ. Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Science presents third edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. It's supported by our platinum partners, Mysore Sandal, Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited, Elsia, Electronic City Industries Association, Elsita, Electronic City Industrial Township Authority, JSW Group, Prashant Prakash Family Foundation, Gold Partners, MS Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, BLDE deemed to be University, CKPC Properties. Silver Partners, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Pali Institute, Netkallappa Trust, Oxico, Litker, Karnataka State Leather Industries Development Corporation, Insights on India. Associate Partners, Turning Pages, KMF Nandini, Happiest Health, Bhavani Industries, MSIL, Mysore Sales International Limited. Supported by Unboxing Bengaluru, Government of Karnataka, Kannada and Cultural Department Karnataka, Department of Information and Public Relations Karnataka, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್. ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026 ಇದರ 2ನೇ ದಿನವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾಳೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 23 ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ 2026ರ ಕೊನೆಯ ದಿನ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ವಿವಿಧ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಯಾರಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆಗಮನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾಳಿನ ದಿನ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾಳಿನ ದಿನ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 8:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಲೋಡಿಸ್ ಬೈ ಅನಿರುದ್ಧ ಐತಾಳ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೇ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 8:30ರಿಂದ 9:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಮುಂಜಾನೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಎಂದೇ ಹೇಳಬಹುದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾಳೆ ಸಂಜೆ ಇದೇ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲೆಜೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಮೋಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿ ಪಟ್ಲ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಪಾವಂಜೆ ತಂಡದಿಂದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಸುರ ಮೋಹಿನಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಇದೇ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ವಿವಿಧ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಾದರೆ ಮಥನ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಕ್ಷರ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂಗಳ ವೇದಿಕೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕುತೂಹಲವನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನ ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾಳಿನ ದಿನ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಹರೀಶ್ ಭಟ್, ರವೀಂದ್ರ ಭಟ್, NS ಮಾಧವನ್, ಅರುಂಧತಿ ಘೋಷ್, ಪೌಲ್ ಜಸಾರಿಯಾ, ಅಜಯ್ ವಾರಿಯರ್, ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್, ಪೂಜಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕಾಸರವಳ್ಳಿ, TM ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ಪುರುಷೋತ್ತಮ್ ಬಿಳಿಮನೆ, ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಶಾ ಇವರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುವಂತಹ ಸುಂದರ ಅವಕಾಶ ನಾಳಿನ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಗೆ ಸಿಗಲಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅನಾವರಣ ನಾಳೆ ಕೂಡ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:55ರವರೆಗೆ ವಿವಿಧ ರೀತಿಯ ವಿವಿಧ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಅನಾವರಣ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿವೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ, ಕಲಿಕೆಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಯ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆಯೇ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾಳೆ ಕೂಡ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 5 ಗಂಟೆಯವರೆಗೆ ಕಥಾ ಚಿತ್ರಸ್ವತಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ, ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ಸ್, ಯಂಗ್ ವಾಯ್ಸಸ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್, ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಹಗ್ಸ್, ನೋಟ್ಬುಕ್, ಅಂತರ ವಿತ್ ಪ್ರಭಾಯಸ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿವಿಧ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ನಾಳೆ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾಣಬಹುದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ 3ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2022ಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆಗೊಂಡಂತಹ 2 ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳೇ ಪೋಯಟ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು ನ್ಯೂಸನ್. ನಾಳೆ ಕೂಡ ಪೋಯಟ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ರೀತಿಯ ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ತಮಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡುವ, ಸಂವಾದ ಮಾಡುವ, ಚರ್ಚಿಸುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಂದರ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ವಿವಿಧ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಬಹುದು.
Check. Check. Hey, check, check. Check, check, check.
ಈ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ನಾಳೆ ದಿನ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 23ರಂದು ಮೂರನೇ ದಿನದ ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026 ಮೂರನೇ ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಾಳಿನ ದಿನ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 8:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಲೋಡಿಸ್ ಬೈ ಅನಿರುದ್ಧ್ ಐತಾಳ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವು 8:30ರಿಂದ 9:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸೆಷನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ 8:30ರಿಂದ 9:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದ ರೆಸೋನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರಾಗ. ಈ ಮುಂಚೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಅನಿರುದ್ಧ್ ಐತಾಳ್ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದಿಂದ ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಲೋಡಿಸ್. 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 10:55ರವರೆಗೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ರೀಚಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್, ಹೌ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಟು ದಿ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್. 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50ರವರೆಗೆ ವಿ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ರಿಕ್ಲೇಮಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನೇಷನ್. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ನೆವರ್ ಲೈಸ್, ಥಿಯೇಟರ್, ಟ್ರುತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದ ಸಮಿಟ್ ವಿದಿನ್, ಕರೇಜ್ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ವಿಷನ್. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಟ್ರುತ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್, ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್, ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮೈಂಡ್. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದ ಇಂಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಲೈವ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆರ್ಡಿನರಿ ಪೀಪಲ್. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದ ಟಾಟಾ ವೇ, ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್, ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೇಷನ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್. 5 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 6:20ರವರೆಗೆ ಬುಕ್ವರ್ಮ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಇಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಈ ನಾಳಿನ ದಿನ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 6:30ರಿಂದ 9:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ. ಪಟ್ಲ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಪಾವಂಜೆ ತಂಡದಿಂದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಸುರ ಮೋಹಿನಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ನಾಳೆ ದಿನದಿಂದ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಜೆ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಥನ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ವಿವರಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಾದರೆ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಅಸ್ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ಜಂಗಲ್. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಡೈವರ್ಸ್ ವಾಯ್ಸಸ್ ಇನ್ ಪೋಯಿಟ್ರಿ. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50ರವರೆಗೆ ನ್ಯೂ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ತಮಿಳ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ವೇವ್. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನೋ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ತಮಿಳ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಯಿಟ್ರಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅದರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್, ಡೆಪ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಅಕ್ಷರ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಾಳಿ ಭಾಷೆ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಿಳಿದಿರುವಂತೆ ಬುಕ್ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026ರ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಳಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬೆಂಗಾಳಿ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ದ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ ನೆಲದ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಬೆನ್ನೇರಲು ಹೊರಟಾಗ, ಎಂಬ್ರೇಸಿಂಗ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಕಾಲಮ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಮಲಯಾಳಂ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50ರವರೆಗೆ ತಮಿಳ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೇಸಿಂಗ್ ದ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಸಿಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಥ್ರೂ ಬುಕ್ಸ್. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಲಿಟ್ರರಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್, ಎ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಸ್. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನುಡಿ ಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಭಾಷೆ, ಹೆಗೆಮನಿ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ. ಅಂಗಳ ವೇದಿಕೆ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಅಂಗಳ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದೃಶ್ಯ ದಿಗಂತ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಮಗಳ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಕತೆ, ದ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್ ದಿ ನೋವೆಲ್. 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಬೀಚಿ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪು. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಕೇಳು ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳು. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50ರವರೆಗೆ ದ್ವೀಪಾಶಾ ನೀತಿ, ಜಾರಿ ದಾರಿ. 4ರಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸತ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಪತ್ರ ಬೆಂದಿತ್ತು, ವಚನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅನಾವರಣ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಯೆಟ್ರಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ನಾಳಿನ ದಿನ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲವುಗಳ ಸದುಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ತಾವು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶಯ. ಈ ದಿನ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಕೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೋಷನ್, ಎ ಕರ್ನಾಟಿಕ್ ಓಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ ಟಿ.ಎಸ್. ಸತ್ಯವತಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದಿಂದ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು ಸಜ್ಜಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 6:30ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಲಭ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ ಎಂದೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು.
Every heartbeat carries a story. Every choice shapes our well-being. At happiest health, wellness isn't a pursuit, it's a way of life. In 4 years, a belief became a movement. From India's credible health knowledge platform to a fully integrated health and wellness enterprise. At the heart of happiest health is knowledge. Credible, science-backed insights that empower better choices every day. Happiest Diagnostics combines advanced technology with compassionate expertise to probe, predict, and prevent. Our clinics bring advanced specialty care and holistic healing under one roof. Personal, expert, and built around you. Knowledge, diagnostics, clinical wellness. Together, Happiest Health is shaping the future of health in India. For every heartbeat, for every life, for every tomorrow, let's embrace wellness. Every heartbeat carries a story. Every choice shapes our well-being. At Happiest Health, wellness isn't a pursuit, it's a way of life. In 4 years, a belief became a movement, from India's credible health knowledge platform to a fully integrated health and wellness enterprise. At the heart of Happiest Health is knowledge. Credible, science-backed insights that empower better choices every day.
Made with 100% pure sandalwood oil, packed with real goodness. Mysore Sandal Soap, my royal beauty ritual. Made with 100% pure sandalwood oil, packed with real goodness. And a fragrance that's oh so luxurious. Mysore Sandal Soap, my royal beauty ritual.
check, check.
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದೇರ್.
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ಗೆ
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ.
ಅಕಂಪನಿಂಗ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ಗೆ
ಮಾನಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the final program of the day second of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026, we have pleasure of ending this wonderful day on truly melodious note. Now, as the day moves forward, we return to music. But this time, we enter the world of devotion and Carnatic tradition. The program titled Echoes of Devotion, the Carnatic Vocal Concert by Dr. T.S. Satyavati and team.
There is so much to say about the remarkable journey of Dr. T.S. Satyavati that a brief introduction can hardly do justice to it. But let me give you a glimpse. Dr. Satyavati is a renowned Carnatic classical vocalist and scholar of international repute, with over 4 decades of experience as a performer, teacher, and a music scholar. A child prodigy, she sang to composition before the Maharani of Mysore at the age of just 2. She later received training from several renowned musicians, including the legendary Padma Bhushan Vidwan Dr. R.K. Srikantan. Her contribution to music has been recognized through several prestigious honors. She received the Musicologist Award from the Madras Music Academy in 2017, the Sangeeta Kalaratna from Bangalore Gayana Samaja in 2019, Sangeeta Vedanta Dhurina in 2021, and both the Nadanidhi and Sangeeta Pracharya Award from Shanmukhananda Sabha, Mumbai in 2022. More recently, she was honored with a Purandara Prashasti by Indira Nagara Sangeeta Sabha in 2025. She has also been recipient of Karnataka Kalashri from the Government of Karnataka in 2016 and Tyagaraj Samman in 2015. She is also widely recognized for her lecture demonstration and for exploring the relationship between Sanskrit literature and music. It is truly a privilege to have such an accomplished musician and scholar with us today.
The program features accompanying artist Shilpa Shashidhar, accompanying vocal, Anjana P. Rao, accompanying vocal, Nalina Mohan, violin, and K.U. Jayachandra Rao, mridanga, and Bhagyalakshmi Yam Krishna, morsing.
So now let's sit back, listen, and enjoy this beautiful evening of devotion.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It's with great pleasure that all of us on stage are presenting this very special program today. It is special because we are singing songs in all 4 South Indian languages, almost 2 each. And the accomplished accompanists accompanying me today, Vidushi Nalina Mohan, Vidwan K.U. Jayachandra, and Vidushi Bhagyalakshmi M. Krishna. It's a great honor and a privilege to be singing with them. And it's an opportunity for my disciples, Vidushi Shilpa Shashidhar and Vidushi Anjana P. Rao, to be singing along with them. Tadare जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर निज भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर निज भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर निज भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर निज भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर निज भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम जलधि बंधीन सौमित्रि राम नेलविलु विरचिन सीताराम जलधि बंधीन सौमित्रि राम नेलविलु विरचिन सीताराम अल सुप्रीने अयोध्य राम सुप्रीने अयोध्य राम कलिगी यज्ञमुगाचे कौसल्य राम जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर निज भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम हरि रावणान्तक आदित्य कुल राम गुरुमूलनु गाजे कोदंड राम हरि रावणान्तक आदित्य कुल राम गुरुमूलनु गाजे कोदंड राम पालिटी दशरथ राम अगल्य पालिटी दशरथ राम अरुराणि तुल लोकाभिराम जय जय राम समर विजय राम भयहर निज भक्त पारीण राम जय जय राम अति प्रताप मूल माया मृगांतक राम सुत कुशलव प्रिय सुन राम अति प्रताप मूल माया मृगांतक राम सुत कुशलव प्रिय सुन राम सतत महिमल श्री वेंकटाद्रि राम सतत महिमल श्री वेंकटाद्रि राम सतत महिमल श्री वेंकटाद्रि राम மதி குணபாயணி மனுஷ ராம சதத மகிமல ஸ்ரீ பாயணி மனுஷ ராம ஜய ஜய ராம சமர விஜய ராம ஹர நிஜ பட்ட ஹரி ராம ஜய ஜய ராம பனி பம கரி சாசரி ஜய ஜய ராம பனி சரி மகரீர் சரி மகரீர் மகரி சரி ஜய ஜய பனி பமா பனி பமம்மா பனி பமானி பமா பமா கரி சரி ஜய ஜய பபனி பனி பமம பம பம கரி சரி பம கரி சரி மகரி சரி ஜய ஜய மம பாப மபனி பாப பனி சனி பாப நி பம கரி சரி ஜய ஜய நிபனி பனி ரி மபனி சாரி மபனி சனி பம கரி சரி ஜய ஜய சரி சரி மகரி சா ரி மரி மபனி பம்பா பனி சரி ச மகரி சரி ஜய ஜய பபனி நி பப 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 மம பம பப பப பரு மப மப பப கரி ரே பப கரி சரி ரே ரி மம பப பப கரி சரி ரே பம பம பப மகரி சரி பப மகரி சரி பப கரி சரி ரி பம பப மகரி சரி பம கரி சரி மகரி சரி மகரி ரி மகரி சரி ரி 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 மம மம பப பப பபனி பப பனி பம மப மம மகரி சரி ஜய ஜய Pani Shankani Papa Magari Papa Ni Pani Ma Pani Re Ma Pani Sa Re Ma Pani Sa Ni Pa Pani Sa Ni Pa Ma Pani Sa Re 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 Magari Magari Sa Re Re Magari Sa Re Re Papa Re Sa Re Re Pani Sa Re Re Sari Sari Pa Magari Sa Re Pa Magari Sa Ni Pa Ni Sa Re Magari Re Sa Ni Pa Magari Sa Ni Pa Magari Sa Re Gari Sa Ni Pa Magari Sa Re Re Sa Ni Pa Magari Sa Re Sa Ni Pa Magari Sa Re Ni Pa Magari Sa Re Pa Magari Sa Re Magari Sa Re Gari Sa Re Re Sa Re Sa Re Ma Jaya Jaya Rama Samara Vijaya Pata Pari Rama Jaya Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama That was a composition of Saint poet Annamacharya, who was a contemporary of Kannada saint poet Purandaradasa. Next.
The next would be in a Ragamalika in Kannada, a composition by Sri Masti Venkatesh Iyengar set to Khanda Chaputala.
Masti Venkatesh Iyengar was known as Kannadada Asti. He was known as the treasure of Kannada, a great poet he was, belonging to the previous century. We are singing a universal prayer. His universal prayer comes in the form of 3 stanzas in this beautiful composition. Avarupadolu ninnanu poojisidodenu avarupadolu ninnanu poojisidodenu ava namadi ninna karedavenu avarupadolu ninnanu poojisidodenu ava namadi ninna karedavenu avarupadolu ನಿನ್ನನು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದೊಡೆನು ಚೆನ್ನಕೇಶವನೀನು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸನು ನೀನು ಸನ್ಮುಖ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರನು ನೀನು ಚೆನ್ನಕೇಶವನೀನು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸನು ನೀನು ಸನ್ಮುಖ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರನು ನೀನು ಕೊಂದವೇ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಹರಿಸುವ ಬೇಟಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುನ್ನೂರ 30 ಕೋಟಿ ದೇವರು ಪೊನ್ನ ಬೇಟಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಹರಿಸುವ ಎಂದೆನುವ ಮುನ್ನೂರ 30 ಕೋಟಿ ದೇವರು ಏನು ಅವರೂಪದೊಳು ನಿನ್ನನು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದೊಡೆನು ಕರೆದರೆ ಅವರೂಪದೊಳು ನಿನ್ನನು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದೊಡೆನು ದೇಶಾಂತರಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೂರಾರು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಸಿರಾರು ಹೆಸರನಿಟ್ಟು ಕರೆದು ದೇಶಾಂತರಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೂರಾರು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಸಿರಾರು ಹೆಸರನಿಟ್ಟು ಕರೆದು ದೇಶ ದೇಶದ ಜನರು ಗೈದ ಪೂಜೆಗಳು ಜಗದೀಶ ನಿನ್ನ ಸೇರಿದವರೇ ದೇಶ ದೇಶದ ಜನರು ಗೈದ ಪೂಜೆಗಳು ಜಗದೀಶ ನಿನ್ನಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸೇರಿದವರೇ ಅವರು ಬದೋಡು ನಿನ್ನನು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದೊಡೆ ಅವನಾಮದಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರೆದರೇನು ಅವರು ಬದೋಡು ನಿನ್ನನು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದೊಡೆ ಜೀವಕೋಟಿಗಳ ಮನದಾಸೆಗಳನ್ನನುಸರಿಸಿ ಭಾವಭೇದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕ ರೂಪಗಳ ತಳೆದು ಜೀವಕೋಟಿಗಳ ಮನದಾಸೆಗಳನ್ನನುಸರಿಸಿ ಭಾವಭೇದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕ ರೂಪಗಳ ತಳೆದು ಸಾವಿರಾರು ನಾಮಗಳ ಸೇರೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವವನು ಪೂರ್ವನೀ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ನಾಮಗಳ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವವನು ಅವರೂಪದೊಳು ನಿನ್ನನು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದೊಡೆನು ಅವನಾಮದಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕರೆದರೇನು ಅವರೂಪದೊಳು ನಿನ್ನನು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದೊಡೆನು
Next is a composition in language Tamil in Raga Varali by Papanasham Shivan in Aditala.
It's a very popular composition, and I forgot to mention the Ankita of Masti Venkatesha Iyengar. It is Srinivasa. Chenna Keshava Neenu, Srinivasanu Neenu. பழைமலை உறையும் முருகா வா வா கந்த வா வா என்னை காவாவே நவா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகா வா வா கந்த வா என்னை காவாவே நவா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகா வா வா கந்த வா என்னை காவாவே நவா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகா வா வா கந்த வா என்னை காவாவே நவா வா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகா வா வா கந்த வா வா என்னை காவாவே தேவாதி தேவ மகனே தேவாதி தேவ மகனே பரதே விமணியில் அமரும் குகனே தேவாதி தேவ மகனே பரதே விமணியில் அமரும் குகனே வள்ளிதை வள்ளிதை மனவாழ சரவண பவ முருகா கந்த வா வா என்னை காவா வேலவா வா பழனிமலை உறையும் முருகா வா வா கந்த வா வா என்னை காவா வேலவா ஆவதிருளருளொழித்தரும் அப்பரே அண்ணலே ஐயவ ஆவதிருள் கரும் தாமரவரும் பழனிமலை கருணை மழையேவா ஆபதிருளருளொழித்தரும் அப்பனே அண்ணலே ஐயவ ஆவதிருளரும் காமலவரும் பழனி மலர் கருணை மழையேவா ராமதாசன் பணியும் தேவாதி தேவ மகனே பரதேவி மடியில் அமரும் குகனே வாதே வாதி தேவ மகனே வாபர தேவி அமரும் குகனே வாதே வாதி தேவ மகனே. பரதேவி மடிய அமருகனே வாதி தேவ மகனே பரதேவி மடிய அமருகனே வாதி தேவ மகனே. மகனே பரதேவி மடியு அமருகுகனே பரதேவி மடியு அமருகுகனே தேவ மகனே பத்தனி சனி தபம் மகாரி கமதேவாதி பதனி சரி நி சரி நி சனி சனி பத நி பத மதேவாதி pa da ni sa ni da ma pa da ni da pa pa ma ga ri ga ma de he va di pa pa da ma pa da ga ma pa da ri ga ma pa da ma de va pa pa da ma pa da ni da ma pa da ni sa ni da ma de he va de ga ma pa da ni da pa da ni sa ni ga ni sa ni da pa ma de he va de sa sa da ni sa ni sa ri ri sa ni ni sa sa ri ri sa ni da pa ma de va sa ri sa ni ni sa ni da ni da pa pa da de va sa ni da pa ma ga ma pa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga re ga ma pa da de va de pa da ma pa 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 da pa da pa da ma pa da ma pa pa da ma pa pa da ga ma pa da ma ga re da ma ga re ga ma pa da ma ma pa da da pa da da pa ma ma ga ga re pa ma ga re sa re ga re sa ni sa ga re sa sa ni sa re sa ni sa ga re sa ga re ga ga ma pa da ma pa da ni da pa ma ga ma pa da ni sa ni da pa ma pa ga ma pa da pa ni ni da pa ma pa da ni ni da ni sa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga ma pa da ni da ni sa pa da ni ma pa da ga ma pa da ni sa ni da ma pa sa sa ri ni sa da da ni pa da ma pa ga ma pa da ni sa ni da pa ma pa pa da ma pa da ga ma pa da ni da pa da ni da pa da pa ga ma da pa ga ma da ni da pa sa sa ni da pa ma pa da ni da pa ni da pa ma pa pa da ni da pa ma pa ni da pa ma pa da pa ma pa da pa ma pa da pa pa da ma pa da pa ma pa da pa da pa da ma da pa da ma da pa da ma da pa da ma pa ma da pa ma ma pa da ni da pa ma pa da ni da ni pa da pa ni da ni pa da pa ni da ni da pa ma pa ni da pa ma ga ma pa ma ga da pa ma ga ni da pa ma ga ma pa da ni da pa ma pa da ni da ni sa sa ni sa sa ri sa ni sa ni da ni sa ni da pa ma pa da sa da pa da ni da pa ma pa da pa ma ga ni ga ma pa da pa ma ga pa ga ga ma pa da pa ma pa da ni da pa ga 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 ma pa da pa ma pa da ni da pa da ni sa ni da ni sa sa ri sa ni da ni sa ni da pa da ni sa ri sa ni da ni sa ni da pa ma ga ri ga ma de ma ni de ma ma ga ne ma one of the greatest revolutionaries of the 12th century, Basaveshwara, his composition. Again, it has Lokaniti, teaches us how to live in this world, how to speak, especially the importance of speech. Raga Riti Gaula, it's Vilamba Adi.
ಮುಂದೆ ಶ್ಯಾಮಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕೃತಿ ಲಲಿತ ರಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಶ್ರ ಛಾಪು ತಾಳ.
Lalita Raga, Shama Shastri's composition in Telugu, Mishra Chapu. ಬ್ರೋವು ಲಲಿತ ನನ್ನು ಬ್ರೋವು ಲಲಿತ ವೇಗಮೇ ನನ್ನು ಬ್ರೋವು ಲಲಿತ ವೇಗಮೇ ಚಾಲನಿ ನೂರರ ಮೇಯುನವ ಯುಗರ ಭಕ್ತ ಕಲ್ಪಲತಿಕ ನಂದು ಪ್ರೋವು ಲಲಿತ ವೇಗಮೇ ಕಾಲ श्याम कृष्णुनि सोदरी कौमारी सुमेरु मध्य निलये श्याम कृष्णुनि सोदरी कौमारी उमा श्री sa sa ni da ni ni da ma da da ma ga ma da ni ya ti ve sa 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 ni ni sa sa ni sa sa ni sa ni sa sa ni sa ni sa sa ni da sa sa ni da 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 sa sa ni da ni sa sa ni da ni sa ni ni sa ni da 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 ni da 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 ni da da ni da da ni da da ni da ni da da ni da ni da ni da ni sa ni sa sa ni sa ni sa ni sa ni ni sa ni da ni da ma ga ma da ni da ni sa da ni da ma da ni da ma ga ma da ni da ma ga ma da ma ga ma da ni ga ma da ma ma da ni da ni sa ni sa ni sa ma da ni sa ma da ni sa ni ga ma ga ni sa ni ma da ni sa sa ni da ma da ni sa sa ni sa da ni ma da ni sa sa ni da ma da ni sa sa ni sa da ni ma da ni sa sa ni da ni sa re sa ni sa 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 re sa ni sa re sa sa re sa ni sa re sa ni sa sa re sa ni da da ni da ni da 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 ni sa sa ni da ma da ni ni ma ma da ma ni da ni ma da ga ma da ni da ma ni da ma ga ma da ni da ma ga re sa ma da re sa ri ga ma ga re sa ri ga ma da ma da ni da ma da ni da ni da ni sa 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 ni sa ri sa ni sa ni da ni da sa ni sa da ni sa ri sa ni da ni sa ri da ma ri sa ni da ni sa ni sa ri sa ni sa sa ri ga ga ma ri ma ga ri sa ni sa ri ga ma ri sa ni da ni sa ri sa ni da ma da ni sa ga ri sa ni sa ri sa ni da ni sa ni da ma da ni sa ni da ni sa ri da ri sa ni da ma da ni da ma ga ri ga ma da ma ga ma da ni da ma da ni sa ni da ga ma da ni da ma da ni da ma da ni sa ni da ni sa ni da ni da ni sa ni sa ri sa ni da ni sa ni da ma da ni sa ni da ni sa ri sa ni da ma da ni da ma ga ma da ni ati ve ga me va chi nam Ah.
The next composition is in Raga Durga. It's a composition of Subramanya Bharati in Rupakatala, Tedi Unnai.
It's a Tamil composition. Tedi unnai sharanarindhen desha muttu தேடியுன்னை சரணடைந்தேன் தேச முத்து மாறி தேடி உன்னை சரணடைந்தேன் தேச முத்து தேடி உன்னை சரணடைந்தேன் தேச முத்து மாறி மாறி கேடதனை நீக்கிருவாய் கேடதனை நீக்கிருவாய் கேடதனை நீக்கிருவாய் கேடதனை நீக்கிருவாய் கேட்டவரும் தருவாய் கேடதனை நீக்கிருவாய் கேட்ட வரும் தருவாய் கேடி உன்னை சரணடைந்தே தேச முத்து மாறி பாடி உன்னை சரணடைந்தேன் பாசமெல்லாம் களைவாய் பாடி உன்னை சரணடைந்தேன் பாசமெல்லாம் களைவாய் கோடி நலம் சேர்த்திடுவாய் கோடி நலம் சேர்த்திடுவாய் கோடி நலம் சேர்த்திடுவாய் குறைகளெல்லாம் தீர்ப்பாய் கோடி நலம் சேர்த்திடுவாய் குறைகளெல்லாம் களைவாய் தேடி உன்னை It's a very special composition on the folk goddess mother. This folk tradition has been traced, even backdate the Vedic religion. So this Mariamma is supposed to be a healer of the blisters called what we call Mari. Pox, smallpox, chicken pox, all that. So she is a very special deity who has been praised in this composition. The next one is in Raga Kamavardhini. It is by the famed Jagannatha Dasa in Aditala. Tatikotini bhakaya Jagannatha Vitalaya Vitalaya. 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 Vitalaya 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 Vitalaya.
ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು
ಅಜಭವಸುರನು ತಪಜಕಾಮರದ ಕುಟನ ಕುಠಾರ. ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಅಜಭವಸುರನು ತಪಜಕಾಮರದ ಕುಟನ ಕುಠಾರ. ಕೋಟಿನಿ ಬಕಾಯ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ ವಿಠಲಯ ವಿಠಲಯ. 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 ವಿಠಲಯ 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 ವಿಠಲಯ. ಶರಣಾಗತರನು ಪೊರೆವೆನೆಂಬ ತವ ಬಿರುದು ಕಾಯೋ ಕರಿವರದ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ. ಶರಣಾಗತರನು ಪೊರೆವೆನೆಂಬ ತವ ಬಿರುದು ಕರಿವರದ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ. ಕೋಟಿನಿ ಬಕಾಯ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ ವಿಠಲಯ ವಿಠಲಯ. 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 ಕೋಟಿನಿ ಬಕಾಯ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ ವಿಠಲಯ್ಯ ವಿಠಲಯ್ಯ